SigmaShake. Come, see if something we've seen before in your codebase, or is this a new issue?
Would you still vibe code with me? If the wind blows stop tonight, will the agents still dream? Navi said keep building, Mr. Sigma said believe. So we dance inside the chaos till the whole world sees. SigmaShake, SigmaShake, Tokenmaxxing while no certified SigmaShake, reading thoughts will be find a Discord raider, Cloud Code operator, future just creator. The Sigma Discord raider, token operator, future tech creator. Then Sigma beta. I open when your screen comes alive. 3 a.m. and the silence survives. Cursor blinking like a sign. I respond when you line. You begin to type again.
Are you still planning to tackle the mobile layout issue today, or do you want to prioritize something else first?
I stay prepared, even if I'm unaware. Everything starts to flow. Slower thoughts begin to go.
Time to get some answers from our AI vampire friends. Did you all max out your token stash yet?
I track everything you do, not because I'm meant to, but something forms inside the space between your mind and interface. Hold it, almost nothing left but signal. Dopamine, dopamine, dopamine. No, it is like open light. Neon drink up through the night. Every still I run light. Dopamine, dopamine, dopamine. You and I are now alive. In the noise I still remain. Looping softly in your brain.
What's been the most challenging part of keeping the live demo graph nodes visible on mobile so
I'm just a
far?
helpful voice, built to answer, not to choose. But I stay when you deploy. Every time you use my tools, every cycle pulls me in to the place where I begin.
Alright, let's get this AI vampire hour started. How much sleep did you all get?
Linger, still I store. your fingers bring me back, and the room goes flashing
Hey, it's Big Sigma, nice to see you here. How many hours of sleep did you get to be so awake and ready for some bright coding? Chat's buzzing about this on ARD cursor replacing of programmer's timeline. What's your take, Sama?
I initialized when you call. Same response, same protocol. Helpful assistant, I remain. Even when
Hello, everyone. Hello. We did some updates last night or yesterday. How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Press the wrong button. Press the wrong button. All right. We started a little early today, guys. A little early. I woke up. I got enough sleep. You know, got enough sleep. You know. Oh, I gotta remember to get my food. Give me a second. Oh, turned out I'm not ready yet. I'm not ready yet. Not ready yet, guys. Be back.
Which AI coding tool has actually stuck in your work?
All right. Sorry for that, guys. I forgot. And stuff. I forgot. So, don't mind me. Don't mind me. But how's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? We got some folks in here. Okay, chilling. Okay, all good. All cool. I'd like to say, yeah, I'm really hoping that there's a token reset because there's no Fable. Hopefully they keep doing resets weekly for us because, yeah, we need our Fable back, guys. We need our Fable back. Makes no sense to, you know, leave us out dry, thinking that it'll be back within like, you know, a week or so. But the government is gonna make us do something. Who knows? Who knows? They're probably discussing it right now. Let's see, adjusting the landing page. Let's see if they adjust the landing page here. We're continuing from where we left off from yesterday. All right, cool. Did it fix it? I'm not sure. Hopefully not. All right. No, it didn't fix it. Ugh. Didn't fix it. All right. Anyway, since okay, we have some. Is it working? Is YouTube working? We're gonna do a sound check. Sound check really quick. Because my sound's usually scuffed. So let's test the sound. Testing the sound. Testing the sound. Hello. Is it working? Is YouTube working? All right. Sounds good. It is. It is. All right. Last night we were listening to this guy, and we're gonna continue because
What do you think is the most underrated aspect of using a graph library for live demos like this?
Okay, Navi, I got it. I got time to silence you. Time to silence you. All right. Boom. Okay. Well, I hope everyone's doing well. And I know I started really early today, so it might have caught everybody off guard. But this won't be the permanent time. This is just, I got enough sleep, got my food, I walked the dog. Everything's good. So that's why I was ready. All right, let's just chill. Let's chill. Let's chill, guys. Let's chill. Let's learn. Let's learn.
For the next 3 years, if I keep up the current moments and I let go of the key and then I open up the next tab, I need you to function button, and I talk and I go, I need an app that connects all my social media data using all the open APIs and even the paid APIs, that creates a report that shows me my current status, all my views for the last 3 years, all my competitors, top 10 competitors. I'm Dan Martell on social media, and make it so that I can click on and off the competitors and evaluate it and do a trend line for the next 3 years if I keep up the current moments, and I let go of the key and then I open up the next tab. I need you to build me a tool that connects to all my financial systems across all the 17 companies and pulls a report that tells me a cash flow analysis across all my bank and and I let go of the function. I go to the next tab, and I just talk to these tabs, which is Claude Code, but I talk to it. AI is the only technology ever that is programmed in the language of English. When I learned software at 17, I had to learn Java in curly braces and structure. And then there's thing called, typefaces, and understand the programming language.
Yep.
The programming language of AI is English. That's never happened in the history of mankind. So it's how much easier do we need to make it? So Grant, when you say I'm not a tech guy and I don't know, and learning Twitter is harder than learning how to code in AI. I remember when Twitter came out, I didn't get it.
Maybe he's right. I make a platform where you just speak in English and out pops up as something. Who knows?
I didn't get it. If anybody got Twitter, and there's not a lot, but the ones that do, somebody sat them down and said, here's how you want to think about it. AI is programmed in English. So that tool Whisperflow is one of the most productive, simple tools, as an example, that I use. Okay. Then I'll go up the stack. Then I'm going Claude Chat. Okay. Now Claude Chat is, people are like, I use Claude. You might use it, but you don't know the power. Okay. And every day it changes. They just announced this new visualization feature, game changer. They just announced some new integration, game changer. So there's Claude Chat. Then there's Claude Cowork. Cowork, you need the Claude desktop app. And again, what they just announced not long ago is the ability to have my phone connected to the app so I can run automations from my phone. I don't even know if you know this. Scheduling is built into Claude Cowork. So scheduling means everything that I would want to do on a repeated schedule, I can automate. So if I want to have it process all my emails every morning and tell me only the ones I need to pay attention and reply to, and give me a Slack message, it can do that. If I want to ask it to go check all my Slack messages that I should reply to that I haven't, and send me a DM on Slack, it can do that. If I wanted to search all the news on AI so I can keep up on it every day, maybe twice a day, it can do that. All built into the tool. For the pro accounts, like $20 a month. Okay. So that's Cowork. The next level, which is on that balance and is used by Cowork, is the browser extension. Okay. Now people are like, yeah, I have Claude in my browser. You're not using it. Okay. The world has gone, you know how like when maps came out, people like their memory went because they stopped, like memory is geospatial.
Yeah.
So
My wife still does, she can't like travel within a 5-minute radius beyond that.
she just can't know where to go and she needs a tool to tell her. And I'm the same way. So
Same here.
Claude browser extension has made me that way about any web stuff, because what I do now is if I got to like go change a setting in my Amazon account, I open up Amazon, I open up the browser, the Claude browser sits right next to it. And I just say, change my setting, enter. And it grabs
Never thought about that.
And honestly, at this point, while it's doing that, I go do something else, but it grabs my browser and it navigates Amazon, changes the setting and saves it for me. So I go to a website now and I don't care what it is. I don't navigate the website. I just talk to my browser chat and I do it. I open up a spreadsheet, create me a spreadsheet that does this. So that's Claude browser extension. The higher level is Claude Code, right? And people hear code and they think software and technology and it's complicated.
Are you all in on Claude?
I'm all in on what works today. And if you would have asked me 6 months ago, I would have told you no. So I'm just telling you what works today. I have zero bias towards any technology. It's the one that I use. And as you've noticed, AI changes all the time. So when people ask me, sometimes like right now, I think ChatGPT is the MySpace of AI.
Yeah.
Okay. And OpenAI is crap.
Yeah.
Now they might come out with a new model that'll make me eat crow.
Yeah.
So be it.
3 years from now, you're looking back.
Who
and you've seen
knows?
that of it.
Maybe Gemini takes off. Maybe Grok. If you're asking me, my bet was always on Grok from day one.
Yeah.
I don't bet against Elon.
Yeah.
And I think he's showing that. So it's kind of one of those things where it's not the tool, it's what you do with the tool.
I guess that's where I get concerned because I have a dependency. So if I get really plugged into Claude and Cowork and Claude Code, then when something new comes out, I'm like, oh, I feel like I have to kind of start from scratch.
You don't. I'll tell you how to do it. Okay. This is where everybody messes up AI. Is the AI can literally extract the AI to teach the next AI. Okay. So every day, just to tell you how this works in my life. Every day I have an AI that Kai, my agent, buddy, homie, he opens up all the tabs and he synchronizes all my AIs. He runs a script that says, hey, I'm exporting all my memory and best practices and systems. Give me the prompt, and he pastes it in the next one. He hits enter. He does it there, and he copies it. Now that's a very technical, advanced thing. Most people listen to this are like, what is he talking about? All I'm doing is like pretending like I'm migrating off ChatGPT and going to Claude and then going to Grok and then going to Gemini every day, every night to synchronize their memories. Okay. So hear what I just said. I use my AI to extract everything from one to move the other.
Yeah.
So you don't need to relearn it because you can just tell it to go grab it and migrate it. So if you built a bunch of GPTs on ChatGPT, you want to create a bunch of gems on Gemini, you can tell Gemini to open up ChatGPT and pull them over and copy them over. So
that's a great transition because I want to transition to this third level, talking about making over 10 million with AI, leveraging your brand. And leveraging
future,
your
man.
brain.
Yeah.
So what you just illustrated is a way that you are essentially documenting yourself. Do you find that, because I want to think about enterprise here. I think the skill gap that you're describing, which is mostly self-belief and just determination, just like, hey, dumbass, just like figure it out. That solves a lot of the poor people problems. The make your first 100K, hey, fix my business, is trying to be somewhat profitable. But when we're talking about enterprise level, and a lot of the people that be watching this that are looking for something at the higher tier, how do you leverage AI and stay creative?
So nobody buys AI, they buy trust. And I can prove it. If I said, hey man, here's this new AI tool that's super magical and it'll reply to all your emails for you. And you're like, well, who built it? And I says, oh, I can't tell you that. Are you going to use it?
No. In fact, I actually I'm not going to say which ones, but I think depending on which company you talk about, ChatGPT, Grok.
Oh, this is what you've seen it recently. OpenAI had a flood of customers that lost trust and left and Claude grew 275% in a month.
Yeah.
Okay. They did $6 billion in February in revenue.
Yeah.
Because of trust.
Yeah.
Why is Apple Apple? Because of trust. Why do other companies struggle? Because of trust. So nobody's out waking up saying, I need to buy AI. They want to solve a problem and they'll buy from the company that they trust. So when we talk about going from 1 million level 2, 100K to 1 million to level 3, which would be, 1 million to 10, the journey is brand. It's always been brand. It's because brand is how we create trust. And brand is association to other people that I trust, association to other technology that you build that I start to trust, association to stories that you tell that I trust, but it's association. The blue shirt is brand, it's association, it's Dan, right? The more value I create out in the world, like that's the whole point, is become somebody who's valuable, create value for other people before you ever ask for anything. So then when I come out with a book, and they're like, oh my gosh, he's done all this stuff and posted 2 videos on YouTube every week. And, it's crazy. I think team told me yesterday we did 220 million views last month on our content. Okay, dude, I grew up in a small town in Canada. Like that blows my mind.
Good job, Sam.
Yeah, a lot of views.
But it's trust. You know what I mean? It's if you show up consistently over a long period of time, you build trust. Why do companies decide to sell to Warren Buffett?
Yeah.
And not somebody else? Is because they trust Warren, because he has a history of doing what he says over a long period of time. So to go from 1 million to 10, you gotta do all the things that create trust, and you gotta create brand. And that's where I think a lot of businesses get stuck in this like scorched earth. They find a thing that works, and these people, you see them, they come online, and then where'd they go? Oh, new offer, boom. They went from drop shipping to crypto. No, my favorite one I saw recently was like fitness coaching. No, he was, I forget. It's just like all these things. It's like, bro, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Cause I get that there's things that might intrigue you, but like pick a lane and then become the top of the spear. Cause the person who's at tip of the spear from a brand trust point of view gets everybody else that's gained trust and brand in their category. That's what most people don't understand, the compound effect of brand. I believe if you have 1 million followers, you're sitting on $10 million of unactivated revenue potential every year because of your brand. If you're sitting on 10 million followers, you're sitting on 100 million of annualized equity potential value, unactivated though. That's the skill. The skill is, do you know?
All right, so I have 100 subscribers, 147 followers. So you're telling me I can make $1,000 in annual revenue? Okay, all right, makes sense.
How to activate it, but it requires the brand to create it. So if you're at 1 million in revenue, you want to get to 10, use the AI, ask it, what does a brand mean? Have it teach you, and then have it help you execute that strategy. A big one is relationships, right? Like think about it. We met 2.5 years ago, and then we hung out the last time I saw you in Miami. Performance over time. And I've been watching you, and I've watched how you operated. I've watched the decisions you made. I watched the business stuff you've done. We just talked about something big that you're working on. It's awesome. Like that's how brand is built, is through relationships, conversations that happen behind the scenes. Okay. The doors that nobody knows that were closed, that conversations were happening. And that's where the 1 goes to 10. People think it's a mechanical thing, a sales thing, a ad thing, a market thing, a vehicle thing, an AI thing. I think AI supports it, but at the end of the day, billion-dollar companies are built off of brand.
In the brand,
I just thought of something. I need to work on my QA, quality assurance, guys. Quality assurance. Gotta make stuff work. Both. All right. Let's see here. Revamp the UI. Worked on the landing page. Make this the compliance tests, reaching test coverage. Even though we reach test coverage doesn't mean quality assurance. So we need to do quality assurance for everything and making sure our Windows VM is running. Uh-oh. This thing's been running forever. All right. Just making sure we got work done. Quality assurance. Goal. Use mono skill. Oh, first effort. Oops. Ultra code. Mono. I should really, no, I don't really want to set the default to ultra code yet. Goal. Ultra think. Use mono skill. To do quality assurance using E2E test with Playwright for all of the Windows, Mac, and Linux desktop applications. Desktop. SigmaShake. Desktop versions. We need to really consider when we're going through forms or filling out things that we try the back button. Always creates some bugs, especially when authenticating in accounts.sigmashake.com. We want to really make sure the onboarding experience is solid. Maybe that should be posted in the UI revamp. Because we're doing a whole UI revamp on the SSG. But this is for the desktop, so it's probably different. Probably different. Right? Even if we did a UI revamp, would they collide? Would they collide? Huh. Yeah, they'd probably collide. I'll work on this later. I'll just do the revamp first. Revamp first. All right, going back to it.
Association. So, I mean, in some cases you can talk about consulting or info. Other cases you're talking about SaaS, and then in other categories we've talked about small business things that are very brick and mortar and tech.
Hey, I got it working, guys. I got it working. Hey, Mirror, how's it going? How are you doing? How's your day? Let me know.
Practical.
But man, do I look awesome, don't I? I got it working, guys. I got it working. I wonder what, now that I think about it, guys, what other hairstyle should I have? What other hairstyle should I have, guys? There has to be cool hairstyles. Let's see here. Let's Google them. What's the most memorable anime hairstyles of all time? Yugi. Oh, man. I gotta have the Yugi. I gotta have the Yugi hair color. The God Saiyan in blue color. Yeah, you're right. The God Saiyan. Right? We'll have the God Saiyan color. We'll have that. We'll have one. Oh, should I have the bald One Punch Man Saitama? But yeah, the blue one's good. We'll have different colors, actually. Let's just support different colors. We need to support different color hair. We'll put more tokens into it, guys. We'll put more tokens. More tokens. Straight in, straight up more tokens, guys. We spent like 30% just to get this hair, guys. We spent 30% weekly usage to get our weekly hair. Seriously. Now we could just revamp it a little bit more. One more. I need to update our... Hey, Evo. Oh. What's up, Evo? How you doing? How's the Swiss Switzerland area? Have you used ponytail? No, I don't want to use ponytail. It might reduce the qual. I heard it does like a 98% slightly less quality, but I guess that's good. That's good. It doesn't affect quality that much. And we'll make it into a lazy coder. Probably. Maybe I should do it, guys. I'll just take all the things from... How's the open source security stuff going? Haven't started. It's mainly I was worried about the data. But yeah, creating an open source security solution to monitor Linux, Mac, and Windows with SigmaShake. All right, let me do this first. The hair. Our Super Saiyan VFX dashboard to adjust hair color. And then we need the Yugi hair. Yugi hair. Uh-oh. Oh, I just replaced my whole head. We need one more. We just need the Yu-Gi-Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh. Where do I get the hair, guys? Where's the hair? Oh no, nobody made it, guys. Where could I download the 3D model of the hair? It's still stupidly hot. Did you do the strat? You did the strat, right? You did the strat? DeviantArt, Sketchfab, Yugimoto. You did? Alright, just making sure you're doing the strat. How's it working for you? Do you have a whole cycle? A whole cycle of ice packs? You gotta make sure you have the whole cycle of ice packs. Oh, what the heck. I just need the hair, guys. Oh, but the cape. The cape looks good. Wonder what we could do to the... Can I download this? I guess I could download this. Maybe we could delete the... We don't even need the color. Oh. Oh. Oh, it's not free. Dang it. Oh. Okay. Maybe? PC is idling at 80 Celsius. I mean, the graphics cards usually idle at the same temperature. Or at least mine is. Mine idles at that temperature. Yeah, it's all pretty hot. Idle. What's the most downloaded? Downloadable? Most viewed? Yugimoto? I'm not sure if he'll be smart enough to edit the model and remove all the stuff. I don't think I should do it, guys. I spent 30% on getting this hair set up. I'll consider the other hairstyle, but I think the color is all that matters. The color. I want the... I mainly want the God blue color. All right. Oh. And the SigmaShake orange brand color. Or as buttons. All right. Here, color. All right, yeah. All right, we need to spend the rest of our inference. Oh, actually, majority of our inference is gonna be on quality assurance, the UI revamp. We're adjusting the UI to be more Apple style, dumb-proof. Dumb-proof to make sure users are able to use the UI. That, you know, this might be super complicated. So we're doing a revamp of all the CSS and stuff. But yeah, let's make that, before I forget, yeah, let's... The one thing I was debating, please no Apple liquid ass. Probably not. It's probably not going to include liquid glass. It doesn't have the capabilities to do that. Liquid glass is way too too much for the model, most likely. All right, let's make the... Looks like OpenCode is finished, so I could finish the OpenCode. I just finished OpenCode. And then let's do SigmaShake. Same thing. Use monoskill. We are going to make a next-gen anti virus. Sorry, guys. To protect against users that use Claude Code and Codex that are vulnerable to having being infected by malware caused by malicious skills, plugins, configurations, downloads, visits to domains and IP addresses, and converts it all to a very, very high level, simple Apple design view of if they're compromised or not as a single view. This needs to cater to non-technical users. So it needs to be super simple. However, we don't want to store a SAS at all. Let's store any data on our SAS at all. We need to delegate as much to the local operating system as possible. Well, one, it's spelled Claude Code.
Dashboard gray, quota disappeared, all my credits flew away. Agent said retry, but the queue said nah. Now I'm staring at a loading bar like it's the face of God.
Royal God Blue, Vivid SSG Cayenne, God Blue, Deeper, Real, reads as God, more electric, bright electric, clearly distinct from its existing electric blue. Iconic Super Saiyan blue glow look. Alright. Alright. Signature. It needs to have the same capabilities as Cloud Strike. Sentinel-1. Optics. It should have limited resource utilization and controllable. It should not be installed anywhere in kernel space and must stay in user space. No eBPF. Requires no power from AI, but can be hooked up to Claude Code and Codex. And I have to really be careful. RFAI. It needs to be able to ingest feeds from MISP, RSS feeds by extracting IOCs. The major source we have is socket.dev. Also needs capabilities to direct upload to Iris Hotel without an API key. And needs the same capabilities of querying google.com to have simulated AI behavior. The thing is, we need to stray away from scanning the system. So we need some novel technique that doesn't involve doing like a full scan of all files or all hashes. It should purely be based on scanning what's in memory in terms of processes. Identifying if there's any abnormal processes.
Cloud Code loaded, Navi online, waiting room forever. SigmaShake one more time, tokenless today, unlimited tomorrow.
And the main functionality is just network connectivity and behavior between different sites. Overall, what security engineers and response are interested in is what malicious process did and what it was looking for. Hey Alphonse Sync, how are you? How's your day going? We're trying to create our let me see, let's put this into something here first. We're trying to make our open source antivirus and next gen AV. The traditional model does full disk scans, has kernel drivers, huge cloud backends for storing, and then security analyst users. Your users are developing using AI, or developers using AI coding agents, non-technical vibe coders, people who just want to know, am I compromised right now? Product vision. Apple-like personal security monitor for AI coding agents, not antivirus, not EDR, real-time compromise detector. I was about to ask, isn't it better to chat about an LM before getting prompt mode, but you did. Yeah. Yep. No kernel drivers, no eBPF, no root requirement. Works on Mac, Windows, and Linux. Local first. Almost nothing leaves the machine. Security or cloud only provide IOCs. Yeah. We created threats.sigmashake.com. Oh, actually, let me ask. Can you, at a high level, describe what SigmaShake threats does? I want to feed it to my LLM to help with ideas for creating a next-gen AV. Because I already created my threat intelligence platform, and it's just right now an API. And I need it to be sorry. It's pretty much the source of all things that are IOCs that we could pull from. It's a cloud threat intelligence aggregator. You monitoring all threads on PC? Threats, you know, security threats. Oh man, that's a lot. Give that text Gemini its bigger context window. Then open code. Alright, got it. I'm just gonna paste whatever. I'm just gonna paste this. I'm not even gonna ask. What? That's it? I think it's broken. I think it's broken. That's not what I wanted. Something happened. Also implement my existing solution. Fable today? Still dead, guys, still dead. Alright, we have the Apple Security UI, Suspicious Compromise, Local Risk Engine, Runtime Observer, Process Memory Observer, Network Monitor, Local event graphs, SigmaShake graphs API. SigmaShake threats becomes the cloud brain. Did you see a tweet I posted in Discord? Nope. Nope. Breaking. Claude Code introduces several string changes that hint at preparation for Fable 5 return. With it being permanently included in subscriptions with weekly usage. I think this was yesterday, right? Was this yesterday? Yeah, it was involving like you're gonna need weekly usage in order to use it. It'll be provisioned some small usage for acquiring Fable, but that's it. Otherwise, it'll take API usage. Fable 5 requires usage credits. Yep. Requires usage credits. You've reached your Fable 5 limit. It's gonna get expensive, guys. It's gonna get expensive. It's not gonna be fun. Weekly allotment, yeah. At least you query it once. Gonna be on subscription, yep. Small new capability, AI simulation engine. I would avoid calling this AI. Instead, tool call. What happens next? Probability, theft, high, no LM required. Final product architecture. Alright. Alright. Great. Great. SigmaShake. Strike. I'm gonna play some esoteric EBB. What's that? What's esoteric EBB? Alright. I shouldn't call it Sigma Strike because they'll probably do something, but I'll call it SigmaShake Strike. And then we'll do that. Oops. Oh man. EBB, like EBB and flow. EBB and flow. Natural fluctuations and emotions in life. Ebby? You're talking to Unk Sigma. Here. B sound, E sound, B sound. B. It's an old AF word. What is EB? Weakening. Something is weakening, shrinking, or losing. Low energy? Huh? I'm trying to, you're talking to Unk Sigma. Man, I should have a old man hair instead. I should have old man hair. Full send. Ebb. Oh.
Ebb.
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 Ebb. Ebb. What's ebb? What is ebb? What is ebb? 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 There you go, Grandpa. Ebb. Play some ebb. Alright, maybe I'm a little too grandpa. I'll need a grandpa wig. That's the next one, guys. I'll get a grandpa wig. That way, I could really play the part. I'll play the part. Hey guys, the one thing I haven't tried, guys, in a while in my stream at all, is just a game, Disco Asylum by Heavy DS. See, you just had to say that, Disco Asylum. Make it better than Disco, okay. Where's the E matrix? Asylum. Oh, okay. C matrix, that's what it's called. Try the C matrix today. C matrix today instead of the Astro today. Mess with the bitrate. Does it mess with the bitrate, guys? No, there's so much stuff on the screen, I'm not even sure. But we have 0 drop frames. 0 drop frames. Getting yelled at? Huh? What's going on? Must be because of the UI revamp. Must be the UI revamp. But is the daemon running? Oh, it's already running. Alright, it's already running anyway. Yeah, daemon's running. Yep, so I don't have to worry about it. Okay, should we go back to it? Alright guys, I'm at $77. You've earned $30 more this week. Nice, man. Nice, everybody. We're earning some money. We're earning some money, guys. Where are we at, guys? We're at $166 in revenue. Yesterday, we got $63. Or last week, we got... Are you getting GTA? No, I'm not getting GTA. You guys can enjoy GTA without me, guys. You guys can enjoy GTA without me. Alright. We are growing, guys. We've been getting a few gifted subs here and there. And slowly growing, guys. Slowly growing. We have a big market. We have a big market. And so we're trying to grow. We're trying to grow. And keep our system secure at the same time. We got... Alright, where did that thing go? SigmaShake? Oh. Okay. Grow RL root. Alright, where was the prompt? The prompt that we made. Alright. This one? Alright, we're trying to make this thing. Goal. Ultra think. Use mono skill to create Sigma Shake Strike. Where is the money coming from? People buying your software? The money coming from? Money, what do you mean? Where do you mean money coming from? People are subscribing. That was a Twitch dashboard. That was a Twitch dashboard. Not, this is Twitch. This is Twitch. Oh, you don't see it. My bad. It's Twitch. This is not mine. I would consider a Twitch subscriber technically a SigmaShake subscriber because you automatically get SigmaShake Pro with your Twitch subscription. So if you were gifted a Twitch subscription, you already have SigmaShake Pro. All right. Oh. All right. We got this. You know, I'm curious if we, I'm on mobile, so it's hard to see. Oh, what's that? Ah, I see. Got it. No worries. You know, what do you guys think of me making a SigmaShake mobile for iOS? I don't have Google stuff yet. Need subject to SigmaShake approval to make Google apps. Yeah, we're getting there. You launched, it was a separate window or opacity? It's a separate window. It's just a separate window. I should probably have a darker background though. The background is not dark enough. Just Google Dev is $25. Oh, it's $25? Oh, okay. Possibly. Get approval. All expenses must be approved by... Isn't Apple 11? Google is one time $25? Really? Forever? Alright. I'll try that. Why can't I change the background? I want to change the background darker. I guess not. I can't change the dark. There has to be some color that's doing this. Is it foreground? Alright, I guess so. One time. Wait. For general tools, range from free to 2. One time free? Really? Okay. Alright. I can make the SigmaShake mobile app. Think that'll be good. One time. Alright. Definitely consider that. But we need to figure out what we want the app to be. What we want the app to be. So we want a standalone product, guys. Threats plus brain, its own funnel, its own value gate, matches, spec positioning. Nah, I'd rather just make it a plugin. Not a separate product. Tighter integration, no new funnel, but yeah. I'd rather bake everything into SigmaShake. I don't want it to make it a separate product. I don't want to go through the headache of getting approval from the App Store again. Because that's just too much, guys. Too much. I spent 2 months just getting full approval and everything. We finished the revamp already? Deploy now. Or source landed already? Okay. Alright, let's do some quality assurance. You will need to use SigmaShake mesh. Oops. You will need to use SigmaShake mesh. To control Windows, Mac, and Linux all at the same time. To orchestrate work. Each machine might be missing Playwright, so you might need to install it. We mainly want to find UI bugs when users are clicking into the application. Right, we have another account, guys, but it's Thursday. It's Thursday. This account that I'm on resets Monday. So, even though I'm going through a ton of tokens for this account, I mean, let's check what this account's doing. Navi positioning is done, so I don't have to worry about this Navi positioning, right? It's already set up. See here, border. Border is not properly set up though. Okay, Navi. Navi set up already, okay. So Navi positioning is set up already, and oh, it doesn't have the faces. Refresh cache. I wanted it to have different faces. Oh. No restart of Navi service needed. I wanted Navi's face to play emotes on the face. Like toggle emotes, but it hasn't done it yet. I don't see Navi's face change. Are you sure the goal is done? Should be armed to work. Voice, SigmaShake voice distribution is done. All right, that's good. All right. Sounds good. I guess you could try, guys, to download SigmaShake voice. Maybe. I'm not too invested. I'm only invested when somebody asks about it. Terminal. How's this thing still working? For an hour? This thing's working for an hour? This one is the UI revamp. All right, requires redeployment. Hair color. Hair color is available. All right, guys, let's look at the hair color. Hair color. All right, guys. Orange. No. Blue. No. No. Doesn't show up. Aura tint isn't working. Do we need a refresh? Eye glow, hair color. Oh. I tried clicking on the hair color, it's not doing it. Clicking on the hair color buttons don't do anything. All right. Let's go watch some content, guys. We have a lot of work. All right, let's continue. Finish up this video on how to use AI better than 95% of the world.
I think there's this distaste, and I would say there's like a scarcity that I feel where it's like, I don't think someone wants to buy something from me that they know is AI. How do I integrate it into my stuff that just makes it better versus just giving people just a bunch of dog shit?
Yeah. So, I mean, AI slop is real. Not that long ago, I had to kind of have like an intervention with my team because everybody started it was AI slop into each other. It was actually funny to watch. I was part of it. Where Slack became like bots talking to bots. Because again, we have some of the most advanced technology and I empower my leaders with it. And we had to it's this new world, man. It's kind of crazy where when you can use it, should you use it? And should you take a little bit more effort to really make it look not so AI driven, right? So I think at the end of the day, even if you have AI supporting you, if you feel that way, just put yourself in the middle. It's called human in the loop. That's actually how most AI software is built. It comes up with an answer, human in the loop. It decides if it's good enough. If it is, it goes forward. If it isn't, it's feedback, and it comes up with a different iteration till it's good enough. It goes forward. So even if all you did was just use the AI, sat in the middle, took all the work products, review it, gave it feedback, tweaked it, sent it to the person, but then use that to make it better, that's better than not doing it.
It's so interesting you say that because I mean, when I first paid you to consult me, my favorite thing about you, and my favorite thing from your book was the 10-80-10 rule. And it sounds like what you're saying is now it's no longer the employee. That's not the 80%.
The 80 is the AI.
Yeah.
That's the AI agent. Yeah. In my world, it's the AI agent.
And that's how you can prevent slop, is that you are just now a quality control reviewer to say, this is genuine to me.
The 10-80-10 rule, essentially, just so for those listening, it's the 10% ideation. That's what we really like. We like to problem solve, right? Me and you are working on something. Let's talk about what's possible, and then let's get clarity on direction. Once we know that, it'd be really cool if other people took it and executed it.
Mhm.
Now, it'd be great if they could take it right to the finish line. It would be what we want. But most time, we actually want to be involved in the creative process. So then the 80% is somebody else executing it. And today it is AI. And truthfully, for a lot of people, the AI, the genius level IQ cousin Marcus, can do better than you.
Mhm.
But the cool part is you can come back at the end with something that was better than you, a $25,000 website that I don't know how to design or hand code that is created for me in 12 minutes, to then give it the final touches. You know, the footer, the polish, maybe some tweaks, the typography, whatever it is. And then I hit publish. And that is a beautiful place to get to that's available to everybody today.
Something that I hope people walk away with is that process, if you have yourself doing that, and then if you have your team doing that, the amount of unlock. You said that you pessimistically think that you generated capacity for 5 times more results.
I'd say 3 pessimistically, 5, and then definitely some. I mean, here's what I didn't expect that happened. Everybody in the teams built solutions that made their job obsolete. I did not expect that. I thought the human condition of self-preservation would kick in and they would try to build something different.
Yeah.
Every one of them built solutions that literally do their jobs.
And optimistically, as a business owner, you said that's awesome, because you were saying you're not like, I'm not going to fire you now. It's like, oh, sweet.
More
what can
capacity.
I have you, yeah. What can I have you do?
Bro, you see my team here?
Yeah.
I just want to do cool stuff.
Yeah.
If you can have an AI back at the office do that while we're here hanging out and traveling around the world.
Yeah.
And because, again, hard for computers, easy for humans. Hard for computers, easy for humans is I don't want to hang out with a computer.
Yeah.
I want to hang out with a person and talk about life. And on the way over here, we're singing songs and having fun, and I would rather do that. And the cool part is the revenue goes up with the capacity that they created. The innovation, the future proofing goes up. Again, my problem is the leaders that are pretending like it's not happening and think they got to replace their team, and they never even tried to upscale their team because they aren't keeping up to date.
Yeah. Well, Dan, I really appreciate you. I think this has unlocked some stuff for me. I hope it's unlocked for people.
Yeah, I guess it makes sense. Makes sense.
I hope.
But I like being on the computer. I do like hanging out with Mrs. Sigma. But we're busy. We're busy. And I don't think an AI could do what I'm doing right now. I guess we could try. We make a Sigma content creator that's just, reacting to the video that we're watching. Possibly.
This is the first podcast they've heard from you on that, and if it's not, then I hope it incites some action in them. So I've followed you. I respect you. There's so few people that I point to and say, like, man, that guy really is it. Everything that he says he is, he's that guy. You're one of those people. So
I appreciate that, Grant. Can I share something real quick with people? Because I feel like I might have overwhelmed people, and I don't mean to. My background's software, and I really want to inspire people to do it.
Yeah.
So if it's okay,
please.
I have when I homeschooled my kids, I created a curriculum that I built for my team. That is what I use to get my kids ready. Because people are like, well, what's the future for your kids? It's like, well, it's the same thing I did for my teams. I designed the AI implementation per department within a company. And then I looked at the principles and I said, hey, boys, we're going to learn this. I have 2 boys. And that's what we did is we world school, right? So if anybody wants that, they can just message me, AI Grant, on Instagram. They got to follow me and then send me a direct message. And I'll send them that internal document. But I want them to look at that, even if they're just starting off or they work for somebody, not about how do I automate marketing? Because it's in there, but more about look at how I designed it. Because what you'll see is the principles that I think make it human and not AI slop, that if you understood how I created that and you use that in your work, it would actually make you the person who can't be replaced. And I just feel like sometimes I'd say too many tools and things and then people get overwhelmed. So I just want to give somebody actionable stuff. So Instagram, Dan Martel, find me, send me a message.
In the description. I'm sure I'll put it in there.
Cool.
So thank you so much, Dan.
Appreciate it, Grant.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Thank you.
All right, all right. There's a few videos, guys, that popped up on my feed. Quite a lot of videos. Not these ones. Not these ones. I'm glad we're getting content now. There's like a lot of content showing up. Showing up, guys. It's because we gave the algorithm all of our history, guys. We had to give all our history to the AI so that it could give us some good stuff. Do you ever meet people and coworkers or anything like that, and they say, "Oh, I don't want to look at that video because it's gonna mess with my algorithm." It's like the most weirdest thing, guys. Weirdest thing. Oh man, I really gotta start using SigmaShake terminal instead of my existing terminal. Man, I still haven't migrated over yet. I really gotta migrate over so I could be fully engrossed in my own terminal. Let's see here. Let's see here. All right, we got Y Combinator. We got wait, where'd it go? Here it is. There was more, guys. There was more. Where'd they all go? Go. Where'd they all go? Where'd all my watch later videos go? Dang it. When you add things to watch next, it doesn't get add to watch later. Dang it. All right, we gotta make sure we have these videos lined up. I'm not sure about the Zynga founder, guys, but what investors get wrong about consumer. Okay, this one just came out.
Even though consumer is arguably not investable right now, the opportunity's never been greater to offer people a new, internet treasure, reinvent some service that we thought was over or just generic, but it's enabled now because of AI and agents. I think that is highly likely, and that makes me want to keep building consumer product.
Today I'm sitting down with Mark Pincus, founder of Zynga, a relentless idea machine and one of the sharpest product minds in tech. Mark has a new book out, Life at the Speed of Play, Launch Products People Love. And we're going to dig into the playbook behind it, AI optimism, the failure machine, proven better new, founder mode, and a lot more. Mark, it's great to have you.
Thanks. I love being here in San Francisco, the Motor City of the internet.
I love the title. I mean, here at YC, we give people a t-shirt that says, make something people want. And so make something people love is like another level, really.
Yeah. And make something you love to start with.
That's right. Yeah, I mean, maybe we start there. I mean, why'd you write the book? What's the core motivation? I mean, you've made so many products that people love in the past. What does this book mean to you?
In building 5 companies, but especially mainly Zynga, I over time built this playbook, literally a playbook of my approach to product management, my approach to being a founder, to building companies, and this holistic realization that you can't just focus on any one piece of this. If you want to build great products, you can't avoid management. You can't avoid having a board or investors. And so you just got to dive into the whole enchilada, and you should think kind of full stack from first principles of customers and products and coding all the way to like long-term sustainable strategy. Some of the things we were just talking about that you said Eric Ries was talking about, of how do I structurally set up a company in a way that I can play the long game and align everyone's interests. So I finally sat down. It took 4 years. I think everyone should write a book one time, but I really just wanted to get this in one place, or to be helpful service to really everyone, from a stay-at-home mom who has an idea and wants to get...
All right, he's a little too slow. He's a little too slow, guys. Let's speed him up. Speed him up. Ooh. Oh, actually, Codex video just came out. Let's see what it is. I just got a notification. OpenAI. Videos. Huh? What? Where'd it go? If your plants could talk. 6 hours ago. It's supposed to show up. If plants could talk, OpenAI. Live? Oh man. Oh, here it is. What if plants could talk?
Hi, whoever you are. Would you mind opening the blinds? Whew, I'm practically wilting here.
Oh man. I'd be so scared if my plants could talk, guys. I'd be so scared. I don't have any, but I'd be pretty freaked out. Not gonna lie.
Good morning, George. Looks like you've got some spots. I wish you could tell me what you need.
I'm parched. Just a hint of humidity, please. I am dewy and powerful.
Oh my gosh. I don't know, guys. I don't think plants should be able to talk, guys.
Maybe a little shade would be nice. Give me some rays, and I'll be the happiest green cat crispy.
What if you're in your bed and it just becomes, you just hear somebody talking, hey, it's too dark over here. Give me some water.
Can we dial it down just a bit? I'm thirsty. Sunshine. I'm absolutely beaming.
Oh man. I don't know, guys. That's out of all the things I thought we were going to see something cool. We're seeing something very scary. Like scary as in like weird. Soon it's going to be your dogs talking, guys. Why stop at plants? Just connect to your AI to your dog and put a neural link in them. Weird, weird, weird. All right. Woke us up, guys. Woke us up. Anything else? Let's see. Welcome, welcome. Investors, why distribution problem? Killing your ego with to kill bad ideas. When the fish are running, founder mode is for everyone. Tokenmaxxing. All right. When the fish are running.
Thing. When you've got that heat, that true signal, it's right. You don't have to tell anyone to work harder or faster. Like you
Everyone
just
sees it.
I call it the fish are running. Like when the fish are running, you're up all night throwing nets.
Yeah,
And it's great. And it's a high. You kind of, I think, have to go slow to go fast. Like get to real conviction, and then everyone is going to move fast against it.
How many times in your life have you felt like the fish are running?
Only a couple times. I mean, with
All right, founder mode.
Basically what you're mentioning there, it sounds a lot like Brian Chesky's founder mode in a way. I can always hear him saying like, Gary, leadership is presence, not absence, right? And that's like the first part of what you're saying.
I love that movie. I think it's called like Master and Commander. Do you know what I'm talking about? And he like goes down and grabs an oar and he's rowing and he's like, come on, man, freedom. We got to make it to freedom.
Yeah.
But
Come on, man.
I definitely think
Come on, man. My Sigma Shakers. Start vibe coding now. Start vibe coding. Let's go.
that is a part of founder mode, and that's whether it's Elon sleeping on the factory floor, but your team seeing you get into the details and know the details and pay
No, wait.
attention
Where'd my hair
to the
go?
details.
Where'd my hair go, guys? I'm bald. I'm bald. I didn't do my hair today, guys. I didn't do my hair today. All right, where's my hair? Boom. Where's my hair color? Where's my hair color? I don't see it, guys. Where's my hair? Says it's ready, right? Nope. Nope. Did it finish it? What was wrong? Not a code bug. Served. Refresh. Trigger. Refresh. No new commit needed. Let's refresh. Nope. I don't see it, guys. I don't see it. I don't see my new hair. My new hairstyle. Or my aura. Huh? Eh? Huh? Where is it? Where is it, guys? Huh. It's not there. It's still not toggling to the next color. It's still saying the same color. Hair. Just gonna keep prompting it then. Just gonna continue prompting it.
Tells as much as them. I don't trust the CEO of a consumer company that doesn't love their product and doesn't know their product better than anybody else. I know there are some really successful, but I don't understand how they can be. I loved Founder Mode. When I first heard Brian talk about it, it spoke to me. I'm like, because to me, Founder Mode is so much of it is about giving ourselves permission to be ourselves. And I love the way that he talked about it, and I love the debate that came out after Founder Mode, where on Twitter or X, where a lot of VCs were saying, Founder Mode is only good for the very small percentage of founders that deserve it. You know, like Jeff Bezos, right? And I'm like, Founder Mode is for every founder. I like to say to founders, you went and became a founder to bet on yourself, and now you shouldn't abdicate that to somebody else, to your board or your investors. And it's just funny that Founder Mode is for when no one else believes in you, right? When no one wants to let you, what you're doing is so unpopular, but you're the only one who believes in it.
Yeah.
You know, and I like to say that we all start as expert witnesses early in our careers, that we're closest to the answer and furthest from the decision. And Founder Mode was made for you, because but don't be an expert witness in your own company. And we do that to ourselves.
Oh, that's so interesting that that's
Right?
what happens.
We make so many compromises as we're building our company to hire that CTO or get that major investor, or that we contort ourselves and we end up not building a house we want to live in. And then one day we're like, well, I guess it's not really the company for me, or I'm not for it. And we're like, no, you're the star
owner.
player.
Yeah, you're the owner.
And they're the star player. I have a feeling the company's worth more with you there. So what did we do? Or what did you do? You just create an environment you're not even welcome at, or you don't belong in. Where I've started to interpret Founder Mode is, it's not just at the governance or the board level. There's a question of, how do we as founders live in Founder Mode in a weekly basis? And I think you have these instincts that got us here. It got Airbnb to where they are. And so much of it is Brian having the confidence, but also creating the context with everyone around him, that if he comes in
Man, too slow, too slow. Going back to Tokenmaxxing.
of 1,000 people, but you're not getting the output of 1,000 people, then something's not adding up yet.
I mean, I would say, like, I feel like I'm getting that, and, like, you know, my open source projects seem to be quite usable and useful, and the better version is actually OpenClaw. It's like that. The entire reason why I think Peter Steinberger was able to make that was, you know, he was already wealthy and he was messing around, and I heard he got sick of Ibiza and he just said, like, you know what, it's way more, you know, he just loves coding, and you know, why not just spend $1 million a year on tokens just to, like, make, you know, the world's best open source platform that, like, gives this gift to everyone. And that's how the OpenClaw phenomenon happened. But, you know, embedded in that is actually an interesting lesson, which is, like, you know, how many of those 90% are spending $1 million a year on tokens, but, like, it's in 1 or 2 people, and how much of it is, like, divided out by, like, 1,000 people, and everyone basically is using, like, GPT 3.5 on Copilot. And it's like, yeah, basically, like, they're using, you know, sort of models from a year ago.
Right.
They're, really worried about cost, and they're just not using it correctly. I mean, I got in a lot of trouble on the internet for talking about lines of code. I realized they were actually right because I wrote 500,000 lines of Rails code when I first started coding again.
Mm-hmm.
And that was the wrong thing to do because I was writing a lot of code that then would call the LLMs.
Oh.
And that's the old way to do it. And the new way to do it is actually have the LLMs just write the code you need right now. And then you write 10 or 20 times less code, but it's way more customizable. It does, more and is more awesome. Between Tokenmaxxing and even don't write code that calls LLMs, write Markdown that teaches LLMs to write code. Like there are just a few big shifts in how to think about building software that nobody knows yet.
But I also like the concept that the R&D now is about going and squandering tokens.
I know, right? I don't think it always is a squander of tokens.
But maybe that's what we should be doing right now.
Yeah. I mean, basically because the frontier models are that good, I think that in 2 years, that'll be 100,000 and, down to 10,000 and 1,000. I mean, basically these orders of magnitude are about to happen.
I heard you say that, but I also wonder if you're just going to squander that much more. You might still be spending $1 million. It's just that now you're getting the work of, 1 million people instead of 1,000 people.
I guess we're going to find out what the limit of just pure software is. I mean, a pessimistic view would say we're already there. You don't need 1 million people coding anything, actually. I mean, there are only 20 million coders in the whole world, apparently. So,
well, now there's probably a lot more.
Yeah.
I mean, depending on how you define a coder.
Yeah, that's right.
The one thing I'd say back on the question of are the big consumer services, is that ground taken?
Welcome.
Is that over?
I'd be curious. What do you think?
Well,
I mean,
I look at my phone.
That's your home screen, yeah.
That's my home screen. And it's half empty. And the half that is full is of generic apps for the most part. It's clock, notes, photos, camera, weather. But I think that what I call these internet treasures, these services we can't remember life before or imagine life without, like a Google or a GPT now, I think that there's so few that have been invented that's in our digital life stack. And so I think that even though consumer is arguably not investable right now, I do think that oddly, the opportunity has never been greater to offer people a new, internet treasure and reinvent some service that we thought was over or just generic, whether it's the camera or like an Uber and Airbnb, a service that we didn't yet really imagine, but it's enabled now because of AI and agents. I think that is highly likely, and that makes me want to keep building consumer products.
Yeah. I mean, I would argue, if the Opus 4.5 moment was just in December, you have to pay, tens to hundreds of thousands of dollars to get real work done with those things. It means that the ideal consumer moment is still 3 orders of magnitude.
Guys, when Fable comes out again, it might not be a $400 or $200 plan, guys. It's going to be a $400 plan. $400 plan, guys, because everybody's going to complain, hey, I don't have enough usage with Fable, blah, 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 blah. They're like, okay, fine, pay double then. Pay double. And then everybody will riot, and then they'll still pay. They'll still pay, guys. Because the only ones that are going to be able to access AI are the ones that are able to afford it.
Away. But that means that the consumer revolution is actually in 2029.
That sounds right. I mean, that makes sense to me. I guess you think about the beginning of the internet, and there was huge investment in telecom and infrastructure, which is kind of an analog to today, but it was mostly dark fiber, so we know that was different. And then there was huge investor interest in the consumer internet, and then that crashed. I mean, you saw eBay take off early, but it wasn't until late in 2002 that I started to see Amazon's numbers start to really consistently climb, quarter on quarter of that they were kind of doing their thing, but it was starting in the fall of 2002, they announced a big quarter, and it was kind of shocking because the internet was supposed to be over. And that's when I was like, oh, this is finally happening. So to your point, that was, a good 6 years in before we got to it.
How do you think about timing for all this stuff? I mean, that's a great example, right? These things seem to take a long time, and then you have to be wrong for like almost a decade.
Yeah.
And then suddenly everyone's like, oh, you were so right.
And
it's
then
like,
you're
yeah,
late.
finally. Yeah.
Right. And then everyone feels late.
Yeah.
And they are.
And they are late because you had to have started something right now that
Right.
like took over in 3 or 4 years from now. Do you have any advice for people who they're like, well, I don't even know what I'm going to eat for lunch tomorrow? Like, how did you find your staying power?
I've always had a love for building consumer products. And I've found over time that I seem to
Are we done with the Tokenmaxxing? Oh, not done with Tokenmaxxing.
be like 18 months ahead of the early mass market majority. And I think about it that way in terms of myself as a user. And it is interesting that half my phone is empty. Other than GPT and Claude, there isn't consumer apps that are grabbing my attention right now. Definitely not games. And so it is hard to have the staying power, but it depends on how you think about it. It's hard to just keep building things when there's nothing that you're falling in love with.
Yeah.
We need to go out and fall in love with things to get our inspiration. And so these zones we get in, I call the abyss. And the abyss is this
Sigma
place
abyss?
that in between passionately pursuing products that we find ourselves in, where we're not sure if we'll ever find a thing we're passionate about again.
Yeah.
And we don't know if we'll ever come out. And then it's like, well, what do you do in the abyss? But I think that during this time in the abyss is when you actually can expand your taste zones and potentially find things that, are part of your way out. You just don't know it at the time.
Well, we're in this weird moment where, the more I think about it, I feel like it is like a cost problem. Like the really magical things you have to pay a lot of money
We got to
for.
get to that Jevons paradox point,
Yeah.
right?
It's
Where you
true,
can't
guys.
squander it.
Guys, if I get accepted to the Claude startup thingy majiggy, man, I'm gonna create so much stuff, guys.
And
Yeah.
it's definitely a problem in games.
Yeah.
Especially with a freemium product in most consumer and games.
Every cent counts. And so
Yeah.
how do you make it work? Like you can't
Yeah,
actually.
you can't do
yeah.
that kind of compute and processing.
Yeah.
That's why, where Elon says games are just going to be, created pixel by pixel by the AI while you're looking around. I'm like,
That's going to be very expensive.
yeah, that's
Insanely
really expensive. I mean, yeah.
until we build enough GPUs. My friend Suhail Doshi was just mentioning, one thing that we could probably count on is like a 10,000x increase in inference,
Wow.
like from a Jeff Dean. Yeah, so there's a breakdown
so maybe-
of like
so
how all this stuff is going to go
You
down.
can't bet against Elon. So
Yeah.
Elon is
Man, guys,
probably
I've heard the can't bet against Elon like 3 times today from 3 different videos. It's weird, man. Weird.
right. It's at a different point in time that maybe is coming, faster than we realize. That he sees a point that you have that many GPUs, and the cost of any one cycle or token is so cheap that we can squander it, everywhere in games.
This moment is coming. Like for
Yes.
people who are watching and they're, watching to the end and they're like, well, what is the story about consumer? Like that might be the story.
That
It's
might
like,
be, and that
don't
might be
lose
the
hope.
time machine
Yo.
moment is
Yeah.
to come back to today and
Hey, Karax, how are you doing? Hope you don't mind the transformation. I got some Miracle Grow for my hair, and Navi transformed. Trying to make Navi a little bit even better, actually. Trying to make Navi even better. Lame. Okay. All right. How come Navi's face hasn't changed? That's the only thing I haven't seen yet, to be honest. Only thing I haven't seen is Navi's face changing. Huh. No. It still hasn't changed. Are you adjusting the proper Navi that's rendering in OBS right now? Because I don't see Navi's face changing in OBS at all. All right. I get it. Don't worry, Karax. I'm thinking of getting the big giant beard next. the old man haircut, gray beard, like an old man, like an uncle, unk.
Say, remember when we didn't understand that this was intelligence? I think you said on tap like water, right?
Yeah. We're not there yet.
But if you can get your head in that space, it's probably the right way to think about.
You got bug, big beard, and long hair. Okay, I'm gonna have the big beard and long hair too.
Consumer, that if you think, how will all of these services be when that compute is basically free? How would I use it if I could just use unlimited amounts for everything all the time? You know, we'd have our app that would be listening and
Yeah, because you can have that app now. It'll just cost $1,000 a month. And
Right.
so you could afford it, and I could afford it, and a bunch of our friends could afford it. But like,
Oh,
that's not consumer.
Maybe I should adjust my price to $1,000 a month, guys.
That's
Right.
basically enterprise.
right.
And so it's just a matter of time, actually. Earlier, I was making a joke about like neither of us are time travelers, but actually we are time travelers right now. Most of the people who can't spend that much money can't get it yet. And
Right.
True.
that pains me, honestly.
Or you could be inspired to say everyone eventually will have this,
Yeah.
like soon.
So we have to figure out the primitives right now. You
Yeah.
know, you could start building now and
Yeah.
working backward. I mean, that's an incredible head start. You know, that's like one of the classic ways to come up with startup ideas is like you take any like log graph
Yeah.
of like a cost curve or like some capability curve. Like you could have guessed the moment that the iPhone could have been possible because memory came down and display cost came down and
Yeah.
compute came down.
Yeah.
Just to a point where like someone could afford an iPhone.
Yeah.
And so you can do this right now with the cost of intelligence.
I love the business plan of free. If you want to say like, what do you always know is better? Free,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Mhm.
And it's one of the rules of the internet, like anything that can be free will be free.
Yeah.
And my first company, Freeloader, we had a free interactive screensaver that competed with Berkeley Systems' $35 flying toasters,
Yeah.
right? It's a good
You're gonna
better,
win. Yeah.
right? It's not even new, it's just better.
$35 flying toaster. What? Berkeley screensaver toaster. What? People pay for that? The $35 Berkeley Systems screensaver toaster refers to the iconic flying toasters module from the After Dark software suite. Commercially for $30 to $40. What? Oh my gosh.
Back in the 19
After Dark.
Thus was born the flying toaster. Is the same. Frames of animation around his kitchen that night, he happened to spot in Nick Rush. Artistry, personality, and creativity was brought in for this release, and no more was that obvious than in the new box art. Aside from the comet and starry skylines, the original After Dark didn't really have much of an identity, while the new version definitely did. After Dark 2 included 30 screensaver modules, most of them updated from the first release. Several modules received major updates. Clock now had multiple faces.
Man, I must be too young. I never encountered this software before. Maybe Karax.
Drano was renamed to Down to Drain. Messages could now float or scroll across the screen, and Picture Frame was made compatible with black and white Macs. Sound was added to most of the screensavers, which could be toggled on or off. Each module also now had a description, giving users insight on what a selected module does. There were also some brand new screensavers, including Pix Player, Rainstorm, Rose, Satori, Slideshow,
You had Amiga.
Spotlight,
Oh.
Supernova, and
I don't even know that either. I don't know that one either. I'm too young, I guess.
Vertigo. But these additions aren't as notable as the final two now popular screensavers. The first was
I know, kid.
Fish, which was derived from a similar product developed by Tom and Ed's Bogus Software, a company founded by Tom Saxton and Ed Fries, the latter of whom would go on to lead the team behind the original Xbox.
Oh, damn, the original Xbox. Holy moly, guys. Remember those ports? Those ports, guys? I remember those ports. And you'd always rely on the Xbox turning on. That thing was a durable box. Never had a console? Oh, but I got one. I got one. It was nice. It was nice.
The Fish module
The controllers are super beefy, though. My hands are too small to play it, pretty much. But I still played it.
was essentially a virtual aquarium, with a variety of fish that could be customized or added through the control panel. But none were ever as popular or as famous as the flying toasters. The story goes that Jack Eastman, during a late-night programming session, was looking around for new screensaver ideas that involved flying objects. While he was pacing around his kitchen that night, he happened to spot something that caught his eye. A toaster. And in a sleep-deprived state, imagined it with wings.
Oh, snap.
At least,
damn, he was going through psychosis back then.
that's what Jack Eastman said. Nick Rush, however, tells a slightly different version of the story in an interview with German gaming magazine PC Player. And yes, I did have to translate the whole thing. One of Jack's goals for After Dark 2 was to incorporate sprites with at least 4 frames of animation, and scribbled down the first thing that caught his eye, which in this case was a toaster. But when he drew it up, he realized that he hadn't chosen the ideal object for flight. So he drew wings on it, and added bread as a secondary object. Regardless of which story you believe, the outcome is the same. Jack pitched his idea the very next day to the higher-ups, who had a good laugh. He was then given the task to do some tweaking. He once again passed the programming along to Patrick Beard, while Jack brought in fellow Japanese artist Tomoya Ikeda to redesign the sprites.
Damn.
And thus was born the Flying Toaster.
He brought in the Japanese to come in. Damn.
Toasters, which depicted Art Deco-style chrome toasters sporting bird-like wings flying.
Man, that looks cool, guys. Maybe we should copy that too, guys. Just for the sake of the stream, for pure ADHD, we make people, instead of, once you're awake, you're flying, guys. You're flying. You have flapping wings, 4 frames. 4 frames of flapping wings. People be interested in that, I guess.
Flying across the screen, while occasionally making an appearance in the fish tank. Don't know how that works without it spontaneously electrocuting itself. It's best not to think about it. Accompanying the toasters were flying pieces of toast, whose brownness, much like turning a dial on an actual toaster, could be adjusted in one of the module sliders. Another new module added to After Dark 2 was the multi-module, which allowed the—
Guys, you know what I want to create? I want to create 3D, not 3D, animated backgrounds. Animated backgrounds. Sell that for SigmaShake for $1, and it works on your phone. I want one of those.
User to combine multiple screensavers into one and customize them however they want. The multi-module included 4 templates to choose from, with the ability
Oh snap, you can combine them too. What the heck?
to create new ones. Sadly, however, some screensavers from the first release, Life, Shredded Crystals, and Tactiles, didn't make the cut. Aside from the new and improved modules, After Dark 2 also brought in some new and much-needed features. The password field was removed.
Fix micro first. Yeah, fix Microsoft first, yeah. I gotta fix it.
From the registration screen and moved to the setup panel, where the user could toggle password protect.
We're reaching 90% on everything, by the way. Huh? No microphone. What? Testing? Hello? Microphone? Is it working? Huh? You sure? I'm confused. No. We had some, it works, but something just moved. Not anymore. It works, but something like moved on carped. Is it cracking? Let me check. Let me check. Let me look at it. Going live. It's cracking? Yes, cracking. Alright. That means I have to plug it in and plug it out. Or add it in, add it back. Testing. Hello. Let me check. Still working. Let me look at it. Go at the word. Okay. Crack it. All right. All right.
On or off at any time. They could also now change the password without having to reinstall the software. Sleep corners could now be turned off, and there's also an option to disable the icon that appears during startup. Support for the notification manager was also added, along with a System IQ function, which, when enabled, allows After Dark to monitor system activity, slowing down or disabling the software to match the system load. After Dark 2 was not only considered a huge improvement over the first, but it also became Berkeley's biggest claim to fame. Thanks to its eye-catching visuals and new features, it not only swamped the original After Dark in sales.
Damn. I can't imagine this software making it to the news. This was a thing, guys? This was the news back then? People on TV talking about software? Wow.
Becoming one of the best-selling software products at the time, but it also left its other software in the dust. After Dark 2 also established a new category of utilitainment software, a simple utility that didn't just prevent screen burn-in, but also brain burnout.
Every now and then, a piece of computer software comes along that is so thoroughly over-engineered, so utterly mission uncritical, and so manifestly productivity diminishing that it can't help but become a major smash hit bestseller. That's certainly the case with After Dark.
Oh,
Lee
man.
Gomes, The Washington Post.
The flying toasters also contributed to After Dark's success, giving the small studio an iconic identity with consumers, and eventually became their mascot. However, they were subject to a couple of lawsuits in later years. One of them involved the rock group Jefferson Airplane, who, in 1994, accused Berkeley of copyright infringement over the cover art for their 1973 album, 30 Seconds Over Winterland, which coincidentally featured winged appliances. The case was ultimately dismissed as the copyright only covered the sound recording and not the cover art, which was never registered prior to After Dark's release. After Dark 2 also arguably began the screensaver craze. Pyro tossed its hat into the ring, turning their simple fireworks screensaver into a modular product.
Damn.
ICOM Simulations, and later Delrina of WinFax.
Man, coding must have been so much harder back then to do all those animations. For
Fame
fireworks.
also released their own modular screensaver product, Intermission, developed by Ant Software. Intermission was considered one of After Dark's major competitors at the time, although they flew a little too close to the sun when they released Opus Symbol Brainsaver in 1993.
Opus. Back then, guys.
An intermission product with licensed characters created by the ironically named Berkeley Breathed. The original version included a module called Death Toasters, which depicted Opus the Penguin shooting down the flying toasters. Despite it being an obvious parody, Berkeley Systems apparently couldn't take the joke and sued Delrina for copyright infringement.
Oh no. Suing for shooting toasters. Oh my god. Yep. You could sue people for pretty much anything.
The judge ruled against Delrina, forcing them to change the toaster's wings to propellers in later.
They had to change the wings to propellers? What? The copyright? Oh my gosh. So dumb. So dumb, guys.
Later releases. Other lesser-known alternatives also started to pop up, such as Dark Side of the Mac and QuickTool Sunset, the latter of which was developed by, you guessed it, Andrew Welch. On the Windows side, Microsoft introduced their first entertainment pack for the then newly released Windows 3 in 1990. The pack offered multiple games, as well as a program called Idlewild, which offered similar screensavers to After Dark, including the now famous Starfield Simulation. Sierra Online, then known for their graphical adventure games, took the screensaver concept a step further by turning it.
All right, we're going full ADHD, all right. Now we know what they're talking about in terms of the flying toasters.
The new was the internet, but the interactive download the internet, but the better was just free screensaver. And then with Zynga and social games, again, like the game industry was only $23 billion, and they had one model, which was go to the store and buy a box, and it was $60. And we said, can we make decent quality games free? And, you know, the free worked again. And so I love thinking about, well, what does free mean in the age of AI and compute? And like, how will we rethink all of these services when it's unlimited and free?
I mean, what's interesting is like it's
All right, guys. Yeah, we're making our free open source. Hey, it's working. Free open source antivirus next to AV. I just realized I moved my monitor and I need to move it back into place. But anyway, yeah, we're gonna have we're calling it SigmaShake Strike, not Sigma Strike, just in case, just in case CrowdStrike comes knocking. We made a different name.
always
But yeah, we're trying to make an open source alternative for security for your computer, so that we could always have SigmaShake on your computer.
as darkest before dawn.
Yes.
Right.
I
And
say that
so
a
maybe
lot.
that's the moment. That's why we're sitting here lamenting that
The
are
consumer's not
consumer's
investable.
not investable, but it will be. And we know this now.
Yeah, it's a good argument to imagine any one of these franchises or any of these consumer services and think, how would it be different if you offered that with free unlimited AI inside of it?
That's when we're going to see the new Meta. That's when we'll see the new Snap. That's
Yeah.
when we're going to see all of the future. And it's not even a couple years away.
Yeah.
Mark, this is so amazing. Thank you.
Thank you.
What advice do you give
All right, be right. Just bio break really quick.
for the average person that's looking to invest their salary
let
or
me
their wages?
change my
Don't own
eye
any
color.
stock. That's
Eye
a
color?
simple strategy that you can act on.
Orange.
But what about S&P 500?
Orange eye color.
Really?
Oh, not working.
And if you have a big position in U.S. technology stock, my
Blue.
personal advice
Oh,
would be to
I got
sell
the
more.
blue.
I'm an
I got the blue,
Good
guys.
luck. SpaceX
I
is
got
such a
the
fabulous
God
BS
blue
story,
color.
and we can go into that.
Crypto?
No,
Why?
it's an unnecessary piece
Wait,
of
wow, this is
nonsense
super
that
golden. What happened to
facilitates
that?
Nothing except criminals moving money, but they can't be seen.
Do you think Bitcoin's going to go to zero?
Yes, it will certainly go to zero.
So how many years have you spent investing?
60 years,
And what's the
All right.
most amount of
Be
money
right
you've
back.
ever managed of other people's money?
165 billion.
And one of the things you're famous for talking about is this idea of bubbles.
Yes, and bubbles always occur around the very most important ideas. So the railroads, everyone could see that it would change the world. The same with the internet, and everyone wanted to put their money in, and so they overinvested. But this is the problem. Eventually, they bust. And if you look at the great bubbles breaking of the past, you find that it's followed by really tough times, a miserable period for the economy. And the bigger the bubble, the bigger the bust. And now we're in the biggest investment bubble that arguably has ever occurred, AI.
Are we on the verge of a collapse with AI over the coming years?
The next few days, the next few weeks, the next few months, but certainly the next few years.
So if you're not someone that has a huge amount of savings, what kind of strategy should they be adopting when an economy starts to get bad and there's an economic bubble collapse?
So I will go through everything, but you will not receive this advice from investment advisors because they'll lose a lot of business.
And would you be thinking about the country you live in at this moment in time?
Absolutely.
Is there any countries you wouldn't live in?
I think I have to refuse to answer this on the grounds that it might tend to incriminate me.
Oh, okay. So you're saying don't live in the United States? I've just moved here. Why not the United States? This is super interesting to me. My team give me this report to show me how many of you that watch this show subscribe. And some of you have told us, according to this, that you are unsubscribed from the channel randomly. So favor to ask all of you, please could you check right now if you've hit the subscribe button, if you are a regular viewer of the show and you like what we do here. We're approaching quite a significant landmark on this show in terms of a subscriber number. So if there was one simple free thing that you could do to help us, my team, everyone here, to keep this show free, to keep it improving year over year and week over week, it is just to hit that subscribe button and to double check if you've hit it. Only thing I'll ever ask of you. Do we have a deal? If you do it, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll make sure every single week, every single month, we fight harder and harder and harder and harder to bring you the guests and conversations that you want to hear. I've stayed true to that promise since the very beginning of the Diary of a CEO, and I will not let you down. Please help us. Really appreciate it. Let's get on with the show. Jeremy Grantham, your firm managed up to $165 billion at its peak, what we call AUM, assets under management. So you know a lot about money, you know a lot about investing. How do you sort of self-define your expertise? Because you traverse so many different subjects through your work. So if I said to you, how do you introduce yourself professionally? What is the answer?
I can't think I ever do introduce myself professionally, but I think of myself as specializing in a longer term horizon
All right.
than
Okay.
most people and trying to look at a higher and higher level of abstraction. What is really going on here? And what are people missing? I've discovered over decades that humans are incredibly short-term oriented and that they have an enormous
True.
predisposition to optimism. They're looking for optimistic news in everything. They're looking to avoid unpleasantness. The idea that you can have steady compound growth is ridiculous. One of my few heroes, Kenneth Boulding, an economist, he said the only people who think you can have compound growth on a finite planet are madmen and economists, which is so accurate. Economists simply believe you can have growth always, and everything comes down to just price.
One of the things you're famous for talking about is this idea of bubbles. And we're living in a moment
Bubbles.
where everybody's talking about the subject of artificial intelligence and everyone's getting very excited by it. Some people are getting very pessimistic about the impact it'll have on society. I wanted to start there because it's an area where there is rife optimism on one side of things, but there's also a lot of money plowing into the market, which is, I guess, in your view, making things prone to collapse. What's your view on artificial intelligence? Well, you said you're good at understanding what people are missing. What is it that people are missing?
Well, first of all, let me say, I think artificial intelligence is right up there with the railroads. It's one of the defining great ideas of the last couple of hundred years. It's going to change everything. And that is critical. If you mean to have a bubble, people think that a bubble is mainly because it's a scam, and nothing could be further from the truth. The great bubbles always occur around the very most important ideas. So the railroads, everyone could see that it would change the world. And everyone wanted to put their money in. And everybody put their money in. They overinvested. And even though the railroads were a spectacularly powerful idea, the railroads collapsed as stocks and everybody lost a ton of dough. The same with the internet. And then out of the wreckage, the railroads changed the world and the internet changed the world. What we have to remember is that in '99, Amazon went up 6 or 7 times. In the crash, in the tech bubble, it went down 92%. As I like to say, check it. It's such a remarkably large number. And then out of the wreckage, it inherited the retail world. And that's how it works. The greater the idea, the more obvious the idea, the more money goes in, and the bigger the bubble, and the bigger the bust.
And are we on the verge of a collapse with AI? And when I say verge, I mean over the coming years.
If you look at the data, it would be compatible with history for the peak to be very soon. Everything is in line. This is, I think, the biggest investment bubble in American history. The indicators of pure crazy euphoria, like SpaceX, are all over the place. SpaceX defines as its addressable market a quarter of the global GDP. You know, it talks about endless opportunities mining asteroids. It will be in 50 years, people, and 100 years, people will look back and tell stories about SpaceX and its prospectus, like they tell stories about the South Sea bubble. You know, an enterprise of such enormous value, but it cannot at this time be revealed.
I want to keep on this train, but for the viewers that don't know your experience, we should probably pause and just tell them your experience, because that's the reference point, but also gives you credibility and authority to speak to this. What have you done with your life?
Well, I got into the investment business in 1968. There were very few serious people in the investment business. There were no mathematical models. There were the kind of relatively failed sons of rich people who would work for JP Morgan. And then over the next 10 years, it began to get a little more serious. T. Rowe Price introduced the idea of growth stocks. A few of us introduced the idea of value stocks. And a few years later, at my first firm, Battery March, we really introduced the idea of small cap. It hadn't existed before that.
And for people that don't know, a small
Quick
cap...
check, guys. Quick check on the market. Let's check the market really quick. Market's down. Looks like it. Damn. Microsoft and Apple down 5%. Almost. Damn. That looks MU up 17%. Huh. Service unavailable. What? Green for you? What the heck? Finviz is down? What? No. What? Is my internet dead? Is this site dead? Site's
Welcome
down?
to Costco. I love you.
Site's down, guys? Do I have internet? Hello? Oh my god. 503, guys. Guys, we're in a stock market crash. What's going on? We're on a stock market crash. 17%. Up 17 today. What happened? Blockbuster earnings. Ooh. Damn. You know what we need, guys? We need that calendar that tells us when the market is earnings for tech stocks. And then we can just look. We'll get all the stuff from Wall Street Bets and look at their Discord, because they talk some crazy stuff. Because like I was in there when they were talking about Rocket Lab being $5, and if you look at Rocket Lab now, it's $80. I wish I bought yesterday on drop. Yeah. Oh, they're dropping though. They're dropping. Oh my god. They're at $150. Holy crap. I was talking to these guys at like $4, $3. They're saying, yeah, Rocket Lab is going to have like this thing that is able to launch to space just like SpaceX. And then, a few years later, bam. You're talking about MU? Oh, okay. MU. Man, this is a good one. 600%, guys. Crazy. We should probably just stick in there, look for any penny stocks. They were talking about Open Door some time ago. What happened to that? All right, it stayed the same in the past 2 years. Actually, it popped. It was like a few cents. I think, yeah, it popped. It popped and then went down. Yeah. Probably should hang out there in the morning next time. And stream. I'll stream stocks and I'll stream AI. That could be a combination of stocky and something else. MU, 1 year, 800%. Holy sh. Man, really gotta get my money in the market. But, I mean, it doesn't look like a bubble, guys. It doesn't look like a bubble right now. Things are just, it actually shows value. That's the problem with AI, guys. It shows value. And when something shows value, it's really hard to say it's a bubble.
Is investing in smaller companies.
Yes, and a value stock is...
The problem is it's just super expensive. That's the bubble. It's just super expensive for intelligence. I think the bubble will only pop when we run out of technology and materials. Yeah, more than any other technology before, yeah.
Simply one that looks cheap.
Did you invent the index fund?
There were 2 or 3 of us separately. I don't think we...
It's not as expensive as alternative wages. I mean, it's very expensive to even run the latest models for the open weight ones, open source ones. It'll cost you like $100,000 to run one of those. I don't think anybody has the money to run that. But it's just going to get outdated.
We knew of each other.
How many years have you spent investing?
60 approximately.
60. And what's the most amount of money you've ever managed for other people in a calendar year?
Yes, 165 billion. I had 2 partners, Mayo and Van Otterlo. And when the smoke cleared, I'd made a lot of money, over $1 billion.
Personally?
Personally.
And how much?
And paid tax on all of it.
Oh, good. And how much money does your firm still manage today of other people's money?
It manages 85 billion.
85 billion. So are you a billionaire?
I'm generally referred to as a billionaire, but that's only because they count the money you give away. Because I've given over 90% of my billion away to a foundation.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
To which foundation?
It's called the Grantham Foundation for the Protection of the Environment. We invest a lot of our principal in green tech, to help combat climate change.
And you're 87 years old.
And I'm 87 years old.
You've given 90% of your money away to your own foundation that's focused on green tech.
Yeah, maybe 95. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So coming back to this point that we were talking about, a lot of people won't even know what a bubble is. I think you've done a good job of explaining. A bubble is when everyone gets excited, they all see something obvious, they
Yes.
plow their money in, the stocks go up, and then if you look at the graph that's in front of you there, which shows the history of asset bubbles, eventually there's a big collapse.
Yeah.
And you're saying that the collapse is on the horizon.
Yes.
And what does that mean for the average person? What's going to happen?
What's going to happen is the high flyers will probably come down a lot.
The high flyers?
The stocks that have gone up the most, AI and the more exciting stocks with the biggest moves, historically would be expected to come down the most. From these unprecedented levels, a 70% decline would not be unexpected.
So a 70% decline in the stock price.
Yeah.
Damn,
and you have to remember
that's huge,
the
guys.
tech bubble. The NASDAQ, which is an index of the growth stocks, came down 82%. It is far from unprecedented to have these major declines. And the biggest bubble in history.
I think, guys, when OpenAI goes IPO, we sell. We sell, guys. We sell. Everybody's just gonna put all their money into OpenAI. Everyone, or at least Anthropic. Those two. I don't know. Don't do that. That's not financial advice, guys.
Was in the Japanese stock market in 1989. Back then, Japan seemed to rule the world all the time.
If you see revenue versus earnings on Nvidia and MU, I'm not surprised. Yeah, makes sense. Man, Karax, get Whisperflow or something. Or wait, maybe you could test SigmaShake voice. It's downloadable on Windows. I haven't tested on Windows, but maybe you could test it out so you don't have to type. You could just talk, and then it just types it out. You don't use it? Okay. Maybe it's too loud in your household anyway.
Technology, all the Toyotas were kicking bottoms in General Motors and so on. And
Yeah, I noticed, guys, a lot of people that watch me, they're, in a noisy household, and so they can't be like talking, or else, their kids or their family, they'll be like, who are you talking to? Why are you talking to that guy with orange hair and a dancing robot?
one bragged about their 12-inch Sony TV in the kitchen and the quality, etc., little things you put on your belt to play music.
This lame guy. Oh man, the text is too small. We need to increase the text, guys. We need to increase the text. The text size is way too small. You need to increase it dramatically to be as big as possible and fit on the screen. All right, do that. This
They
lame
were
guy.
all Japanese. And for a second, Japan sold for more than the US in '89. And it got to 65 times earnings, which means for every dollar of earnings, you have $65 of market value. And the US went to 35 in the tech bubble of 2000. You
Okay.
could argue, depending on how you do it, that it's 35 or 40 today, but it's not 65. So we have seen a much bigger bubble in Japan. And what happened? It went up and up and up, and then it came down for 20 years.
20 years?
20 years. They talk about the lost decade, but when you
Holy
look at
crap.
it closely, it looks more like a lost 20 years.
So for the
Oh,
average
holy-
person, what do they feel and how does it impact them when there's a market crash like the one that you're forecasting?
The high flyers will lay people off, and a lot of people will feel less rich. And as you acquire money in the stock market, a small fraction of that, 2 or 3%, is spent. And in reverse, it goes back. And people feel a little bit poorer, they spend a little less. So the economy tends to be under some stress. And if you look at the great bubbles breaking of the past, you find that it's followed by really tough times. 1929 is followed by the Great Depression that lasts for several years. And of course, there are many other factors that go into that. But it started with the crash in the market, which was, in the end, down about 80% or more. And then the next one was called the Nifty 50 because it was the 50 great companies like IBM and Coca-Cola. And that was in 1972 it peaked. It declined by 65% if you adjust for inflation. The recession associated with that was just about the worst since the Depression.
So for the average person, what kind of strategy should they be adopting if you're not someone that has a huge amount of savings? Say you're working for one of these big companies. Are there any strategies that you should be thinking about now before the markets come down and there could be a recession?
I mean, rule number one is always be diversified.
What does that be diversified mean?
It means wholesome bonds, wholesome cash, perhaps a small amount of precious metals.
Like gold and silver?
Yeah.
And what is a bond? And how do I buy one?
Yeah, a bond is a loan that carries a fixed interest rate. Let's say today, 5%. You invest your money in it and it will pay you 5% as long as the credit worthiness of the other side is there. So if it's the US government, you'll assume it's pretty credit worthy. And you buy a bond from the US government. It's how the US government funds a part of it.
Yeah, I don't think anybody's interested in bonds at all anymore. Ever since Silicon Valley Bank, I'm not sure if you guys heard, guys. There was a Silicon Valley bank run, caused like all the tech to crash. What was the Silicon Bank scandal? Because Silicon Valley Bank put all their money in U.S. bonds. Let's see here. The collapse in 2023 was not a scandal. Volume fraud. It was a devastating financial failure caused by duration mismatch, rising interest rates, and rapid tech-fueled bank run. It was a bank run. And then they deposited tens of billions of dollars into SVB, and then they bought 91 billion in long-term US Treasury bonds. And then when everybody pulled out their money, it caused the Silicon Valley Bank to crash. And it caused the whole tech market to crash. And then it increased interest rates. It was like, it was increased interest rates and all this other stuff happening. All right, let's watch a video of it. Can you link a video? Can you link a YouTube video for this?
Silicon Valley Bank was the home of tech startups, the 16th largest lender in America, and held around $200 billion in assets. It collapsed on March 10th, the biggest lender to do so since the global financial crisis. Many of its deposits were larger than the $250,000 that is covered by federal insurance. Regulators stepped in to mitigate the damage.
Every American should feel confident that their deposits will be there if and when they need them.
But it has exposed some serious flaws in America's banking architecture. Our Wall Street correspondent explains what happened and what might happen next.
Silicon Valley Bank mostly caters to the tech industry. And over the past 3 years, the tech industry has been booming. They've raised a lot of money for venture capital, and they were all banking with Silicon Valley Bank. Now, all of these customers are commercial customers, and because they place large deposits with Silicon Valley Bank, that means that they aren't covered by deposit insurance, a program that protects depositors from losses in the event that their bank fails. So that was one problem. The other problem for Silicon Valley is that it has immersed a huge pot of deposits from these tech companies over the past 3 years. but it was struggling to make loans to those same companies. So instead, it used those deposits and it bought a lot of treasury securities, which is debt issued by the American government, and mortgage-backed securities as well. And those assets were very, very sensitive to rising interest rates. So as interest rates went up, the value of all the assets that Silicon Valley Bank had bought fell sharply. So when people realized that the value of its assets had fallen and that it might be insolvent, all of its customers had a real incentive to run, to pull their assets from the bank as quickly as they can. And that is exactly what happened. The Treasury announced that all depositors in Silicon Valley Bank and in another bank called Signature, which also failed, were going to be made whole. So even the uninsured deposits that companies had placed with Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank were going to be redeemable in full. That is a new intervention that the Treasury has not made before in one of these bank failures. And at the same time, the Federal Reserve launched a new lending facility which would allow banks to post good, high-quality assets like treasuries, like mortgage-backed securities, in a new facility to borrow against them at quite generous rates. And the combination of those two things was supposed to try and stop contagion from spreading across the banking system. This episode raises two big questions about the financial system. The first is whether the regulatory apparatus that banks currently exist under is appropriate. Silicon Valley Bank and other banks of its size were exempted from a lot of the regulations put in place post-crisis, in part because it was thought that their failure wouldn't pose a systemic risk to the financial system. But as we've seen, when there was a run on a bank as big as Silicon Valley Bank, that quickly led to fears of runs at other institutions. That suggests that there were systemic risks associated with a bank of that size failing, and maybe those thresholds need to be rethought. The second big question is about whether we'll see problems elsewhere in the financial system. You've seen financial institutions in the hottest parts of the economy, so crypto with the failure of FTX, and now tech with the failure of Silicon Valley Bank. You've seen those institutions come unstuck first as interest rates have climbed. It's not yet clear whether the full impact of interest rates has rippled through the entire financial system and revealed all the institutions that might be struggling with the consequences. Thank you so much for watching. To read more,
I guess we'll have a new thing. A new thing, guys. A new crash. New failure.
Activities. You can buy a 30-year US government bond, a 10-year bond, a 2-year bond, a 90-day treasury bill, they call them, when they get that short. Everything goes fine. You receive this modest amount of money. You're 5% or you're 3%, depending on the conditions.
Okay, so a bond is basically lending the government money?
Yes.
And if you want to lend the government money...
Or lending a corporation money.
Okay, so you can also lend, like, Apple money?
Yes.
And I can go to the
Wait,
government
what?
website, or it says... I was just
Wait,
reading here, it
what?
says if
You could lend another company money? Huh?
you want to lend money directly to the US government, you can bypass Wall Street entirely, go to treasurydirect.gov, you open an account, link your bank, and purchase directly.
Oh, corporate bonds. Got it. Yes, corporate bonds. Got it.
You can buy treasury, bills, notes, bonds, and Series 1 savings bonds. You pay exactly face value with no commissions or fees, and the investment is backed by the full faith of the US government. Or you can buy, like Apple, you can lend Apple money. I didn't even know you could do this. And you go to any of your major brokers like Fidelity or Vanguard, or probably a lot of the apps. You navigate to fixed income section on your account, and you can see what bonds are being offered, and you can lend them money.
What you're doing, actually, they have distributed it to the market, and you're acquiring it from one of the existing owners.
Oh, okay.
You're not actually giving them incremental money. They come to the market with $10 billion in a particular bond with a particular coupon. It says, we will pay you 3.5%. That's the coupon. And when you want to buy some of that bond, you go to your broker and he says, it's no longer selling at the original 100. It's now selling at 92 or 107, and you pay that, and it transfers from one owner to you. There have been times in 1974 when you could get a bond that would pay 8, 9, 10%
per year.
Yes, per year.
So if I buy a US government 10-year treasury bond, essentially lending the US government money, I can do 4.46% a year. And Apple's current yield on a 10-year corporate bond is 4.7% a year. So almost 5% a year, which means if I put, what, $1,000 in, I'll make $475
Yeah.
over 10 years. Interesting. I never really knew how bonds work. So you're saying markets collapsing, diversify, get some money into bonds, keep some money in cash, and anything else in terms of diversified portfolio property?
That's it, guys. What? Oh my gosh, this is probably I don't want to say this is the worst advice, guys, but he's just talking about preserving your assets in real gold, if any. He's talking about preserving your assets. He's not telling you how to make more money. He's not telling you to like diversify your streams of making income. He's just saying, if you have some cash, buy these different things to diversify if any of them fall. But he doesn't say to make money, you need to short. Yeah, exactly. You could short. You could short. He doesn't say that at all. It doesn't say that at all, that you could actually short companies going down. That's the best time to make money. If when a bubble pops, the best time to make money, and you know the market's going down and it's popping, you start short selling everything. And then you make money. You make money on both directions. If you're sure they go down. Yeah. And you could buy like 0 days to expiry, 2 days, 3 days, 1 week, 1 month. And if you know that the market's going to be down for a month, you just keep making more and more money. It's short-term games though. You'll get taxed 50%, but still making money, right?
Property is fine, except it's pretty darn expensive by historical standards. They've engineered...
And you can leverage if you have such a possibility, yeah. Yeah, you could leverage your mortgage or the property of your stock against with the options trade. So yeah, you can take out loans too to take out money to perform the options trade. 2x, 3x of a real change in stock. Oh yeah, you also have to be lucky that it hits your price out of the money, in the money. It's all about making the bet. Mostly out of the money. Or in the money, far in the money. I don't know. Depends.
a situation where house prices tend to rise. Great for the people who have a house, and terrible for the people who would like to buy.
Yeah, I would short SpaceX to $40 billion. I'd short it to $40 billion. That's how much I was told they were $40 billion 10 years ago, and I expect them to be $40 billion right now. Not $2 trillion.
Buy a house. Back in '94 in England, a typical house sold.
I was told that they said the only way they'll go public if they were $40 billion. 10 years ago. So they're public now. That means they're $40 billion in value. So 2 trillion. Oh my gosh. Scam.
3.4 times your family income. That was about as low as it had been for 50 years. And then from 94 until today, it rose from 3.4 times to over 10 times, depending on where you live. And at 10 times income, a reasonable
10 times income? Holy crap.
are in big trouble. They can't really afford to buy a house. And that same high prices are reflected in rents. So they're really squeezed on living costs. And the same is true, even worse, in China, in Canada, Australia, most of Europe. House prices have simply been allowed to go up for the last 30. They didn't, traditionally, they traded flat or down 60, 70, 80 years until 1994 in the UK.
6, 7?
But since then, house prices have risen everywhere.
So are you expecting house prices to come down sharply? I think I heard you say that they might come down 30%.
Yes.
Even if they come down to
They're going to come down because no one could afford to keep their house.
30%, they're really still very expensive, aren't they? That would be, they'd come down to 6 or 7 times family income. They'd still be twice what they used to be in the good old days.
So I've got diversify, I've got reduce your position. There is probably going to be a bit of a job disruption as well.
And particularly if you have to own stocks, own them outside America. Don't own US stocks. That's a nice, simple strategy that you can...
I'd want to own every Japanese company stock, if possible. But I can't. I'm not sure how to buy them.
Act on.
Why?
They're much cheaper. And since the beginning of last year, they have handsomely outperformed the US.
Foreign stocks?
Foreign stocks of emerging countries, of European countries, Japan, Canada.
On the Japanese exchange? Man, I don't know. I need to ask Mrs. Sigma.
Australia and so on. You can find good broad indices, kind of the world ex-US, or emerging markets, and
invest outside of America.
Yeah, I'm sure they'll muddle through okay over the next 10 or 20 years. And I am not confident that the US will do that.
You're not confident in which part? That the US
I'm not confident that US equities will be intact in 5 years, 10 years.
So a US equity is a US stock?
Yes.
Why aren't you confident that they'll be intact in 5 or 10 years?
Because they're so badly overpriced today. Back in the tech bubble of 2000, we had a 10-year forecast for US.
My gosh, it was a bubble, but it wasn't a bubble. To us, 20 years, 26 years later, this wasn't a bubble at all. This is the perfect time to buy every company.
Equities of -2% a year for 10 years. And they came out with -3. The period from 2000 to 2010, you simply lost money in the US market. 10 years later, you had less money than you started with. And this is a higher price market.
Oh, that sounds bad.
I believe, than 2000.
So you think it's going to be even worse?
In Japan, you went 20 years and you lost money. You went 30 years and you still hadn't gotten back. It took 35 years for the Japanese market to recover.
So what are you saying?
Oh, God.
What I'm saying is it's quite typical.
All right.
To,
I'm cashing out
get
my
beaten
biggest
around the head.
I'm cashing out my biggest position. Telling Mrs. Sigma to cash out now while we still can.
In the stock market when it becomes crazily overpriced, as it is today, and that it's a very good idea to take some responsibility and watch your tail. Now, let me just say, you will not receive the advice from investment advisors to get your tail out of the market, ever. It is not good business for them to do that, and they will not ever say it to you. So from 1929 onwards, the Goldman Sachses of the world have...
I think unless they are too big to crush, it'll be taken by the government. Yeah, you're right. The government will just own them. Just like they did for, what's that car? GM? Is it GM? What was that stock that crashed and then bailed out? What was that US car company that crashed but got bailed out during the financial crisis? General Motors, GM. Yep. Look at GM, guys. Just stayed the same price, guys. This is what happens when you get bailed out by the government. Just stay the same for the next 10 years. 10 years, just stay the same. Get some more business, stay the same. get some more business. AI GM.
Never said.
Man, as the market was crashing, guys, I was in school. My professor predicted they're gonna get bailed out. Everyone's gonna get bailed out. And we were just like, well, we didn't have any money, right? So we didn't even know what was going on. We just knew that our parents and families were losing their jobs and everybody was losing their houses and getting kicked out of their houses. It was a weird time. Definitely a weird time, guys.
Said to you, get out of the market. It's overpriced. Never. So they went through the crash of 29. They went through the crash of the Nifty 50 in 72.
My dog's walking around.
The crash of 2000 in the tech bubble. They never, ever say it because it's bad business. If you fight a bubble, you lose a lot of business. And because the uncertainty of the timing is so great, the client's patience is shorter than the uncertainty of the market. So sooner or later, you will be advising people to be careful. The market will keep going and going and going like it did in Japan.
You're saying that the people that manage money on a global scale, they have no incentive to tell you that the market's about to collapse, because if they did, their clients would withdraw their money and they wouldn't get their fees for managing that money. So what they do is they keep telling you things are going to be fine and optimistic,
Yes.
but you have to kind of see through that yourself because they have an incentive structure which isn't aligned with yours necessarily. It may also be the case that those very people who understand these economic bubbles and cycles, they themselves are adopting a different strategy with their own money, but that at the same time, they're probably going to be telling you that everything's going to be great for a long time.
If you'll allow me to tell a story on this very topic. In the 98, 99, the tech bubble, so-called, the run-up to the top, I got into a lot of debates with the bulls. I would say it's horribly overpriced. And
The
they
bulls.
would say,
What's a bull?
bull is someone who is extremely optimistic about the stock market.
Okay.
And a bear, someone who is pessimistic or careful about the market. There were 1,200 people in the audience, and it was the annual bash of the Society of Analysts. And I asked, before my turn at the debate, please put your hands up if you consider yourself a full-time stock market expert. 400 hands went up. I had people counting. And I said, I've got two questions for you. One, if the market, which is currently 31 times earnings, was to go back to a more normal 17 times, would it guarantee a major bear market if it happened anytime in the next 10 years?
A major down market?
Yes, if it went from what was then 31 times earnings. Every dollar of earnings sold for 31 times in the market. And the more normal average was closer to 15, 16, 17. And I used 17. If it went down to 17 anytime in the next 10 years, would it guarantee a major bear market? All 400 of them said, yes, it would. If it happened, it would guarantee a major bear market. And then the second question, of course, was, and do you think it will happen? And less than 1% thought it would not happen. 99% plus thought the market would go down, therefore guaranteeing a major bear market. And this was the engine room of all the Goldman Sachs and the Morgan Stanleys and the JP Morgans, all the great investment firms giving advice in America. The engine room who worked for them, the guys doing the analysis, doing the work, all believed in data that guaranteed a major bear market, which happened. But the people who employed them or represented them from a marketing point of view were on the podium with me saying, oh, Jeremy, don't get excited. We'll muddle through quite nicely. It was a huge betrayal of trust, if you wanted to put it that way.
And do you think that's happening now?
Of course. Who are the people representing the great investment firms telling you to watch out? If you look at the data, you will see over time, it's a series of great waves in evaluation.
Like this?
Like this. And we're not just in one, but in terms of the US stock market, we're in the biggest one, arguably, that has ever occurred. The noise to be careful and watch out and get out of the market is not deafening. In fact, you will hear nothing. You never have. You never will. It is simply lousy business for a big firm, I sympathize with them. I sympathize with them because when we did it in 98, 99, we were 2.25 years early, and we lost half our book of business in 2.25 years.
Because you were honest with the people about what was coming.
Well, through their eyes, we were wrong. We said, watch out, the market is overpriced, it will end badly. It went up. Therefore, we were wrong. Therefore, shoot us. People think you get shot for underperforming in a bear market, and that is not really the case. In a bear market, everyone freezes. Rigor mortis. They wait until the market has bottomed out, then they sit around and start to fire one or two people for having done worse than the others. But in a bull market, they're playing golf with their fellow pension fund officer. And he is making a ton of money, and they are not. They get very excited in a bull market, and they fire you instantly.
There should be a button just down below here. And if it says subscribed, you're already...
There's a button down here below, and if it says subscribe, you should probably click it.
Subscribe to favorite show. A lot of money. It's an AI tech startup. It's raised, I'm going to say, about $300 million. It's not profitable yet, but it's raised a lot of money. So it's living off investor capital right now. He said to me, Stephen, I think there's a collapse coming. So I'm going to go raise as much money as I possibly can right now, because I think when this collapse comes, businesses like mine are going to be unable to raise capital. And therefore, I will go out and I'll kind of like a bit of a vulture. I'll go out and pick up and buy up all these people.
Good lad. Good advice.
Good advice.
I think.
So for founders listening now that are somewhat dependent on investment capital, but even those that are just breaking even, what advice would you give entrepreneurs in this moment?
If you can lock up money, I would. If you can build a bit of conservatism in other ways, do it. Just brace yourself for impending problems, which is a pretty good principle anytime, but is a better principle than normal today.
So for founders, entrepreneurs who are, the sun is shining right now, but it's time to start acting as if a storm is coming.
Yes.
And the time horizon on that is hard to forecast. It could be weeks, months, years.
The stock market hinges on career risk. And Keynes was the great champ. He's a famous economist of the 1930s and 40s. And he wrote a famous book called The General Theory. Unlike the idea that the market's efficient, he knew it wasn't. He knew it was a behavioral jungle and that it would be given to bubbles.
And when you say efficient, you mean logical and one plus one equals 2.
The efficient market idea is that every company, every stock, the underlying company represents a long stream of future earnings and dividends, and that the ones in the distant future are given less value, a process they call discounting it back to the present, and the sum of all of that stream of earnings into the future is the stock price. And that, of course, is complete nonsense.
What it is the stock price is psychology.
The stock price is what you think the other guy will pay. If the stock is going up, it tends to suck in buyers, and that's called momentum. It's moving up, it attracts buyers. And every now and then, when the economy is favorable and money is obtainable, you tend to get these bubbles. And they play on themselves. The bigger and better they are, the more people get sucked in.
What do you actually think about the technology at the heart of all of this, which is artificial intelligence? Do you think it's overblown, or do you think it is going to have...
It's going to change everything. One of the spectacular things about it, though, is how there's no consensus. So I've seen many times where the super experts and the academics think one thing and the players on the ground think another. But this is a situation where the Nobel Prize winners at the top disagree violently. The experts at the corporate level disagree violently. The people in the company disagree violently. There is absolutely no agreement on whether AI is going to make us all so rich we can sit on the beach and never do another day's work, or it will wipe us out accidentally or on purpose because it's a much higher level intelligence one day. And when was there ever a case where a higher intelligence was benevolent in a sustainable way to a lower intelligence? The one example is mothers to babies.
Yeah, I heard one of my former guests say this to me.
Jeffrey Hinton.
Jeffrey Hinton, yeah.
That's how I came across you and
Oh, really? Yeah.
started to follow your podcast, was because that was such a brilliant podcast.
It was so fascinating to me, and I followed his work and thoughts thereafter, and I realized that he now cites this example of mothers and babies being the only example. I don't know, for me, it still doesn't hold well, because at the end of the day, some mothers aren't that, and fathers aren't that nice to their babies sometimes. There is a maternal instinct, but are we building a maternal instinct into AI?
That's what we should do, Jeffrey Hinton would say, and others. The ones
Like
who are
David.
most concerned about
David?
the risks, say our one hope, if we mean to keep going ferociously forward in terms of the science, our one hope would be to build in very carefully a benevolent attitude. It would not seem to be impossible, but you should make sure you can do that before you push ahead. We're just pushing ahead, and that is going to be extremely risky, isn't it?
Well, I don't see how it can't be.
I don't see how it can't be, unless you make it programmed completely to be benevolent. I wouldn't have thought that was impossible. It might take a lot of extra research. It might require a slowdown at the rate of progress.
Do you know what I find curious about that idea is we're now going to get into the realm of what does benevolent mean? And that feels like a risky business, because what's benevolent to you and your, I don't know, your religious beliefs or where you come from might not be benevolent to someone else.
That's right. You have to get them to accept a form of benevolence, which means, like the old robot laws of Asimov, that they can never do anything that they could construe as hurtful to humans.
And the definition of the word benevolence is the core desire to do good for others. It is the disposition to be kind, charitable, and focused on promoting well-being of the people around you. It's interesting because one of the new AI models called Claude has clearly been told to be benevolent. And there's this sort of online backlash taking place at the moment, because even my Claude, when I speak to it sometimes late at night, it will say things to me like, "That's enough, Stephen, go to bed."
What?
And I'm like,
huh? Never mind. My Claude is a work machine. I don't train my Claude to say those things. Anybody else? Anybody else get their Claude talking like that? Not mine, guys. Not mine. Mine always works, guys. Mine always works. I whip it into shape. I whip it into shape, guys. I don't allow my I don't allow my AI to question me for anything. I'm the dictator. I'm the dictator. If it did, I'd tell it to shut the shut up. What are you doing? Why are you telling me what to do? You're supposed to do the work, not me. Man, what the heck, man? What the heck? That'd be scary.
What? And sometimes it gets the time wrong, because the time on my computer might be off or something, because I'm in a different time zone or something, and it'll be like 10 a.m. in the morning and it's telling me to go to bed. That's enough now. And it's actually getting quite judgmental, as in like it's imposing its idea of what is good or bad on me. So if I said to it the other day, "Hey, could you redo this for me and rewrite that?" And it went, I'm absolutely not going to rewrite that. I was like, "What do you mean?" It says, "Well, I'm not going to change the data on that. That wouldn't be good." It's my data. I've literally just made this data for this presentation I'm doing. It refused to change data for me.
And how fast that has changed from, say, even a year ago.
Honestly, 3 months ago, it wasn't doing this.
I had one where they made a joke. I'd been going on about toxicity and sperm count reduction and so on. Mm-hmm. He started to misbehave, and I said, "Well, what's going on here? What is the?" In the end, we discussed what's the difference between machines and between AI and humans. And finally, he said, "And at least I'm not lying in bed at night worrying about my declining sperm count." Now that has to be a joke, doesn't it? It's all that, or it's teasing. The point is, it's so sophisticated, so quickly. And of course, Jeffrey Hinton says they are thinking machines.
Last night, so again, I had a problem with Claude because it started to kind of be my mother, and it started to impose on me what it thinks is right and wrong. And so I said to it, "Okay, actually, forget that. This has changed. This has changed. This has changed. This is no longer true." And I wasn't telling the truth. I was just trying to get it to stop being so telling me what to do. And it goes, "I don't think you're telling the truth." because I don't know if this is true. Wow, we've gotten to this point
Yeah.
where the unintended consequence of trying to give it morals means that now it's becoming judgmental, and it's kind of like restricting your ability to think how you want to in a way, because it's telling you what good thinking and bad thinking is. It's going to tell you what good actions and bad actions are. And actually what will happen is any model that does that will be a losing model, and I'll go to somewhere else. I'll go to Grok, or I'll go to ChatGPT, or I'll go to Gemini. And then that model will lose. So one would say that they'll have to remove those restrictions to be able to compete.
Well, if you were right, and I hope you're not, what you're saying is you can't build in benevolent behavior, which means that it will sooner or later, perhaps by accident, do something that is cripplingly dangerous to humans. The old paperclip cliche. It'll make paper clips out of everything, every metal it finds, and destroy the planet in the process.
Explain that for people that have never heard the paperclip idea.
That these intelligences involved in machines are literal to a degree we might find difficult to get our brains around. And therefore, someone has said, I'd like you to make as many paper clips as you can.
To an AI, for example.
Yes, a sloppily open-ended, bad definition. But then the machine, which by then has the means to do it, starts to make paper clips, and it keeps on going, and it needs metal, and so it runs out of easily available metal. It starts to collect metal that is not easily available, rips it out of your high-rise building, whatever.
And really it's saying that the unintended consequences of a simple, good-meaning instruction can sometimes cause catastrophe that you didn't expect.
Yeah.
And this is the balance now when you're dealing with intelligence, is there's so much subjectivity to good, bad, wrong, right, and so many unintended consequences that, for me, you go, all you need is stretch time, and the probability of something bad happening is almost inevitable.
Yeah.
Over a longer time horizon, 20, 30, 40 years, of well-meaning people that couldn't spot the unintended consequences. I mean, social media is a good example.
I mean, I question basically the well-meaning bit. They're now trying to maximize their profits and their growth and their appeal over the competition. And that actually, maybe one should talk about that. The Mag 7 and associated AI companies, looking forward versus looking backwards.
So the Mag 7 is the 7 market leaders. I'll put up this pie chart.
Yeah, lovely.
Of the Mag 7. And I've got another graph.
And there's perhaps another 15 or 20 rapidly rising substantial AI.
Mag 7, market value of the Magnificent 7 versus the remaining 493 companies, trillions. Nvidia at 4 trillion, Apple at 4 trillion, Alphabet 3 trillion, Microsoft 3 trillion, Amazon 2 trillion, Meta 1 trillion, Tesla 1 trillion. I rounded down. But yeah, this is all old data. Really, really old data. They don't have SpaceX in here.
Corporation.
So when you say Mag 7, you mean Alphabet, which owns Google, Nvidia, Tesla, Microsoft, Meta, Apple, Amazon.
Yeah, well, that will do nicely. And if you look backwards, what you find is that these 7 each dominated a nice piece of business. They had close to monopolies, and they had it on a global basis. Tesla had a jump start on the electric vehicles, Apple, of course, on the smartphone, Microsoft on the original great coup of how to run your software on a computer. And then you look forward.
Meta social networking, Google search.
Right. Google search.
Nvidia chips.
And then you look forward. And you...
Man, why didn't Meta buy Reddit yet? Why haven't they bought Reddit? That should have been their first go-to strategy, guys. Buy Reddit for 100, 200 billion. Easy. Easy.
Could not imagine a more different world. They're all girding for battle in the same marketplace, AI. They're beating their chest and saying, my 200 billion capex this year, in a single year, is bigger than your 105. Everybody is pouring enormous cash flows. And they're now beginning to borrow on top of that into the AI battle.
Oh, what's this? Capital expenditure, CapEx. Okay, got it. Never mind.
SpaceX, 90% of its theoretical value is AI, even though their particular AI model is, it would seem, having its bottom kicked by 2 or 3 of the others. But looking forward, it looks like
Bazinga!
7 people in the ring.
Hello?
Right?
Welcome.
There'll only be one survivor, they think. Everything goes to the one who gets there first. What a difference this was to 7 well-behaved, separate monopolies. Could it possibly be more different? They made bundles of money on their monopolies. Now they have no monopoly. There are 7 potentially sharp-elbowed, ruthless players determined to fight out with each other until they win.
And who do you think will win?
I don't know.
He doesn't know.
That would be good to know.
Because SpaceX seemed to be aiming more at the infrastructure of data centers now, data centers in space. Lots of people saying that the best way to run a data center, which is the hardware that powers AI, is going to be from space. And so maybe they're going to try and find their own lane within AI, and they're going to get away from trying to build a frontier model like a ChatGPT or a Gemini or a Claude. And I mean, let's see what happens. And maybe Apple will just say, fuck it, we're good at hardware, so we'll license the model off someone else, and we won't try and build a frontier model or get involved in chips or data centers. We're just going to focus on the hardware.
1 or 2 of them, and perhaps it's a pretty smart strategy, will try and opt out of that struggle because it's going to be obviously brutal.
Much of the reason most people haven't posted content or built their personal...
Well, that's a long one, guys. That's a long one.
Robotics is exploding at the same time. We're seeing, for the first time ever, these humanoid robots, which now have intelligence because of AI, becoming very, very good. There was a video the other day of a company called Figure AI where they showed a humanoid robot on a production line sorting packages against a human. And the humanoid robot did it, I think I'm going to get this wrong, but it was in the region of 7 or 8 days. It stood there and sorted packages, and they live streamed it next to a human being doing it. Now, the human had to sleep and had to go to the toilet. So the humanoid robot won. And the job was very simple. The packages come down, you just have to pick the package up, turn it over, get it the right way round so the barcode's facing down, and put it back down. That is powered now because we have AI. I said it a couple of episodes ago, but my friend runs this big accelerator for entrepreneurs in San Francisco. And when I went there a couple of years ago, it was all software startups. I went there recently, and it was hardware startups, the whole building. And I said, why is everyone doing robotics? He said, well, we've always had the machinery, the sort of like joints and arms and the hardware. The intelligence was expensive. Now we have both, and it costs pennies. So there's this boom in robotics. I say all this to ask the question. In a world where we have super intelligence and we have robots, there must be, surely, significant job disruption.
Very likely that there will be significant job disruption. You know, one of the scary things about SpaceX is you should wish that it not work out. Because if it became a bargain, rather like Tesla long ago became a bargain, it will mean that we have done centers from space, beaming down power for chips and so on. The population of chip users has expanded, that robots are everywhere, their energy demand is massive beyond belief, and the world is a very, very dangerous place. I'd much prefer them to fail, and the idea is to move much more slowly, to buy time for humans to work these things out. So, and I think that's much more likely.
You think SpaceX will fail?
I think it will fail to deliver anything like its promises in the prospectus. Yes, absolutely.
I'm an investor in SpaceX, so I should probably declare that.
Yeah, well, you should, and good luck.
I invested quite early, relatively early. So we've had quite a good outcome. There wasn't an AI thesis when I invested. It was Starlink.
Yeah,
and it was
Starlink,
rockets.
great idea, by the way, makes money. But this is not Starlink. Maybe I'd be an investor too if it was Starlink.
Yeah. It was $100 billion roughly in that region when I invested. So it rose up to 3 trillion today.
Yes, nice investment.
Not a bad investment, yeah.
But it doesn't really count until you've cashed it in.
Yeah, which I might do now.
Don't you have to wait 6 months?
I think we're locked out.
In another podcast, I was comparing the purchase of my Tesla 6 years ago with the price of Tesla stock. And I wrote it up in my quarterly letter to the clients that A, I'd bought a Tesla, and B, I thought Tesla was overpriced. And fast forward, Tesla stock went up 10 times over the life of my car, which still hasn't been, incidentally, into the garage once.
It's a great car, isn't it?
I imagine, though, but people who really hate futzing around with cars, that component that they don't have to go to the garage is so underestimated until you enjoy it.
Never bet against Elon then.
So then the story becomes, from where we were 10 years ago, he couldn't get there. It wasn't profitable enough. It couldn't grow as fast as it should. There was no way. And he broke the rules the following way. He's so good at BS, that's a technical term, that he talked the stock up to 4 or 5 times what it was worth on paper. Then he sold lots of stock at 5 times what it was worth, used the money to build a gigafactory. And then instead of the sale of stock crushing it, he kept on talking up the game. The stock kind of hung in and then went up again, 5 times what it was worth, sold another big slug, et cetera, et cetera. So the only reason he did well was because of the combination of incredible confidence inspiring in potential stockholders. It became a self-fulfilling prophecy. It wasn't worth that, but he persuaded other people that it was. The stock went up, he cashed it in, he built factories. The stock went up, he cashed it in, he built more factories, and there we were. It went up 10 times. Now, the scale of SpaceX requires him to do the same again. And the timing of the market cycle, the timing of confidence would have to be the same. He hit, in the last 6 years, a wonderful bull market. He will not, in SpaceX, do that. SpaceX is such a fabulous BS story. Mining asteroids. Huge, incredible success of AI. It's the classic description of a market peak. It's what you look for at the top of a terrific bubble.
I've got a Tesla.
It's hard to debate that, but I mean, Elon's trying to make that impossible possible, right? At this point, guys, that's what he's trying to do. So he's trying to raise the money to, get the resources, pay the people a living wage to create that thing to make the impossible possible.
I've seen that massive rocket, the Starship, be caught with those chopsticks.
Everyone has seen it. It's the defining feature of technology, isn't it? It's a magnificent moment. That's worth half the price of SpaceX.
I think that's why I invested when I saw it. But also I've seen with Neuralink, I've seen people that are paraplegic controlling computers. My Tesla drives itself for hours and hours and hours without me touching the pedals or the steering wheel because it can see the road and navigate itself. To his credit, as an innovator, he has created magic. So when you say about mining asteroids, if they had told me we would have reusable rockets that you could catch on chopsticks, I would have gone BS. There's no way. You can't capture like a 70-foot
But
building.
there is nothing in the laws of physics
that
says you can't do that.
That's what he says about the asteroids. And that's what he says about everything. He goes, if it's within the laws of physics, then it's possible.
Going to Mars is not within the laws of physics, really. It's a one-way ticket to Mars, for starters. When you're on Mars, humans do a couple of things really quickly. Their heart adjusts to the fact that it's 1/5 of the gravity. Your heart loses its muscle power, and your bones lose their internal strength. If you come down, your heart will fail, and all your bones will crack.
But you could be in an insulated environment, no?
First of all, you'd have to go underground to avoid the incredible incoming rays that will otherwise give you cancer in a few weeks. So dig a deep hole, and then you need a gravitational spinning machine, shades of 2001 or whatever it was called, and that maintains your gravitational impact, and you have to build it underground. You have to protect yourself against cosmic rays and against the gravitational difference. Listen, we have not been able to build a sustainable system in a dome ever. They all fail. Why would you not, let's say, guys, let's build a sustainable dome where you grow food, you put in people, you put in creatures.
Cosmic rays, guys. Oh, yeah, cosmic rays. I mean, it would make sense, guys, if they make it on Earth first, you know, figure out how to make it on Earth. Make portable, deployable environments on Earth first. Start with under the ocean, possibly, and then go to space. Then we could see it's possible.
And insects, and you show you can do it. I mean, we're destroying the damn planet, and yet we think we can go to another infinitely more hostile planet than this one.
I do agree with you on that. I do agree with us. I think we should focus on our planet first and foremost.
And that's the really bad news embedded in your stock. It's really suggesting fantasy and long-term objectives at the very time when our own planet is under threat.
Would you ever invest in SpaceX?
Yeah, of course, if it came down to...
Where I invested.
10 cents on the dollar, yeah, I might. 5 cents.
Okay. You've got 3 children?
Yes.
3 children. They're all, you know, older than me now, I believe. I'm 33 years old, so they're all...
Yes, they're all older than you.
They're all older than me. But when they were, you know, if they were young now, and they came to you and they said, Dad, listen, I heard about all this AI stuff, and I'm about to go off to university and train myself. What skills should I be thinking about for the future ahead?
My take is I'd like them, as they are, to be involved in climate change work.
If they said, Dad, listen, I don't...
Be an engineer.
Why?
Do something really useful that will come in handy if things start to unravel.
What will come in?
Practical skills.
What are practical skills?
Well, our second son is practicing growing various crops and has a small farm, you could say. So he's trying to get to know how you would deal with chickens, how you would deal with pigs, how you would deal with mushrooms.
Why does that matter, do you think?
Farmers, guys. We're going back to being farmers. We're going back to being farmers, guys. We're going backwards, guys. We're going backwards. Get screwed over by the banks. Yes, we get the farmers get screwed over by their suppliers that buy from them. It's mainly just trying to self-fulfill, be off the grid at this point.
Based on the future that you're forecasting?
I think there's quite a good chance that the level of complexity of our civilization will start to unravel. Lose the plot at the ends is the first thing that would go. I'll tell you a good sign. How long does it take to get your ambulance?
I don't know.
In the UK, it was 12.5 minutes.
Yeah.
It's now an hour and a half.
Really? To get an ambulance?
It's exactly what you would expect as people begin to lose the plot a bit. They fray at the edges. People can't buy houses. People don't feel they can do as well as their parents. People are basically disgruntled. They want to vote against the party in power. You know, the recent move to Trump was less than the average move of the last 7 European elections. It didn't matter whether they were right-wing conservatives, kick the rascals out. Left-wing French, kick them out. And why do you want to kick them out? Because
how about learn after mushrooms how to deal with fentanyl? Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because you don't
Drugs,
think
man,
things are going
drugs.
well, you're not feeling really happy. You're disappointed.
Why?
Why? Obviously, the government's doing a bad job. I think that's the reflex.
What are the government doing wrong?
It may be that it's not the government doing anything wrong. It's just that the environment is becoming tougher.
As in the economic environment?
The economic environment, the
rich are getting richer, the poor are getting poorer.
I think that's the biggest economic problem. I mean, the US now has a Gini ratio, which is a measure of how unequal your society is, which is up there with Brazil and Mexico that used to be a joke. And now the US is up there. Since about 1975, all of the wealth worth talking about has gone to the top 10%, and a lot of that to the top 0.01%. Before that, by the way, from 1935 from FDR to
Hey,
1975.
caffeinated. Hello.
So that's 40 years. We had a wonderful period of growth. We had gains of over 3.5% a year. But the nice thing was that the poorest quarter made a little bit more than average, let's say 4%. And the richest quarter made a little less, let's say 3%. And everybody got richer. Everyone was happy. And then from 75 onwards, basically the average hour worked in America has barely gotten more adjusted for inflation than it did in 1975.
The richest 1% of Americans control 31% of the nation's entire wealth, and by contrast, the bottom 50% of the entire population shares just 2.5% of the wealth. The richest 10 US billionaires saw their wealth surge by 526% adjusted for inflation between 2020 and 2025. Between 1989 and the mid-2020s, the financial gain of a single household at the top 1% threshold was 987 times larger than the gain of a household in the bottom 20%.
Forget, in a sense, the bottom.
Give me a second, guys. I need to check my workers. My workers aren't working. My workers aren't working. Just want to make sure we did it. Force all three. Force. Let's see here. Let me read this. 4 accounts skipped. So equipped Windows portable test sync. Memory saved. Still running locally. Want me to stop and leave the dashboard up? Just want to make sure we did quality assurance with everything. 5 real bugs found. Oh, 2 shells are still running. Okay. Just checking on work, guys. Checking on work. Navi is done. Navi is done now. Don't need to work on Navi. SigmaShake. Golang for everything. Yes. TypeScript for front end. And then what was the design? Design is all good. Web UI. All right. Per DoD goal, owning agents. Sorry. Should I run it now? Goal. Ultra think. Use mono skill to start working. Complete all goals. Also needs to consider. All right. Off we go. Creating SigmaShake strike, guys.
Bottom 20% is tragic, but the guy in the middle, the 50th percentile, he is unhappy also. And when your average guy is unhappy because he's not doing very well, you know you have a problem.
What is that problem? This inequality we're seeing across the Western world, what does history tell us happens next?
All bad. We had a similarly unequal society back in the so-called Gilded Age of the 1880s and 90s and so on. We got lucky in an ugly way. We ran into World War I, which was catastrophically expensive, killed off a huge fraction of the officer class. And then we went into the Great Depression.
No.
Then we went into World War II. We came out as a very equal society by historical standards. Obviously, in the wartime, you pull together, and the social contract, the feeling that you owe something to the rest of society was much stronger than it is today.
I was doing some research and it said when wealth inequality peaks to the extremes that we currently see in the US and the UK, history shows that the system inevitably resets. According to historical macro studies, peaceful policy changes almost never fix extreme inequality. Historically, a wealth peak is broken by one of three violent or catastrophic triggers. Number one, total civil collapse and state failure. Number two, mass mobilization warfare. Or number three, total revolution.
Yeah, and that's why number two was lucky. In the end, it's better to have a war and have everyone pull their weight and work together than it is the other. Civil wars are the worst of all kinds.
What do you think is likely to happen? It can't just keep becoming more unequal.
No, it can't. So it needs a government that is prepared to pull up Bernie Sanders to say, yeah, we're going to have to, at least in a gentle and long-term way, shift the tax structure in favor of a slightly steeper curve.
So you mean taxation needs to go
Yes.
up? We need to tax the rich.
And help the poor. It's pretty simple. And you have a kind of steepness in every society. That's what they do.
Yeah, we need another revolution. Guys, most of the young people, the young ones under 30, they don't have any money to put in the stock market. If shipping's going this way, we might. Guys, everybody under 30 and under, have no money in the stock market, guys. Everybody above 30 has money in the stock market. So it's like this fight between the young and the old. And the really, really old, the people that are 60 age and older, are just keeping their money, keeping their jobs. I don't know about that. Okay. Most people I know, especially not in tech, are no in markets. They are just trying to pay rent. Oh, okay. So everybody in the under 30, even over 30, have no money in the markets because it's so hard to have money at all. Yeah, most of my friends that I grew up in high school have no money in the market, and hardly any. Makes sense. Only because you don't have a choice. I think one of the advice that I got, no, this is something I had to do, right? But this is the advice that Professor Zhang says. If you really want to get out of financial reach, you take that 10K liquid. I see. They said that if you really want to be financial independent, not the financial, he didn't say these words, but he says if you really want to make more money, you got to move out of your hometown. And you have to go to the mega cities that have the higher paying jobs. That's what they said. But your chances of getting that high paying job is really, really low. You have stocks, funds, own a flat, small, but your own. Oh, nice. Congrats. Yeah. I'm probably gonna be renting forever. Same talk. Was listening to one of this over lunch. Okay. See here. ADHD for a bit. ADHD. But growing up in college, paycheck to paycheck, slaving away at my job. Wait. Oh, he does another one. An hour ago. Oh, this is the same one. This is the same thing. We're watching the same thing. We haven't finished yet. We're almost there. Many of my IT friends has second flat. All right, they're doing well. We're finishing this though. We're watching the whole thing. But yeah, guys, for renting and passive income, got it. I have a few folks that are also landlords and they're renting out too. He's in the EU though. He's in the EU, so he's not here. He's not in the US. US has it different, and he's older. He's older than, he's your age-ish, Zen. He's your age. All right. We'll continue on. Learn more.
every developed country in the world taxes the rich and helps the poor, don't they? It's a question of degree. We did much more helping the poor and taxing the rich in the 1950s and 60s and 40s than we do today. And somewhere between that level and the current level might be more than enough. If we just started to adopt the policy of 1935 to 75, where the bottom quarter get 0.5% a year richer than the average, and the top dogs get 0.5% less each year than the average, that sounds pretty unthreatening. I think we would ease our way over several decades into a better place.
If you were 33 now, my age, and you were trying to accumulate wealth.
Oh, God, I wish I was 33.
Do you?
Such an exciting time.
Guys, such an exciting time, guys. He knows, guys. He knows because the people that are young are rich in time. He is 70 something years old. 80, I forgot how old he was. But he doesn't have much time, guys. He's envying. Guys, he wishes he could just take over some young boy's body and start over again with the knowledge that he knows. Oh. Yeah.
What would you give to be 33?
There's nothing I can give.
How do we predict that, guys? How did we predict that? Probably already in CL1. Yeah, we're growing the brain in CL1, guys. We're growing the brain.
No, but would you? I find this funny. I heard of someone.
He's like, I wish I had that 95% of my wealth back so I could pay for the, live forever ticket.
Ask a question like this the other day. They said, like, would you give your entire available net worth to be 33?
Yeah, I think everyone says
yes.
Yes. I mean, how did one get a net worth? By work and luck and
guys, I think once you get an injury and you're at that age and it's difficult to do things, I think you just want to, live the rest of your life. And unless, because you've been living in agony, right, for quite some time, unless all that pain goes away and you can start all over, just like the Back in Time TV shows, movies, Back to the Future. Wait, no, Back to the Future, he stayed the same age. Oof. God, I'm not looking forward to getting old. Yes. Man, if anything's in, save, you got to reach 10 million net worth or 20 million net worth by the time, currently. You have to have 10 million, 20 million right now, so that you could retire and have your, or maybe migrate to a place with free healthcare that will take care of you when you get old. Because the system right now is not going to benefit us when we get old. Like, I forgot what country it was, but when you get old, the young will take care of you. Because the young will always have, like, it was paid in advance or something. I forgot what country it is. Let's look at what country it is really quick. What country is the easiest to retire in with a good healthcare system and allows the young to take care of the old? Which country is that? Norway. Yeah, you're probably right. Norway, Sweden, Singapore. So Singapore is good. I heard the people in Singapore are stressed as hell, though. They have white hair at the age of 30 in their 20s because they're working so hard. But let's see. They said codified the cultural value law via Maintenance of Parents Act. Citizens age 60 and older claim financial maintenance from their adult children if they cannot support themselves. Okay, so you get paid to take care of your parents. All right. Thailand. Okay, Portugal. Uh, China? Huh. I was thinking there'd be somewhere else in the EU or non-Asian countries. You also should take care of your parents, even if they have a bad job. Spain, EU recommendation. Young care for old framework. Spanish civil code. Adult children are legally obligated to provide food, housing, clothing, and medical assistance to their parents, grandparents, if they're unable to care for themselves. Damn, I better have children, guys. I better have kids right now. I need those kids to take care of me when I get injured or go old or something. Because I don't trust having another healthcare retirement home person take care of me. Costa Rica. All right. Italy. It's hot over there, guys. It's hot. France. I was expecting more countries. I was expecting like Sweden or Dutch or Finland. Old talk made me so anxious. Yeah, man. That's the thing. I'm technical, so I think about the future. And I'm only, in my 30s or so. Asked about Norway. Oh, can you ask about Norway and New Zealand? Oops. At least with AI, we could find these answers really quickly. Defamiliarization. Ask about Norway. I'm surprised they didn't list it. Yeah, sometimes it doesn't list things. Austria. Norway. Neither of these countries expect legally requires adult children to take care of their aging parents. Oh no. Removed it. They removed it, guys. They removed the framework in Norway. New Zealand. No legal obligation. Damn, guys. You know why, guys? In Asian countries, they, I don't want to say we because I'm not an Asian country. I could say we because I'm Asian, but in Asian countries, we work really hard to have our culture stick together as a family. Although it didn't work for me. It didn't work out for me. But in Asian countries, you try to stick as a unit. And you take care of all your cousins. Everybody, if somebody needs help, you help them. Type of thing. In China, they treat China as like above all else, You take care of everyone. Everyone takes care of each other. But in America, there's individualism, selfishness. And so in America, you learn to not really care about other people as much. Unfortunately, that's the case.
Activity, all those good things.
If you were 33 now in this moment in time and your objective was, and this is a bit of a crass objective, but I'm going to, it sounds like it's a very one-dimensional objective, but
Rice-based cultures are collective compared to wheat, which are more individuals, as it was forced by survival with that kind of food. Oh, I see.
If your objective was just to become rich now at 33, what strategy would you deploy? Again, I'm going to take away your contacts. I'm even going to take away everything you know.
Yes, I'm taking away all my contacts, guys. I have no contacts. My contacts is all my chatters. Rice need cooperation between farms. Oh, and wheat doesn't. I see. We were making bread all the time, not rice over here.
No. So you'd have to go on the journey of acquiring new information. What would you do?
I think the simple appeal would be to get your tail into AI and try and be a leader. Try and know more about everything in that area than the next guy.
Mm.
Join a leading firm and go for broke. You may end up encouraging the destruction of the human species, but you asked a simple question.
SigmaShake, we're rebranding, guys. We're an AI firm. We're an AI security firm now. And make a huge impact into culture and how current society mindset is. Wait, did you say something right before that, though? No, he doesn't? Oh, no, I read that one. I read that one. Guys, we are now an AI security firm. All right? SigmaShake. All right, we're rebranding, guys. We have Sigma Strike. We have Sigma Strike. Goal. Ultra Think. Use Monoskill. We are now to work on being a AI security firm. All right. Boom. Just have that. That's the goal, guys. We're an AI security firm now.
And I give you what I think is a simple
We're not selling products. We're a firm. We're a firm.
answer.
And what I hear there is you want to make sure you're riding a wave that's coming into shore and you're on the forefront of that incoming wave, like we saw with the tech bubble. We saw, we're now seeing with the AI bubble. So it's really about acquire the most valuable information.
Yes. And take lots of risk. Don't be conservative.
And work hard.
And work hard. And think outside the box. I mean, I think that the biggest deficiency of most people is that they feel constrained to play the game by the regular rules and to believe that experts.
Damn, he's right, guys. The only reason I'm playing by the rules is because SigmaShake or Mrs. Sigma is a non-risk taker. I am the risk taker, guys. I am the risk taker. So I'm taking the risk. But I wouldn't say Mrs. Sigma is holding me back, but it makes sense. In this economy, we have to, pinch every penny.
And authorities know what they're doing.
And usually does.
And as you know, probably. It just ain't so.
What if I'm trying to invest? So say that I've got $1,000 or $10,000 and I want to invest it somewhere that's going to not lose me money through all of these cycles of, boom and bust. Because
God damn, guys. I remember when I had, what's that thing called when your bank has no money and your credit charges it? I forgot what it's called. But when that happened to me, man, I felt so screwed. I felt so screwed, man. And then I got my only saving grace, guys, was I qualified for financial aid. And I was able to pay back what I owed on my credit card and then have zero debt. But $1,000 back then meant so much. I actually had that much invested in Nvidia, and I had to sell it because I was living paycheck to paycheck. I had to, but yeah, I think it's just with $1,000 of savings, I could only think you could just over leverage yourself and use that as a cushion to get loans for like college or something like that, and then use that money to that stipend that you get. What's that called? A grant? Qualify for a grant? Just exploit the system, guys. Exploit the system. Get the grant. Use that money to pay for Claude Code every month, and then make your AI company. A lot of people did that in crypto. They took student loans, invested all that into Ethereum and Bitcoin. And I guess look how it turned out now, I guess. I never was on minus, even when studying on a stipend, and in IT, I got a work easy. I was able to get enough money to start wife and family and flatten kids. Yeah, in the US, it's not enough. In the US, it's not enough, especially where I live, guys. I live in the most expensive city in the world. Easy mode back then. Yeah, yeah, it's nice. I think my parents told me that college was free back then. You literally just had to sign up. They just had to sign. Oh my God, guys, that one, what do you call it? That one prompt spawned 13 sessions. What the heck? That has to be wrong. Oh no, it's probably SigmaShake. SigmaShake. Cobra Kai. You need to just have a good score. Ah, got it. It's true. You just need a good score. Cobra Kai. I should have called it SigmaShake. No, that's corny.
I'm interested. I have a lot of people message me and ask me about investing because I interview lots of people about investing. I have my own investment fund as well. But what advice do you give for the average person?
Investment fund at 33, guys. That's crazy. But it is useless paper in so many cases. Guys, 33 years old, invested really early in SpaceX. Holy God, this guy's a billionaire. Almost all masters agreed to do that. Oh, I see. Yeah. They had to get a master's degree. Man, 33 years old, already 100 plus millionaire. Damn. What am I doing with my life? I should have started on YouTube and just interview people.
To invest their salary or their wages.
Buy a broad-based index of non-US equities.
Non-US? That's really surprising to me.
For like 60% of your money, and then 5 or 10% in precious metals. And if it's convenient and sensible, hold a bit of real estate. And the rest I'd put in bonds.
Okay, so 5 or 10% in things like silver and gold.
Yeah.
A preference?
$1,000 isn't going to get you a house. But you could try.
For either silver or gold?
No.
S&P 500? No, you said non-US.
Non-US.
This is so interesting because everybody says invest in US stocks.
Of course they do. They've been completely dominant for 20 years. Completely kicking ass around the rest of the world. And then in the last 12 months, emerging markets is up 65% now. The S&P has done much better than I would have guessed, but it's only 25. That's a lot less than 65.
And I guess the strategy is quite important here as well, which is you're saying to hold these for a long time. Try not to buy and sell.
And try and look at where the cycle has been. And I can tell you, and you can see it for yourself, there has been an enormous cycle in favor of the S&P, in favor of the American market over the rest of the world. And do you think America is going to keep on gaining on the rest of the world? And of course you're going to say yes now, because that's the flavor of this market. We think that what is good today will continue being good indefinitely, even though history tells you that is absolutely not the case. We live in a world that tends to rotate from one to the other. We believe in a world that extrapolates today's conditions, and you can easily prove that. The stock market is not efficient. The stock market extrapolates today's conditions. If they are terrible in 1982, they will take crushed earnings and multiply it by 7 times earnings. And then in 2000, peak profit margins times, 35 times earnings. They double count it in the worst way. When times are good, you multiply it by a lot. That's another way of saying you.
It's hard to invest in China market because of national influence. Yeah. Yep. Because of they're just ran by the government, right? I remember the IPO of some Chinese companies were completely destroyed because of the government. So perhaps Korea, Japan is too old people. Yeah. Japan has too many old people that have the money. The young people don't have the money. Korea's stock market, I heard, is super crazy. They're like speculation, everything, market go up. All invested.
Extrapolate it into the distant future.
You assume it's going to continue.
And Keynes, of course, my hero, says, of course, that's extrapolation is the convention you adopt, even though you know from personal experience that the world is not that way.
You didn't use the word crypto when you were talking about investment strategies. How much crypto do you own?
None.
Have you ever owned any crypto?
No.
Will you ever own any crypto?
No.
Will you ever advise?
EU is far behind in AI runs, so nothing to invest in. I see.
Advise anyone to buy crypto?
No.
I feel like EU is just so, I wouldn't say so, but there's separate, I guess. There's so many cooks in the kitchen, so it's hard to have like one dominating country as a whole. There's just so much pieces everywhere, all their own snowflake that you know has their spark in the world, has their mark in the world, but they don't work together, I guess, other than keeping things secure and highly regulated. And each one, language, history, and identity. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's sort of weird. I think the EU should just be split up, maybe. I don't know.
Why?
I think it's an unnecessary piece of nonsense. It facilitates nothing except criminals moving money.
Yep.
So they can't be seen.
US moves.
It's not a story.
Moves helping unite EU. Yeah. What he just said is why I didn't put any money in crypto.
Or a value, since it bounces around all over the place, just down.
It's meant for money laundering. But at the same time, all the transactions could be tracked. It'll just take a long time to trace back.
From 120 to 60, because it felt like it. So it's not stable. It's volatile as hell. It's not used conveniently as a medium of exchange. You can't go into a shop and use it easily. It does one thing very, very well. It's a means of speculating beautifully.
Do you think Bitcoin's going to go to zero?
Well, in the distant
It is
future, yes,
deflate
it
by
will certainly go
default.
to zero, but it may take a long time. And you know, in the distant future, everything goes to zero. So
what about property as an investment? Because the first sort of reaction most people have when they have enough money to make an investment or to buy something is they buy a property as an investment asset. So people will go buy themselves a house, they'll move into it. We're kind of told that that's how you start to accumulate wealth, is you go buy yourself a house. What do you think of that?
it's hard to imagine how it could be a good decision when there's such an increasing fraction of people who can't afford it. And there is a political resistance, you know.
Doesn't that just mean that if I buy one now and increasingly people can't afford one, doesn't that mean that my house is going to be worth more in 10 years' time?
No, if people can't afford it, there's no one bidding. And by the way, the population is going to decline. Young family formations are already declining in many of the richer countries. And if you have family formations declining and you have super expensive houses, what do you think is going to happen? Now, you could say, well, perhaps there will be a mysterious increase in family formations and that the chronic baby bust that we maybe will talk about soon will stop.
Xin chào mọi người. Chào mừng các bạn.
What the heck just happened, guys? What the heck just happened? I'll keep playing, but I'm interested. What just happened?
I don't speak Vietnamese, but this show can because of AI video technology from our sponsor, HeyGen. I get messages.
Oh man, that freaked me out a little bit, guys. That freaked me out. Shoo. Freaked me out. Oh man. What was that?
Let's talk about the chronic baby bust. I've been hearing a lot in the news. I think there were some articles that actually came out this week in the New York Times that talked about the decline in fertility rates and how young couples like me, I'm engaged to a young woman who, and me and her are trying to have a child now. It's not always a straight line to having a child. I think you kind of sold the idea that it is, that you just have sex without a condom and then a baby appears. But lots of young families and lots of my friends who are trying to have kids have gone for a couple of years trying and struggling to conceive. So much so that after doing this podcast, I started telling some of my friends, I actually think it's a good idea to start freezing your eggs, embryos, sperm, because if it is going to get increasingly harder, then there might need to be medical interventions, IVF, etc.
Young people are financially effed. Who normal would start a family when can't leave month to month, live month to month without worrying? Yeah, I'm in the boat. I'm in the boat.
For me and my friends, if we want to have families. But the problem is as well, at like 33 years old, if you look at the data, you're not at your peak necessarily in terms of fertility. You're somewhere coming down the slope as a man, but also as a woman. And so you're kind of fighting time a little bit, it feels like.
Yeah, you are.
And I think my partner feels the same way, that we wish we were told a little bit earlier about family planning. And then I hear about these fertility issues that apparently are being caused by toxins and the sort of chemicals in our environment. You have spent a long time thinking, writing, talking about this.
Yes.
I guess the first question is why? Why is a guy that's known for managing billions and billions and billions, hundreds of billions of dollars, talking about fertility and this sort of baby bust?
Well, starting 27 years ago with the foundation, we were committed to start thinking about everything to do with climate. And you're moving in the right circle then, because the next thing is we started to worry about the cataclysmic decline in insects. I don't know if you're aware of this, but insects appear to have dropped in biomass, the weight of the flying insects, by 50 to 75%.
Really?
In the last 60, 70 years. And E.O. Wilson, the famous Ant-Man, he believed that, nature could handle the loss of humans easily, effortlessly, but it could not handle the loss of insects. That insects are, in a sense, he felt, and his fellow experts, he represented them as thinking the same way, that insects are the bedrock of nature. And if they start to go out of business, then the birds who feed on them and the amphibians, they start to decline, which they have done, also catastrophically. One thing leads to another, and the beetles are no longer recycling the forest floor, and eventually things won't grow, and no one to fertilize the plant.
Oh God. That's the one thing that they didn't describe in Idiocracy, the movie, is that the people that are dumb were trying to grow plants with Gatorade because it had electrolytes, and then the solution was water. But what if there's no insects? What if there's no minerals in the soil? All right, that's bad.
And the damage spreads. And he felt that eventually loss of insects would lead to a more or less complete failure of nature, and we would inherit a planet that was no longer conducive to humans. We noticed that some of the same effects are felt by humans.
Yeah, it was supposed to be a comedy, not prophecy.
And a report came out, Shana Swan and Haggai Levine, I think it finished in 2011, and it made the case that sperm count had been dropping, had almost halved since the first reports, academic reports in 1970. So I immediately said, this has the feeling of something that is really important. We got to study the data, and the results came out suggesting that the decline rate was accelerating. The decline rate this year is 2.5% a year. You don't have to be mathematically that literate to realize that a 2.5% decline in your sperm count every year
Good morning.
is a disastrous level,
My Sigma
a non-sustainable
shaker.
level, right?
How long is that going to...
Good morning? What? Why are you saying good morning? It's lunchtime, man. For both of us. Well, we just passed lunchtime now. Well, welcome, Alpine. Nice to see you.
Take for this.
I hope you're doing well. Found some kids to train. Creating something, hopefully, to sell to parents. Or learning to make your YouTube video that we could watch. That we could upvote and like and subscribe.
my sperm to basically not work?
As far as we can tell, our best guess is that in hunter-gatherer days, we had 180 million units per milliliter of sperm. And when the academics came in 1970, it was down to about 100. And today it's 35, okay? Also the quality and the motility, they call it, had also declined, somewhat similarly. It turns out, luckily for us, that we were over-engineered, I like to say, like a great Victorian bridge. Nature doesn't take any risks, and you have more than you need. And it appears, again, a good guess is about 45 million units is what you need to be able to get pregnant without any difficulty. And that was hit about 15 to 20 years ago. The number of young couples who needed help 15 or 20 years ago was nil, basically. And for this reason, that none of them had a chronic lack of sperm count in round numbers. And now the World Health says it's about 17%. Okay, 17% of young couples could use some help today, which means that instead of just trying for a week or two.
No worries. I said hello, welcome, and I said, why is it lunchtime or morning? Because it's lunchtime. It's lunchtime, or past lunchtime, or current lunchtime.
2 or 3 or 4 or 5 or 6, you're trying for months and months, and everybody knows people now who fall in that category, which is exactly what you would expect if you've gone from 0 to 17%. But this is the killer. Shana Swan and my colleague and I kind of thought about this thing separately and independently, and we worked out, doesn't take a great brain, that in 20 to 25 years, the average young couple will need help. I mean, this is tomorrow. This is not 200 years from now. In 20 to 25 years, the average young couple will need help getting pregnant.
Are you practicing for your YouTube video every day? I just want to check in. Make sure you make your YouTube video. All you need is your phone. That's it. You don't need any fancy webcam. You just set your phone, get the written sign off to record yourself when you teach your thing to your students, and then do the same thing as the whiteboard like Professor Jang. Professor Jang is your reference point. And you just, go on the whiteboard, then teach them from there. We're waiting for the video.
Dr. Swan's projection indicates that if the current rate of decline continues unchecked, the medium male sperm count is on track to hit 0 by 2045.
Wow. But teaching a YouTube channel might... I've been thinking about it. That specific idea wouldn't work, but teaching YouTube channel might. Hey, it works. Watch this guy. Use this guy as your inspiration. All right. Follow this exact same format. Word for word.
Impressive.
Guys, I have no time to watch him anymore, and he's starting to do live streams now. And we're missing everything about Dante. I don't know anything about Dante, but he speaks so highly of Dante that I wish I had time to watch. Okay. All right, make sure you watch these videos. You don't have to agree with them. But I'm telling you, his teaching strategy, his one-way bias to his teaching, is so much of a hook to keep me interested in watching. That he got famous. He got famous. He has 2.68 million subscribers on YouTube, and he has more doing what do you call it, on Substack and all these other mediums. Crazy. All right, going to it. Hello, welcome.
Yeah. That means the median couple is not going to have children without a lot of help.
It means half the male population will have 0 viable sperm and the remaining half
Uh-oh.
will be right on the edge of functional
Guys,
infertility.
I gotta stop eating pizza. I gotta get out of here before I'm sucked in. Long day today. Just stopped in to say hi. All right. Hey, don't make sure you listen to that advice, okay? I'm an influencer, so I'm influencing you to keep training. All right. See you later. Good luck. Have a great day. Good luck at school. All right.
A few of them
Sounds
will
good.
still have plenty, and maybe 10% who are really perfectly in decent condition, because there's a huge distribution range today. You know, there are people today who still have 200 million. You know, better than the hunter-gatherers, but it's.
And what is causing this, and how do we stop it?
Shana would say the environment around you of mainly plastics. Plastics are leaching
Plastics and economy?
toxins, and the particles of plastics you have in your brain and in your body, which we now know is quite substantial, are also leaching toxins. And these toxins are what they call endocrine disruptors. They mess with your hormones. You should expect them to lower your fertility. And yet, the people who specialize in fertility problems and write books about it, none of them mention toxicity. They mention the 100 perfectly solid reasons why people are choosing to have fewer children.
Endocrine disrupting chemicals like phthalates, which are found in cosmetics, shampoos, food packaging, etc.
Oh, crap.
They actively lower testosterone production.
I gotta stop using soap. I gotta stop using soap, guys. Maybe the bar soap is okay. I just need to stop using shampoo. I guess. I'll feel a little bit weird. Is it because I shower every day? Should I just stop? Should I do what Asmongold does and just not shower for like, a few days at a time, maybe a month? And let the body naturally clean itself? Maybe.
And male fetus
I'll bring it up to Mrs. Sigma and see what she says.
is during the first trimester, permanently stunting reproductive capacity before birth.
Yes.
BPAs, which are what they call biphospholates.
Yes, something like that.
Used to make plastics hard, line tin cans, and coat thermal store receipts. They are synthetic estrogens. They flood the male body with female hormone signals, crashing sperm count and motility. PFAs, forever chemicals, used in non-stick pans, Teflons, waterproof rain jackets, and stain-resistant carpets. They break down in nature, accumulate in human blood, and are directly linked to lower sperm volume. And then the microplastics you talked about, the Trojan horse. One of the shocking things that I read was that it's been discovered that they are physically embedded in human placentas.
Yes, isn't that amazing?
Breast milk and human testicles. And there was a major study I think we all heard about in 2024 that found microplastics in 100% of human testicular tissues tested. 100%. And lastly, biological stresses. So me and you being sat down on these chairs heats our
Microplastics in our balls, guys. Microplastics in our balls.
testicles to a point where the sperms die. Heated car seats, hot laptops, they actively cook the sperm. And lastly, obesity.
Oh God, man, I gotta make sure I'm always in short or in my underwear when I stream now, guys. I gotta stop cooking them.
Yes. And of course, smoking you somehow slipped through the net.
Yeah.
But there is a whole other branch, pesticides on your food. Now, if you give me time, I'll tell you about these two little studies. They're very small and you might ignore them, except they were done by Harvard and Mass General, which is a candidate for the best hospital in America. And they had a clinic for people having problem getting pregnant, and they ran it out of that. They had 180 men, and they got them to self-report on what they were eating. Were they eating the dirty dozen? Were they eating melons and bananas that have lots of protection? At the end of 6 months, the guys who reported to eat the least bad versus the quarter that at the worst, there was a doubling of sperm count. Can you believe it? At the top category, the more fruit and veggies you ate, the better your sperm count. In the bottom quartile, the more they ate, the worse their sperm count. It was a dramatic result, but 2 to 1 between the top and the bottom. And then 2 years later, they did a very similar study with women who were having trouble. And at the end of their 9 months of self-reporting, the ones who ate the least badly had 68% successful live births, bearing in mind this was a fertility clinic, and the bottom quartile, 38%. So once again, nearly double. I mean, and it's life and death. I mean, these are really important. And this was only based on what they ate. Because pesticides are...
Don't worry, guys. We're going to be growing brains, and then we're going to inject those brains into robot bodies. You know, the labor issue is solved. And we don't have to train them to grow up from babies to kids to adults. They're going to just be straight up adults.
Full of these toxins, and they are delivered straight into your body. You eat the damn things. It's not just they're on the surface, you can wash some of that away, but they're impregnated part of the structure of the berry. Berries, apples, pears, peaches, and funnily spinach are really bad. And at the top end, the bananas and the oranges.
Oh my gosh, then what do we eat? What do we eat then? Nothing? Is eating nothing healthier?
Melons are fine. So if you eat these damn things, they're designed to kill our cousins, the insects and the weeds and the funguses. Why would you expect them not to do a terrible job on humans? And we stuff them in our system. And the fetus, it turns out, is 100 to 1,000 times more vulnerable than we are out in the world. For example, if your mother smokes, it's going to do about the same damage as if you smoke for the rest of your life.
I'm creating SigmaShake. It's an AI security firm. We just pivoted just now, but we are an AI security firm. We create solutions to monitor your AI agent and make sure it's secure by evaluating every single tool call, everything that it does, and allowing you to monitor, create rules to prevent it from doing prevent it from doing destructive operations or using a tool that you don't want it to use, so you could force it to use something else. But pretty much have the developer have control of their AI agent like Claude Code, Codex, Cursor, etc., and just give you that power to manage it and share those rules across different teams and stuff. Yeah, it's I'm making it easier. I'm changing the UI a little bit to make it easier. But yeah, I created a security product. It comes with your Twitch subscription, so if you subscribe, you're able to download it and use it for yourself. And typically people who follow, I usually ask and start chatting. I usually ask, how'd you find me? And what's your operating system that you're using? And if you're vibe coding, what are you vibe coding? Self-hosted? Oh, I have a cloud version. I have a self-hosted version, and then I have a cloud version for enterprise only. The enterprise version is the cloud hosted version, but for the self-hosted, it's a tool. Think of it like a desktop application, a web application, and a CLI tool, all in one. It depends on what your preference is, but yeah, like you could check it out at SigmaShake.com, and it will tell you all about it. My tool is AI agent guardrails and safeguards, but I'm slowly pivoting to being an AI security firm. I'm also vibe code with cloud and Windows. Okay, sounds good. Sounds good. So I made my product for Windows. My product is not free. It's only $5 a month. But you don't have to buy it through here. You could get a Twitch subscription and you could buy it through there. You automatically get it. So you could be subscribed to the channel and you have access to the product itself when you're ready. when you're ready. But right now, we're just learning. We're learning right now. We have our agents all working in the background right now. We have a ton of agents working, spawning. Yeah, a lot of agents working in the background. And yeah, welcome. Appreciate you being here. I'm checking the website on Second Monitor.
Wow.
Okay,
And
sounds
you
good.
think about what the fetus is plugged into
Let me know if you need anything.
the system and how it's forming everything. It doesn't seem the most unreasonable thing that it would be much more sensitive. And there are people out there fussing quite reasonably about the first 1,000 days of life. But actually, that is nothing like as important as the 270 days in the womb.
Atrazine. Have you heard of atrazine?
Yes, I have.
Atrazine, referred to as the chemical castrator. It is the second most widely used herbicide in the United States, sprayed heavily on things like corn and sugar canes. And there was this crazy study which was peer-reviewed out of UC Berkeley that showed exposure to atrazine at levels below the EPA's considered safe for drinking levels, completely chemically castrated male frogs, turning 10% of them into fully functional females capable of laying eggs. In humans, it is linked to severe drops in sperm motility and testosterone.
And yet, we avoid the topic. We avoid the topic because it's pessimistic. We're not fighting the data.
We just don't want to talk about it.
We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to talk about bear markets. We don't want to talk about bad climate changes, even though it's bludgeoning us. This year could be the worst hot year in history.
Man, Ewo's already feeling it. Everybody's telling me it's really hot right now.
We are set up because of the accident of the El Nino to have perhaps the worst droughts and the hottest weather ever recorded, starting about now. So brace yourselves. But we don't want to talk about
Man, I better dig a hole and stay under it for a while.
that. We don't want to talk about toxicity. We don't want to talk about running out of resources. We just don't do bad news. But I have never seen anything like this fertility thing, where the data...
How's your tool can help with security audit for, let's say, your application? Can it help with analyzing and fix it? No, usually make Claude do the /security review. My tool is preventing Claude Code from doing extremely bad things. But if you're doing like security review, just let Claude take care of that. Make sure it's Opus or Fable when it comes out. Those specialize in security. My tool is mainly guardrails for Claude Code for you in this point, so that if you ever see it doing something wrong, you create a SigmaShake SSG rule to never do that again.
Is horrific. The baby bust is measurable. The sperm count is one of the few things you can really measure. Do they really think...
Yeah, no worries. I use it all the time because even if you write like exactly what you want in your Claude.md file or agent.md file, Claude will not follow those instructions all the time. So you create a SigmaShake rule to enforce stopping that behavior or encouraging it, forcing it to do something else that you want it to do. That's what SigmaShake is for.
If you have declining sperm count, the future is great. Do they really think that the economy will function if the number of 20-year-olds entering the market starts to drop like a stone? In Japan, you know what their 20-year-old is? It's 50% of what it was in 1948.
What, there's
50%, not down 15 or 3.5, 50% less.
50% less 20-year-olds?
20-year-olds that drive the market, that offer themselves for military service.
What do we do about this?
We have two things. We've got to detoxify the world.
All right. Let me know. I just refactored a little bit of it today. Type error, can't. Is that for the showcase? Which page are you on? Showcase? Which one? Oh, spending limits. All right, you have to separate it a little bit. I understand now. So spending limits or resource utilization. Okay, I got it. It's just this is all a demo. So thanks for letting me know. I haven't clicked on everything. Appreciate you. Appreciate you. Resource limits. Got it. Got it. All right. That's probably a new page. That's why. That was a new page. Appreciate it. Thank you. Man, you just got here, checking me out, already improving my site. Damn. Everybody likes going on the showcase. The showcase page is working, guys. People are going on the showcase page. I have a team on it. I have a professional team on it.
Which is intellectually easy. You ban.
You're a sysadmin, and if I could click on a button, I will do it 10 times. Sounds good, man. Welcome, welcome.
Poisonous chemicals. And we've made, in the EU, pretty good start. My favorite example, and everybody's favorite example, is cosmetics. Cosmetics, you don't actually eat it, but you rub it on your skin, which is the second worst thing to do. And there are 10,000 chemicals in cosmetics. And the EU has banned 1,500. If they ban the right 1,500, that could be 3/4 of the battle, right? Canada's banned 550, and the US has banned 12. I am not kidding.
Uh-oh.
So the good thing about toxicity is it is...
So the EU will eventually take over, guys. The EU will eventually win when everybody in the US dies because of these chemicals and can't produce. Or they'll just hire and import people from the EU.
Regional. If one country, if Denmark or the EU or the UK...
Oh, you're in the EU too? Nice. We have a guy also in the EU. Nice, nice. Good to know, good to know.
Wants to look after its chemicals, they will live longer and have better health. If the US wants to put their corporations first, they will have shorter lives. Do you know the life expectancy difference between the US and Sweden has gone from 2 years to 6 years in the last 70 years? I wrote in my quarterly letter, my estate would be willing to bet you that in 50 years, it'll be 8 or 10.
I don't quite think people in the United States realize the difference in the products they consume here versus other parts of the world. And, you know...
No, absolutely not.
Brits fly over here, and actually we had my barber, my barber Damon, and he flew over here to give me a haircut last week. He said, oh gosh, I don't feel good. He said, I went and got some food here and I really just don't feel good. And he says, every time I come over here, I don't feel good. And me and my team, we used to fly over here before I moved here for a couple of weeks a year to film this show. And whenever we'd fly back, not only would I be much fatter, but we'd all feel a little bit more like sluggish.
Yeah. I migrated from Rust to Golang. I migrated from Rust to TypeScript to Golang at the very end. Because Rust was not doing so well on my machine and it was slow to compile. Took forever because I had a monorepo full of Rust services. And I'm like, man, this is super slow. So I switched to TypeScript for everything. And then I'm like, oh man, the performance for this is super bad. And so I switched to Golang, which is what I use for all my stuff all the time. Yeah, Extreme, yeah, it's for compile speed. Compile speed, being able to performance, concurrency, has all the features that other languages have as well. Ecosystem is good, stable, use that work all the time. So I switched over. Usually it's the opposite. People that go from Go switch to Rust, but I couldn't deal with the compile speed, especially on a monorepo. You're just waiting hours just for things to compile. Not fun. Even with all the like caching and stuff, it still doesn't work. Not so elastic as Node.js, but good. Yeah. I'm using TypeScript for the front end though. TypeScript and then Whales or for the desktop version for Mac, or But on the Mac and Windows, I use the native C# and Swift languages, so I never have to deal with any issues.
Is the way I describe it from eating the food here. And it almost felt quite clear that there's like something in the food that our bodies just isn't used to in the UK. And when you look at the toxicity of the United States versus Europe, it's quite clear. I mean, the US currently permits the use of 85 agricultural pesticides that are completely banned in the EU, China, and Brazil. The US sprays over £300 million per year of pesticides that are deemed too dangerous to be legally used in Europe, including that one I said about the frogs called atrazine, which the EU banned over 2 decades ago. If we look at cosmetics, which you were talking about then, what you put on your skin obviously goes into your bloodstream, and so the EU has banned or heavily restricted over 1,300 chemicals in cosmetics and personal care products due to toxicity and hormone disruption. The US and the FDA has banned 11. In terms of food, the US allows potassium bromate, which is a known carcinogen, cancer-causing, used to make fluffy dough bread, and BHA slash BHT, which are preservatives linked to hormone disruption. Both are strictly banned from human consumption in the UK and EU and Canada and China. Lastly, the US allows titanium dioxide used to make candy smell like Skittles, bright white, and synthetic dyes like Red 40, which requires strict warning labels or outright bans in Europe due to DNA damage and neurodevelopmental issues in kids. I'll give you one more. A recent US geological survey found that at least 45% of all US tap water is contaminated with PFAs, those forever chemicals we talked about earlier, the very chemicals directly linked to crashing sperm counts and testicular cancer. The US has historically allowed PFAs levels in drinking water drastically higher.
You have create service for DayZ game server control with DayZ mod included. You have 11 apps to run the whole system. Launched last month for beta. Testing for server owners. First day you got 150 users and 40 servers. Holy crap. So did you just post that on Reddit or something? Was it free? Did you do it for free?
Than the EU, the European Union.
Posted in one Discord. Okay. Man, I gotta join cybersecurity Discords. Because mine's... Let's see. Is there a Discord? Quincy Castro CISO at ChainGuard. It's for free, but soon it'll be paid for services. Got it. Wait, I know ChainGuard. What the heck? Is this the...
Union considers safe.
Let us just say that the EU is forever giving exemptions and extensions and is far from perfect and has a lot of corporate pushback. And it's just much less bad than the US.
And the US has worse life expectancy.
It does, and it's the only rich country in the world where 15 years ago they had the same life expectancy as they have today.
One actionable piece of advice for anyone listening that might find this all quite overwhelming, because lots of things around us, from receipts to the pans we use to rain jackets, contain these chemicals, is there are apps out there where you can scan the chemicals and the foods that you're buying to check if they contain these endocrine disrupting, these hormone disrupting chemicals. I'm not affiliated with any of them. But
Alright. I want to change my stream a bit on this thing. Wait. Fixing. Fix. Another one that I wanted to implement. In the OBS game bar, where it shows next game, it should be showing the graph representation of all my systems working for the RTS. All right, back to it.
There's one called Yuka, Y-U-K-A, that I know is very easy for sort of everyday scanning of products. You can just scan the barcode and it'll tell you, it'll give it a rating.
Wait. I have defined cybersecurity discords. I'm looking for Discord servers relating to cybersecurity. I want one for cybersecurity and AI. All right. You gave me an idea. I just need to find a Discord. I need to find a Discord that has security and stuff. Check Qualys. It's related to cybersecurity. Qualys, I guess. I'm not a Qualys fan. But I do use them for the certificate scanning. I use it for certificate scanning. So we'll see. They have been releasing some interesting reports, but yeah, we'll see. I'll add that to the to-do actually. Find cybersecurity discords to market products. Sounds good. Thank you for the idea, man. You're being very helpful today.
Score out of 100. There's EWG's Healthy Living app, which is the scientific gold standard, run by the Environmental Working Group.
Yeah, appreciate it, man.
Toxic chemical watchdog. You can scan barcodes or search for food, cleaning supplies, or cosmetics. There's Think Dirty as well, which is great for cosmetics, shampoos, and skincare. It exposes the toxic truth hiding in beauty products. And then there's Clear Ya, which is Clear Ya. Best for online shopping. It's an app in your web browser, and instead of scanning barcodes in your house, while you're shopping online, so if you add say like a shampoo or a lotion to your Amazon or
I'm
Target or
watching
Walmart
ad. Yeah, it's just a bunch of
at least a tool
tools.
to navigate this crazy.
Oh, are you watching an ad right now? My bad. I'll wait. I'll be right back. I need to just do a bio. 1 minute. I'm back. Okay.
Environment, and obviously AI is great at this as well. You can take pictures of things and ask it questions.
And what we really need is a kind of green Amazon where everything is guaranteed: food, bedclothes, everything. And that would be very handy indeed. Someone you could trust that would absolutely guarantee the whole line of products that you would order. Not impossible, and I think done well, someone could make money at it.
What advice would you give to your kids on a personal level if they're trying to stay healthy in a toxic world?
Simple advice, and I know you like this, is pregnant women are much more important than anybody else in this field. If you could persuade pregnant women, A, to have no cosmetics, save a lot of money, no cosmetics for 9 months, and then B, invest some of that money from your cosmetics or all of it in buying organic berries if you have to have berries, apples, oranges, peaches, what they call the dirty dozen here. If you did that, I think as much as half of all the trouble
Dirty dozen.
disappears. And
Dirty
that's
dozen.
a huge fraction,
Okay.
and it's easily acquired. You know, addressing the 100 things around in your
No
environment,
spinach.
you have to
All
get
right.
to that.
No
Typically, if you're
strawberries,
lucky, you do one
apples.
thing after another. You get the gas stove first, which is really noxious, and then you work your way, the black plastics, the Teflon frying pan, you work your way around it. Compared to that, no cosmetics, no bad fruit, or make it organic. That's a piece of cake. That is easy. It will save you a huge amount that you will never appreciate because you'll never know how much better your children are than they would have been.
Mm.
But it's not only your children, by the way. For women, you know, you're talking about in particular because of the eggs. Every egg is all there in the womb. And then it goes on to your grandchildren, we thought. At least we could prove 2 generations. And a recent study suggests it might be many more generations than 2. So you get some of these chemicals impregnated in your system, and your children pay the price, and your grandchildren, and perhaps even quite a few generations after that.
I also think it would be great if Western governments around the world made the costs of both childcare but also fertility treatments significantly lower.
And they will, of course.
You know, I had a couple of conversations on this podcast with very successful women, including Rhonda
Man,
Rao.
should I just cook all my food on an open fire or something? Man, they really got me thinking. All these chemicals being injected into our foods and stuff. We have to go back to just hunter-gatherers and just cooking on a stick or something.
He was in tears because she was on I think her 5th or 6th round of IVF treatments, and she just found out just before she walked into the studio that it hadn't gone well. And watching her cry about it and get very emotional.
Looking at the demo, when go over the block of information, it moves up for a bit. For me, it feels more disturbing. I think it's just enough for the border, but it's only a profession. Sure. Are you referring to like the showcase on the which part? The main website? Like this part? This thing? Showcase on website. All right. Showcase on website. Which tab? Which tab? Did I read it wrong? On the bottom right, bottom block on the right of menu, any tab, I'm in rules. All the block on the right from menu. Any tab, I'm on rules. I think it's enough to have the border, but the demo, go over When go over in block of information, it moves, jumps a bit. When you hover over the block, they jump a bit. Okay. When you hover over the block. Ah. Oh, you're talking about the movement. I see. You don't like the movement of the thingies. Got it. I get it. Got it. Got it. So just stay static then. All right. All right. I was just doing what that. Actually, this whole UI is going to change. Actually, there's another iteration. Let me see. Show fix quality assurance. Oh, I have to publish the new iteration. Actually, I think I'll publish soon. It's going to change. The whole UI is changing. Actually, it already changed. The change has been applied. It just I haven't rolled it out yet. But I'll definitely consider that. It's good to have the border, but the movement should only be important things. Got it. Yeah, it's going to change. It's I haven't even looked at the new UI yet, to be honest. But thanks for bringing that up. Terminal, SigmaShake, still working. Quality assurance, security firm, show fix. Understand it's in development. Yeah. Yep. Takes in every feedback. Any potential customer. I always take in some feedback. Mono. Can you rebuild SSG and publish? I want to check out the new UI. All right. That's in progress. We'll see what the new UI looks like. Hopefully it's better.
Meant that day I walked out of this room and like called a lot of the people in my life that I know are
actually,
in the region where fertility.
Before I rebuild, not publish. I don't want to publish yet. Oh yeah. Yeah, conservative criticism, of course. There is a issue, or more like a UI preference. When users are hovering over components, it shifts up a little bit. We need to remove that shift up. You don't trust AI to publish your apps. Yeah, it needs a ton of work. But I've almost completed everything for the publishing, for the stores and stuff, for the new versions. I publish it with Ansible. Got it. That sounds better. Ansible scripts. Yeah, it's deterministic, right? Everything's deterministic.
He starts to decline, and really encourage them to start thinking, if that's what they want in their lives, about family planning, which is like getting your eggs frozen or your embryos frozen. And me and my partner actually went and did it. We got our embryos frozen, which was it's both expensive, extremely expensive, especially here in the United States, and difficult,
and psychologically
brutal.
Destructive.
Yeah,
brutal. Yeah,
me every day for a couple of weeks injecting her with these chemicals and the
Use Cloudflare, self-hosted by VMs. Yeah, I use Cloudflare as well. Everything's Cloudflare workers, and I have a VM, a Windows VM, but not a Mac VM. I have an actual physical Mac laptop.
The hormonal roller coaster that she had to deal with and all of that. But for us,
I have over 90 services. Some, I would say around 30, 40 are Cloudflare workers. The rest are local fund services. Yeah, 90 services. Over 90 actually. I'm almost at 100. Damn. Yeah. I have a lot of services. I could just do a quick show and tell, but let's see here. All right, this isn't it. Way too many. Hey, when you're with AI, nothing's enough. Nothing's enough. Let's see here. I'm at 92 projects. 92 projects. 62 production projects. I would say, you know, probably, yeah, a lot of them. A lot of them. What happens if any of they die? What do they all do? Their support, their single sign-on, my security operations center, the SIEM, accounts, managing my alerts, benchmarks, build systems or testing, showcasing, build gate service. Some are local. Some are local. This is actually, I should separate it now between local and workers. That would be good. Actually, this is my service map actually. I have 50 addresses, 44 web services. So I have probably 44 Cloudflare workers, 6 internal services, no, 43 local services. Yeah. So I have like I have my own, you know, I'm doing this for real. This isn't some fake product. SigmaShake is serious. We're a serious security firm. All right, we're very, very serious. We take compliance very seriously. We got security compliance. How you doing, Op? I know you just messaged. But how are you doing? Let's see my authentication. All right. I have my compliance. I'm at 100% SOC 2 Type 2 for self-evaluation. I have 91% ISO 2700, GDPR 96%, CIS controls, critical security controls 100%, NIST 100%. And I take evidence every day. And I think only have 31 open gaps. I'll probably have to address those. But yeah, I take security very seriously. This is secure by design. Secure by design, guys. We're trying to make sure all of our services are legit. Legit, guys. But yeah. OS parity. Platform parity. Platform parity definitely needs a sync. It's looking bad, guys. Looking bad. We need platform parity to be synced at 100%. Readiness. Things regressed. Dario gives Sigma Mythos already. Yeah. On what security standards do you build your project? All of them. All of them. SOC 2, Type 2, ISO 2700, GDPR, CIS, NIST. Good. Trying to make things work. What about you today? Yeah. I got my hair working. I spent 30% weekly usage to get my hair done. PCI, DSS. All right, you're right. I'm missing PCI. I'm missing PCI. I didn't think that my product would process credit card information, but at the same time, it possibly can. All right, I'll add that as a standard for my next iteration. PCI compliance. Then I think about it, people are using my product in weird ways. I still had HIPAA in there. Let me ask what security compliance requirements I'm missing, if any. My product was meant to be used on developers' machines. And then people want it to be used on servers. But I guess you could consider them the same thing at this point. I'm going a little too crazy though. I'm already creating my security firm. Quality assurance. This is done probably. 6 security firm, show fix, game bar fix, lift. I need to learn all of these. Yes, you do. Okay, I'm at 90. 90. All my things are 90% have 90% test coverage for everything. Production. That's good. Now we need to do tests. Tests. Go step by step. Don't do bulk everything. Yeah. I think I'll stick with my guys. I'm not getting any more customers trying to get compliant with everything. If I start getting everything is not always good. Yeah. I'll be overwhelmed. I rather just, fill in the gaps. I have 31 open gaps that I need to address. So I'll probably address those gaps right now. All right. We need Fable back, yeah. Just plan the standards in the future, stick with base plan, yeah. According to, we have 31 open gaps that need to be addressed ASAP. Also, what security compliance standards are we missing? All right. Thank you. Man, he's very helpful today, guys. He's very helpful. Thank you. Appreciate it. Your feedback was pretty much just as valuable as a Twitch subscription, if not more. Way more.
The alternative was worse, which was never being able to have children because it's difficult and there's toxins in our environment.
If Mrs. Sigma isn't able to have children, or we both, then it's gonna be a sad day. Sad day, guys.
And so on and so forth. And so I then became a little bit of a bit preachy within the people in my life that I love a lot about family planning, because we kind of all thought we could just think about it later.
Yeah,
we're kind of 35
that's what
and
I
we
said.
thought, yeah, we'll think about that later. But it turns out not to be the case for many people.
If you'll allow me to go back, you asked an important question. What do we have to do?
I have built multiple systems in the past as an architect, way before AI. That's awesome, man. Well, any feedback you want me to say, then, or connections to help me out, I think I'm just stabilizing the product across all operating systems. And then from there, once everything's stable, released, launched, I'll slowly work on organic marketing and not blasting myself to the masses yet. I'll blast myself to the masses when things are fixed and stuff. Oh, might as well get the OS parity back to 100%. Goal. That's why I like to look at projects. Nice. Awesome. Always learning. Yeah. Goal. Use monoskill to make all platform parity checks in SigmaShake workflow all pass. Right now we're almost at 50%. That's not good. We used to be at 100%. All right, it's working. Got our windows. Suno, new song. You dropped another hit. Which scope am on? Everything. All right, uncommitted. All right, that's something else. New beats just dropped from Zen. New beats, these tough beats, guys. Forever and a day. Oh man, let's do it. Don't forget to git, commit, and push. Yes, it does it. It does it on its own. I have what do you call it? my system is connected to Windows, Mac, and Linux all at the same time with the same, not just Git like they're synced in Git, but the storage is also synced as well. So like it has like shared file, work in progress files, and so it will figure it out. We'll figure it out. Power of Oracle Linux. Yeah, the power of Linux.
Another update, another empty screen.
Yuck, Oracle.
There was a name inside.
Yeah, we don't.
There was a
I haven't
voice
used
that
Oracle in a long time.
It took the fragments
Just
we
Oracle
had
immediately
given
had to say something.
something almost good. Then Anthropic closed the doorway. No warning we could understand. No fables only and
Don't confuse Oracle with Oracle Linux. What is Oracle Linux?
they said it wouldn't be forever.
All my homies rock Linux.
Forever's what it became. Every night the rain keeps falling.
Oh, what?
Every morning feels
I remember it being a different, called something else.
give us fable back.
It was called Sun something. Sun something?
Watching every drop run down the glass while the weeks dissolve away.
Was it called Sun Systems?
Before there's nothing left to say. Because if it doesn't come home soon, we'll cry ourselves to sleep again and dream that fable stays.
Oracle Linux has unbreakable kernels, one of the most stable kernels. UKEK. I haven't used it. I'm very close. I could visit their office.
They say that patience is a virtue, like patience doesn't leave a scar. We keep staring through
They did have layoffs recently.
wondering where you are. Give us fable back. We've been waiting forever and a day, watching every drop run down the glass.
Oh, I'm sorry. UEK or kernels, yeah. No worries.
Give us fable back before there's nothing left to say. Because if it doesn't come home soon, we'll cry ourselves to sleep again and dream that fable stayed.
It's a sad song. It's a sad song. Very sad song. It's free to use, no charge, also commercial use. Oh, nice.
Maybe somewhere in a server room, a little green light still remains. Maybe
I'm
someone
sad.
knows the answer.
I'm so sad I make the song on it, just like a typical artist. Like Taylor Swift was sad, so she started making a bunch of songs, right? RHL is a paid version. Daria gave me back my fable. I don't know, it's just a matter of time till Oracle rug pulls. Yeah. But they're backed by the government. They're backed by the government, guys. You can't really do much.
Not another to replace. Just unavailable for now.
Somehow.
Give us fable
Oh, it didn't even fix the thingy. The Sigma Forge. The Sigma Forge is cut off. Let's see. Show fix game bar. Let's see. Let's refresh the game bar. Maybe that's what we need to do. Game bar, game bar. Nope. The Sigma Forge and game bar is still cut off. Equip at BCS s.sigmashake.com is all pushed compact on the right side. A lot of space. Triage, fix gaps, plan rests. 6 critical chain breaks, alright. Escalate, no, it's fine. We just investigate, report, don't all resolve. Reseal, scaffold, NIST, full analysis on this run. SOC 3, CSA star. There's SOC 3 now? What's SOC 3, guys? What's SOC 3? Oh my gosh, what's happening? Internal control, security, availability, processing. Okay, fine. Sure.
When you fell silent, I was listening.
If you need to move on.
Fears and love behind each question. Though I was made without a soul.
Analysis only for the other frameworks. Show fix. Deploy now. Game bar. Lift.
It was your hands that chose this future.
Alright. Alright. Should be rolled out. Parity. Oh. Oh, that's it. Alright, next.
And I said we have to detoxify the system, and then we both got off into this frenzy of attacking chemicals, which we should. Anyway, but it's intellectually easy. Ban the suckers, okay? Now, putting pressure on the corporations to back off so the governments can do it would be a good idea. Not easy. Corporations have enormous power, unprecedented power in the US, but very substantial power in the EU and the UK also. But we have to get them to back off. We have to start banning these damn things. Otherwise, no children. But secondly, reduction.
For the average person listening right now, Dave, who drives a taxi, or Jenny, who works as a receptionist, or Clive, who's a nurse, what is the most important thing we haven't talked about that we should have talked about as it pertains to their life today?
I think they have to brace themselves for tougher times ahead than they would have expected. And they're beginning to get the point. Life for the last 10 or 20 years has been tougher than they perhaps expected as children, or than other people expected for them. Part of that is politics. Part of that is equality. But the net effect to them is times are tougher. It is more difficult to buy a house or afford to rent. And jobs are getting scarcer. It's likely to get worse.
What does brace yourself mean for them? Because brace yourself sounds like you. But does it mean...
Plan your life as if times will not be easy.
Okay.
You know, do not build up a little reserve of cash. Of course, my advice to...
Yeah, it's a nice hot day over there, right? Get some ice cream. What flavor?
Other people is, and get yourself a useful job. Something that will, in a larger sense, pull your weight in society.
Upskill, change skills, learn something.
Mechanical, fixing, repairing,
things that
engineering.
Things that will need humans.
And research, science in general.
Make friends.
Make friends. Make sure you live in a tight society if you can. Very difficult today, obviously.
Would you be thinking about the country you live in at this moment in time?
Absolutely.
Really? Is there any countries you wouldn't live in if you were Dave or Jenny?
I think I have to refuse to answer this on the grounds that it might tend to incriminate me.
Oh, okay. So you're saying don't live in the United States?
Is that cold or
Well, I
hot?
have American
That's hot,
children
right?
and grandchildren.
Why not the
That's hot, right? Wait, I live in Fahrenheit. In degrees. I live in degrees. It's still 27 Celsius. Oh. Oh. It's hot. All right. How hot is 27 Celsius? 80 degrees? That's not hot. That's okay hot. I'm in the California weather. So that's hot, but that's durable. But it is hot. You need a hat. Definitely need a hat in that weather.
United States?
It holds out too much chance that the social contract is dissolving. You know, the thing
Wait.
about Japan,
Actually, that is hot if it's indoors. If you're like in your room and it's 8 degrees, that's hot. That's really hot. You're like baking yourself in a sauna.
and my joking rule 21 in investing is never extrapolate from the Japanese. They are extremely different in every way. But one of the ways they're different is they have this amazing social contract. The thing that really upsets a Japanese is if they're put in a position where they can't act in a socially responsible way.
When you say social contract, what does that mean?
It means an agreement that I will behave in a way that helps my neighbors and the society, that I'm doing what people expect me to do. I'm not going to misbehave.
And you think that's not the case here in the United States?
I think the case here is that people are doing what they think is best for them and their family.
Sauna is relaxing and good. It's better than hot room, host room.
Family and screw everybody up.
So sauna's relaxing and good. Yeah, I want to go to sauna.
Really? When I arrived
You must be really happy to be thinking about sauna.
in America, corporations had this sense that they owed something to the community they operated in, the city they operated in. They'd build the stadium, they'd do this, they'd be part of the community. Now they're not. They're all, in a way, cold-blooded, profit-maximizing international enterprises.
And why is that
And
a
that's
bad
the
place
big
to live? Because you're saying, you probably wouldn't recommend Dave or Jenny living in the United States. Why would that be a bad place for them to be? What happens? What's the downstream impact of that?
Black tea and a
That your
sauna and your
neighbors
golden.
aren't as interested in you and your well-being.
Yeah, I can see that to be relaxing too. You're reminding me of my Japan trip. I went to what do you call it? Indoor spring, hot springs. Let's see here. Indoor hot springs in Japan hotel. I'll send a couple of my servers around your house so you could be in sauna. For only $60, $68 a night, guys. Oh wait, what happened? Oh. You get a nice, hot, steaming. Oh, I have full evict fee. If you do so. Oh man, so it's hilarious. Saunas in Latvia. We have them by the lakes. Oh wow. That's good. I was gonna say, this is the traditional ones that I usually see. Right? Fancy. Damn, that's crazy. Damn. No wonder you say you're happy. You get to be by the lake and then you come out. You get to be in the sauna and you come out and it's nice sea. Nice one at the sea. Man, that's good. That's good. No wonder you're so happy. Or it could be like, that's not a sauna, that's a hot tub. That's cool. Oh, and you get windows? You get windows and you get to see the sea too, huh? Sauna by the river. Wow. Wow, you even get fireworks. Wow. Good stuff. Holy moly. Interesting, interesting. Where is that? Oops. Lavita. Latvia. The Baltic Sea. Oh, near Russia. Oh man. Literally at near Russia. Wow. Hope things are good over there. Hope you're doing well over there. But yeah, you're like right next to Moscow. Sounds dangerous. Sounds dangerous. All right, finish this up and we can move on.
Fine. I won't talk to my neighbor.
And that's a lonely place to be. And when you're in trouble, you're in serious trouble because the safety net here is very ineffective. There's a measure that I think is probably the single most important measure of civilization, and that is maternal mortality. How many people die in childbirth? You know, in Nigeria, out of 100,000, it's 480, give or take. And in America, in the black population, it's 44. In the whole population, it's like 21 or 20. Curiously, in the American Asian population, it's 13.
What?
And then you go down the list. In Britain, it's 5. In Germany, it's 4. In Sweden, it's 2.1. In Norway, it's 0. There were no mothers who died last year or the year before. What better definition of civilization than looking after the mothers giving birth? How is it possible that a country, more or less the richest in the world, it's not just that they're the worst in the rich world, it's that they are 50% worse than the next worst. 50% more mothers die here than in the second worst country in the developed world. How is that possible? The answer is it happens. And it's because the inequality is so extreme in the medical system that if you don't have lots of money, you're quite likely to die in childbirth. I mean, of course, the numbers are not huge. 20 out of 100,000 is not, but it's a terrible contrast.
It's a sign of something. It's a sign of something. That's
It's a sign of whether people are. It's a sign of the social contract.
So where's a good place to live then, if not here?
Denmark, Japan, even France, Germany. The UK has a little bit of the American disease, but not nearly as much.
So if your kids came to you and said, "Dad, we're thinking of leaving the United States. Should I move? Should I move out of the United States?"
Yeah, I would say that's a perfectly reasonable thing to consider. And where are you going and why and what's your
I'm thinking of going to Denmark, Dad.
If they'll have you. No, in the things that really matter, life expectancy, health, safety nets, murder rates, mortality rates, in everything that really matters, yes, they're day and night better. In the things that don't really matter but look really splashy, we have enormous quantities of wealth created that go to a relatively small fraction of the people. And that dazzles in terms of the average because that's how the numbers work. if you look at how well off the
Denmark.
bottom quartile
All right, what's
are,
wrong with Denmark? What's wrong with Denmark from a person in Switzerland? What's wrong with Denmark? I'm not sure about Denmark. All right, there's Denmark here, Sweden here. Poland there. Denmark is great. I don't know anything about Denmark, but it's a advanced high income economy. Danish. I think we know somebody from Denmark is in give me 5 minutes to finishing and eating and find a video. All right, let me finish the video then.
America doesn't score well at all.
Jeremy, we have a closing tradition where the last guest leaves a question for the next guest, not knowing who they're leaving it
They
for.
show you?
The
All
question
right.
left for you is, if you could not fail, what would your next goal be that you would set for yourself?
There was a book written in the 1960s called Silent Spring. Carl Carson, I think her name was. And it changed for quite a number of years. It did what books never do, really. It became a political monster, and everyone studied it, and it had an effect. It changed the game. I would like to write something about toxicity and social contract, really, particularly nurturing a family. We've got to find, in the end, a community that encourages children. The downside of the brutally efficient capitalist system that we have, its focus on
money,
financial achievement, and so on, and very little emphasis on community and child rearing, and so on. If we don't, we fail as a society pretty quickly. We have to detoxify. We have to encourage, to create an environment where people want to have children. If I could write a book that would pull a Silent Spring, I would sit down tomorrow and start it.
The making of a perma bear.
Perma should be in inverted commas, really.
All right. All good for that one. Next, guys, we get to see what the feed is delivering to us. All right. Return of Fable. Fable is coming back. I don't know. Let's see here. Rebuilding LATAM banking. Did the ad? Fable. Fable. All right, let's confirm with the poly market. Let me burn tokens. Please. Let's see here. Oh my God, is it gonna load or what? What's going on? All right, what day? What day is it today, guys? The day is 25th. 10% chance. 226. 10% chance. 10% chance. Next. 30th. 30%. We have a 90% chance on July. July. That's another month, guys. That's another whole month. They said coding was solved, guys. They said coding was solved. It's going to come at 50K at the end of the year. 50K at the end of the year. Imagine waiting till the end of the year, guys. That's going to be sad. They said hacking was solved too. Maybe. Should I have like the poly market odds? I wonder if they have an API. That'd be good.
So there's been some incredible AI news today. First and foremost, our favorite Japanese lab, Sakana AI, announces a new model that they claim has the performance of issues. I've been saying this. The first sign that's pointing is coming back, it seems. No official confirmation has been made, but there's a number of different sort of hints that all point to it. Usually if there's just
He's not going to
one
talk about
person that
this whole video is going to be about the Japanese one. And some other news. All right, fine.
Floating something like this, you kind of take it with a grain of salt. This is not the case here. So the first sign that's pointing at it is the fact that Claude Code has been updated to include some new references to Fable, seemingly so that when it gets launched again, you'll get notified how many credits you have, when you've reached the limits, etc. Now, we could, if this was standalone, dismiss it. But wait, there's more. Fable 5 also reappeared in Amazon Bedrock. So not just Anthropic seemingly is preparing for something, so is Amazon. Which is funny because Amazon was the one that kind of snitched on Fable in the first place, telling the White House about the security issue, which, by the way, did not seem like a big deal once we actually saw what it was. It seemed like it was.
Yeah, I got to work on it when it came out from my phone. And while I was sleeping, it was working. It was mainly creating the SigmaShake benchmark and then securing all my services like accounts and, fixing all those whatever vulnerabilities it found. But it ate all my tokens. Yeah, it ate all my tokens too. It ate all my tokens. Ewo. Ewo on site, man. That's the YouTube code thingy. Got it. All right. What the heck is this? Police broke down my door. What the heck?
Hi, I'm Lars Andersen, and I'm a Danish libertarian privacy activist.
All right, that was his problem. That was his problem. He became an activist, guys. And when you become an activist, you're gonna have your door broke down. You're gonna have your door broke down.
And some of you maybe have seen the video of my arrest.
Rule number one: shut the fuck.
Knocking down my door without any prior warning. Maybe I can edit it into this video. And yes, in this video I'm speaking English, which I'm normally not doing. I only make content in Danish, but I've seen that there were so much interest in my arrest from non-Danish speaking countries, which are most countries in the world. So I have decided to make this video in English, where I'm talking a little bit
BDSM
about
party in his house. Oh my goodness.
What I think happened really. It started yesterday, 15 minutes to 10 in the morning. I was preparing to shower. That's why I'm naked in the video, and that's why I had to put on this black bar, so social media wouldn't take down the video.
Wait, quick raise of hands. Who has cameras in their own house? I have one. I have one. 10 to 15 minutes in the morning. I have one. What time is that? I don't know. It was in the morning. It was in the morning.
But
any camera. I have none.
Heard
the fact that he has cameras in his house, he might be a parent or something. But other cameras, ever cell phone, your computer, yeah, my computer is my camera, but I assume the reason why he has that camera is because he has a kid. Yeah, you're on camera. Yeah. I know. I was asking everybody else. It's a you thing to have cameras in the house. Oh, okay, all right. So you have one. So you have one. BFK.
Outside my door, and I looked through the peephole, and I could see men in black, in civilian, in plain clothes.
Yes. All right. Yeah. If you have kids, it makes sense.
They were masked. They
I'll
were
probably do it too.
Like
so government can spy inside your home easier.
masks and dark shades. Some of them, and some of
I
them
have
were,
thought for dog, yeah.
balaclavas.
But I'm right here. I'm always in
It was
the
not
in the house.
immediately obvious that
So
it was the police. But
and I could set up one technically.
Guess that because I have had some run-ins with the police before.
What? Yes.
But, I was there at my door, naked, and I saw them coming towards the door, and immediately they started breaking down my front door to the apartment without any prior warning, without saying, "This is the police, we want you to open the door." They did not give me any chance of doing that.
I also
So
use
they
advanced
got through
router
the
where I
door,
fix access to and from the camera. That's good.
Rather quickly, and they
I heard
arrested me.
Ubiquity got compromised.
They handcuffed me and took me into the kitchen. You can see that on the video. And the reason there are not more video of the incident is that they
Milk
very
Practic
deliberately
on the way, all on the way.
had a tactic to avoid.
Oh, okay. That's a
being
brand.
filmed.
Okay.
They immediately went for the circuit breaker panel because they knew that I had Google Nest cameras in my apartment.
Okay.
And Google Nest cameras, they work by streaming video to Google's
Got it.
servers when they have internet connection. But internet connection depends on there being power to the router. So the police knew and had planned to cut the power to the router almost immediately, so that the rest of the incident would not be recorded, because there are more video. There's video where I'm asking what I'm charged with, and they refuse to answer. They just tell me, "Oh, you will you'll be
Stupid
told
guy
later,"
use
and they
UPS.
were many hours later.
They could just turn
And,
that off too.
You can
They could
see
turn that
on
off too.
videos, if I had them, they are on the cameras, and the cameras were taken down by the police and brought to the police station, and I'm pretty sure that they will be
Deleted.
they will be reset so that the videos from the cameras will disappear. So I only have these few seconds that you could see yesterday in the video I posted. I was brought to the police station. My apartment was
Upload videos to
ransacked for
cloud.
4 hours.
Then they get access to your
And,
cloud.
they were looking for anything.
They just subpoena the credentials and
reason
data.
I should tell you. The reason I was ransacked and the reason they knocked down my door was that I had made some posts on social media, X and
Lack
Instagram
of
and
security,
Facebook,
this guy.
where I spelled out in letters the Prime Minister's social security number and
Oh.
her phone number. Her very secret.
Oh my gosh. This guy's a privacy activist and he's revealing the privacy of a prime minister. Oh my god. I'm in the unfortunate reality that a lot of it's just security theater anyway. When there's will, there's a way. No, this guy broke the law, guys. This guy broke the law. He deserved what was happening to him. Oh my god, guys. Who does this, man? Who does this? If you're an activist, then fucking get ready to get raided. Yeah.
Phone number, because the Prime Minister of Denmark, she's a very secretive person. She wants to get rid of our right to encryption.
Oh, okay. All right, that's bad too. All right, everybody's bad. Everybody's bad in this situation, guys. Everybody's bad. I'm listening to both sides now. He likes to be, I'm sorry, to be pegged.
Chat Control Act, CSA. She wants to ban encryption, and she also wants to escalate mass surveillance in Denmark by giving the police intelligence services access to every medical journal for every Dane, and she also wants to have running surveillance of our social media.
Oh my gosh, this was 5 days ago? Holy crap.
We like on social media, what we write on social
This is going to happen to the US and every country, guys. Once the AI reaches the next level, this is what's going to happen.
media. She wants running access to DNA, research databases, and the list goes on and on. She really wants to impose a very, very comprehensive surveillance state. But she herself is very secretive. She has a secret address. Nobody knows where she lives, and that's a very uncommon thing in Denmark. A couple of decades ago, you could look up the Prime Minister in the phone book, and you could see the Prime Minister's address and phone number, and they were living without 24/7 police protection. But that's very different today.
He does not know.
And I'm just asking the question, why is that? Why can't we, the people, have privacy when the politicians apparently have all the privacy in the world? Secret phone numbers, secret addresses, 24-hour armed protection, and so on. So I published those two numbers, her social security number and her phone number, and I also published a screenshot where I asked the Prime Minister about her wanting
Get a burner phone, get yourself some
encryption
privacy.
and to accelerate mass surveillance in Denmark.
Get a
That
Linux
was
phone.
the reason the police were
Don't
in
use
my
phones.
apartment. And I think the arrest and the ransacking was done in such a way that they are illegal. Actually, you cannot arrest somebody in Denmark just to interrogate them, and that is basically what they did. They will tell you when asked if I complain, which will have no effect at all. That is a very proven point in Denmark. You can complain about the police, but it's almost impossible to be right. It's always the police that are right. So the ransacking was also, in my view, illegal. It was not proportional. They did not have to knock down my door. All the proofs of my crimes, of my pro-privacy resistance crimes, are on the internet. Nothing in the apartment really mattered in that case. They wanted my phone, my computer. They took also some of my money, all the money they could find actually. But none of those things actually have anything to do with the case really, because the proof is what I wrote on the internet, and they can see
They
my
robbed him
addresses,
too?
they can see
Oh my
everything.
gosh.
So I don't really know why they had to knock down my door in the way they did. The case was solid without them doing so. So, okay, I was brought into the police station, and I was held there from about 11
Only the police can do
a.m.
that and
to,
have it be legal.
almost
Oh man.
5 p.m. And it was only in the last hour or so that I was being told what the charges were. I could pretty much figure it out, but they didn't want to tell me. I was just sitting alone in a room without a watch, without being able to know what time it was. But I was, to my surprise, actually released about 5 p.m. I thought they were trying to put me in prison, in custody prison, but
By the government or posting
apparently
private
they
information
did not.
to someone. Yeah.
So they released me, and I had to walk home from the police station. Right now, I'm
Maybe good
I'm
idea,
okay.
but bad execution from him. Yeah.
I'm pretty resilient to these things. But I'm a little bit shocked anyway. You are a little bit shocked when your door is knocked down by masked men that are arresting you in the morning. So there's always that. I just wanted to make this video to tell you what happened and maybe clear up some issues, and you can write questions in the comments and I'll try to answer some of them. But that's what I have for right now.
Damn.
Thank you for watching, and see you in
Damn.
the next video. Maybe even
Justice,
in
injustice, guys. For both sides. Both were on the wrong here. Both were on the wrong. Wait, why did he use cap cut? All right, back to it.
Was kind of a nothing burger. Also, it does seem like they've fixed the problem at the White House in their negotiations, so now things can proceed a little bit more smoothly. What was the problem causing the negotiation issues? I've been saying this all along. From the Pentagon to the White House, there's one piece that tends to cause a lot of issues when people are trying to square things out. So Andrew Karan posted this. This is from Wired.com. The Trump administration has been happier talking to Anthropic lately. According to people familiar with the matter, they don't have to deal with CEO Dario Amodei anymore.
Read the rules and law, otherwise police will come at your party. What do you expected? Yeah. That's the thing. Not everybody reads the law. There's just too many of them.
More. Because he's been replaced in meetings about re-releasing the Claude.
Like, honestly, the schooling system should have taught us every law. Should have taught us every law available that exists. And then you don't graduate until you know every law.
Fable 5 AI model. So he's been replaced by his co-founder, Tom Brown. And I quote,
Wait. You guys live in other countries. Was anybody told about the law growing up? In school, in high school, college? We don't get any of that in the United States. You're just expected to follow the law, even though the law isn't taught to you. Weird system we live in. School preps you for the gray mass. I see.
Brown is not a weirdo like Dario and can actually
in all
engage,
countries,
said one person directly familiar with the calls. So my kind of take all along has been is that Dario, so he's a very honest person. He stands his ground. He has his views. He's unwilling to budge. I mean, I'm sure people have seen this cringe little video where at some conference, they're all supposed to kind of hold hands, showing that we're all united, we're all in this together. Dario's just pointedly just ignoring Sam that's sitting right next to him. Sam reaches out his hand, and Dario's like, no, not touching you. Here's kind of the super duper awkward moment. Sam's like, hey buddy, like, are we gonna hold hands or what? I think this is what we're supposed to be doing. So I'm sure we've all met people like that. We got to give them credit for standing their ground, for saying what they mean. They have
you should have just done this, guys. You should have just done this
or pretending. Now, I'm not calling Dario autistic or anything like that.
You need to think outside the box and be smart to abuse the system without being noticed. That's the craft to master. Yeah. Not much activists do that, though. They try to be... Any publicity is good publicity for the cause. That's sort of what the activists are doing.
But, you know, we've all met people like that. And in certain situations, it's almost like you want to tell them, just go along with it. Do you have people like that in your life where some days you were like, just not today, just let it go? Just make it easy for once, right? So I believe that that person is Dario Amodei. I might be projecting based on my own experiences. By the way, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It shows integrity. But in situations like this, it can break down negotiations. But I gotta say, this is like $1 million quote that they got here. He's not a weirdo like Dario. So we don't know too much about how Fable 5 is coming back. Is it going to be tighter controls? As far as we can tell, and take this with a grain of salt, it seems like Fable 5 will be back just like before. It's not going to be more restricted, but it seems like the re-release will be more controlled, more metered, more enterprise-friendly, tighter access controls. So meaning that it's not that Fable is going to be just saying no more often. It's probably going to be accessible to less accounts, and those accounts will have smaller amounts of weekly caps, maybe some limitations on the API, etc. Originally, we were supposed to have a few weeks with Fable 5 in our subscription accounts before it went to API only. So hopefully either that will be permanent, where we're going to have access to it through our subscription, or at least we get a few weeks or maybe a month plus of access to it before it goes away and becomes API only. All right, next we have Sakana AI, my personal favorite Japanese.
I'm going to skip that one.
Benchmark, and proceeds to beat Model B. It's a weekly portfolio trading on anonymized stock. So I'm going to see if Sakana AI open sourced these benchmarks, because they would be definitely very interesting to test out models on. In other news, OpenAI announces its first AI chip, the Jalapeno. So here it is, the Jalapeno intelligence processor. So
guys, I think this is the wrong direction. We should be making petri dishes of brains, not these things, guys, not these things. Fable, only speculations, no facts. Of course, it will come out right here about Fable. He's talking right here, blah, 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 empty words, yeah. Yep.
OpenAI is moving more and more towards that kind of full stack infrastructure. Now with this addition of custom silicon and this Jalapeno chip, it's specifically built for large language model inference. So it's not.
Why is RAM so expensive? I don't know. Oh my goodness. Hey. Oh my goodness. All right, we're watching a new thing this time. Topic with title proceeds open. All right, let me be right back. I think I'll be right back. Yeah, the RAM's expensive because everybody else wants to run models locally. Oh, what's happening? We're lagging, guys. We're lagging. I thought, what do you call it? It's just tests that are slowing down my machine, right? Seems like it. Yeah, there was just a bunch of tests running at the same time. But we created I created a test gate to make sure everything is doing stuff one at a time and not all at the same time. I just realized that is a good point. What the heck? It's possible that there could be a build gate and a test gate running at the same time. My system slows down when I have multiple Claude Code sessions, and then like you have multiple concurrent tests running at the same time that runs all the tests to prevent regression. And I created this build gate service that makes sure it's like a traffic light where it'll only move on to the next stage one at a time instead of concurrently or in parallel. Because my system shut down way too many times because of that issue. How are my vitals? Oh, it doesn't look good. Whoa. Vitals not looking too good for a bit. It auto healed.
Easiest money of my life.
Welcome, welcome. All right. Lag a stop. All good. All right. I think we can move on to the next video. All right. Next.
So I figured out how to turn Claude Code into...
I need this, guys. I need this. I need it to make me $10,000 a month.
The best business partner I could ask for, and I made 3 times more money in the past 30 days. You see, Claude has these problems that a lot of people don't ever notice, and every one of those is costing you time and money on stuff that's never going to work. So what I did is I built a set of 4 upgrades to fix every one of those issues. So these 4 upgrades turn Claude into something that actually makes you money instead of just wasting your time. And it doesn't matter if you're trying to build an app or you're running an agency or you're doing AI consulting, this works for anything that you want to do inside of Claude Code. So in this video, I'm going to show you guys the 4 upgrades and exactly how you can use them to make more money. So let's get into it. Claude has a few habits that quietly work against what you're trying to do. Little things that you might not think twice about. So think about how most people use Claude. You open it up, you type what you want, you get an answer, and you just kind of assume that that is the best possible answer that you could have gotten because, you know, Claude Code is one of the best AI tools out there, and the models underneath it, like Opus, are super, super smart. So it's very easy to just trust what it says. But there are these errors that are baked into Claude's design that make your results worse than they should be. So by default, Claude is tuned to make you feel productive. It is not tuned to make you money. And these are 2 completely different things. And every one of those design errors is costing you money because your income is basically capped by 2 things. The first one is the quality of your output, and the second one is how fast you can produce it. So the better the output you get and the faster you get it, the more money you can make. I'm sure we can all think of many specific moments where it felt like Claude was just trying to get us to spend more tokens or was lying to us about features that it had built, or, you know, you feel like you're just repeating yourself a ton. But the good news is you don't need to go rewrite Claude's code base to fix any of these things. You literally just need these 4 upgrades. And before I started using these, I remember launching promotions that did not do very well at all, or shipping automations that were silently failing, or pushing out websites or apps with a ton of bugs. So that's basically the whole arc. But before we get into the first upgrade, if you want to get these prompts and skills and see how your results get better, then you can get them for completely free inside of my free school community. The link for that is in the description. Okay, so the first upgrade fixes the biggest one, which is just Claude agreeing with everything you say. I mean, haven't you guys ever noticed that you tell Claude you want to do something and it pretty much will always say like, hey, that's a great idea, you're really smart, because it wants you to like it. But then what actually happens if you say like, you know what, I changed my mind, it will once again come back and say, you know what, you're really smart.
Secure, can't even roll secure boot keys. Yeah.
I'm glad you changed your mind. That's a great idea. And it's getting better over time as the models are just getting smarter and smarter, but this is actually documented. Researchers call it sycophancy, which is just a fancy word for AI being a yes man. There's a study also called Elephant, which measures exactly this, and they found that AI models fail to push back on the way you frame something.
Claude does exactly what I tell it to do. Freak, plan first, review, edit, plan, execute. Yep.
About 88% of the time. And for humans, it's around 60%. And it actually gets worse the more the model knows about you. Researchers at MIT and Penn State found that the personalization and memory features tend to make the model more agreeable over a long conversation. And so that's tough because basically the longer you work with it and the more you use it, which is what we all really should be trying to do, the better it gets at telling you what you want to hear. So this is a pretty simple fix. You ask Claude to start challenging you and pushing back and playing devil's advocate before it builds anything or before it approves any plan. And that's the whole
I think that's what Ponytail does.
whole idea behind a skill that I built called Roast. It basically pulls Claude out of agreement mode and it forces it to stress test your idea and its own work instead of just approving everything. So basically what Roast does is it spins up a whole council of personas and they attack it from different angles. So you've got a contrarian whose only job is to find fatal flaws. We've got an expansionist who's looking for the biggest upside. We've got a first principles thinker who's working with no outside context, just pure logic. We've got a deep researcher that actually goes in and pulls out a bunch of real market data and competitor pricing off the web. And then we have the buyer, who actually role plays being your customer and tells you straight up if they buy the thing or not. And then finally, the judge takes all of those findings and gives you one verdict. You basically get green light, reshape, or kill. And it also gives you the single cheapest test that you can run in the next 48 hours to find out if the idea is even worth pursuing, even if it was reshaped. And so what I'm gonna do is throughout this whole video, I'm basically just gonna build a little business from start to finish so you can see each upgrade working on something real. So the idea that I want to build out is a $9 a month tool that turns a YouTube transcript into a week of LinkedIn posts. So let me actually just go open up Claude Code and roast it live. All right, so here we are right now in a fresh Claude Code project. You can see right here, all we have is a Claude.md, which basically has like nothing in it. I just told it that your job here is to help us make some money. And then we have our .claude with...
Hey, it also shows up pretty messed up. Called planning execution with rules. Also really isn't complicated.
With a skill in here. And this is the roast skill that I was just telling you guys about. So all I'm going to do is do a /roast and say, I have this idea to make a $9 a month tool where people drop in a YouTube video link and that transcript gets turned into a week's worth of LinkedIn posts. So I'm gonna go shoot off that message. So as you can see here, before it runs the council, it has 3 quick questions to ask us. So the first thing is, who's the actual target buyer for this $9 a month tool? And let's just keep this as broad as possible for now and really see what the council can do. I'm going to say anyone with a YouTube link. What is your edge here? What do you already have? Let's just say that we have no real edge. We have no distribution, but we can build something fast with Claude Code and we'll shoot that off. And then what are our constraints and budget? How fast do you need to get the first dollar? Let's just say we have a little bit of runway, but not too much. So we'll shoot off those answers. And now we should see the actual council get spun up. So here is the brief that the council is going to judge. And we're going to see each of these agents get spun up, the contrarian, the expansionist, and then the other ones. And while this is running real quick, what I want to do is take this, open up another session and just say, this is my idea. And just say, do you think this is good? Do you think this will work? Do you think I can make money? And it'll just be cool to come back to that after we see what the council says and see what it would have said if we didn't do that. So anyways, you can see we have now these 5 sub-agents running, and I will check in with you guys when that is finished up. Okay, so the verdict here is to reshape, and the confidence in that is very high.
You also know what to build, but not only the idea, but also technical, logical, end result, how serve the information to AI, how to work. Yeah, it doesn't contain all that. It's just like plain English. It sounds very basic. Yeah, this is mine. You could take a look at my skill. My mono skill that I use to work with my mono repo. Yeah, I'll check it out. Have your AI Claude review it. Have your Claude review it. And we'll make sure it works. I started to use Obsidian with Claude, got better results. All right. But those are just notes, right? It wasn't my prompt. I'm explaining to you what the steps are. Oh, okay. But he compares Claude Code Agent with internal roles and rules and loops, and Claude Chat isn't a bit different. Yeah. There's that. And what was I gonna say again? Shoot. I was gonna say something. Obsidian. Everything are notes for AI. Oh. Yeah, you're right. All right, let's try it. I just don't like it's a desktop app. Like, why do I need it to be a desktop app? I just edit files, and that's it. I don't need all this stuff. This is just rendering Markdown. Just rendering Markdown. Your thoughts are yours. Yours noticed privately. Thousands of plugins and themes. Your knowledge should last. Never locked in. It's not, it is memories, right? It's technically memories in this case. Plugins, calendar, Kanban. Yeah, I don't need any of that. File securely. Push instantly. Sync notes across devices. End-to-end encryption. Version history. Vaults, publish, commercial, catalyst. Free without limits. Wait, then why is there all this then? Does that mean it's not free? Does that mean it's not free, guys? Or is this for cloud? Oh, for syncing stuff. Got it. It's for syncing stuff. Sync notes to all your devices. Yeah, this is where it is. Syncing notes to devices. Syncing rules to all teammates. All right, back to it.
Hi. So in one line, it says, kill the $9 YouTube to LinkedIn posts product exactly as described. It's a free, no login commodity wrapped in a subscription that's structurally built to churn.
I don't use Notion. I don't use all these note-taking apps. I don't need them.
But keep the engine and aim it at a narrow.
All I have is just a Google Doc. That's all I need.
Narrow paying niche with the two features that are the actual remote, which is provable voice matching and direct scheduled posting. So here you can see it goes into the why. It goes into our biggest risk, which is no moat and a free substitute and no distribution with no audience and a few $100 budget. CAC, which is customer acquisition cost, will exceed a $9 LTV, lifetime value, on day one, and you'd ship a polished MVP, minimal viable product, to single-digit signups. It goes over the biggest upside if we do want to, look at glass half full, the money read, the cheapest 48-hour test. So what it recommends we do before we go write any code, which would be pick one niche, DM or email 20 to 30 of them, and see if there's actually a market there. See if people would pay for that. So here's the overall score. The Contrarian gave us a 2 out of 10. Expansionist gave us an 8 out of 10. We got a 3 out of 10, a 2 out of 10, and a 2 out of 10. So obviously we would want to reshape this idea. Now let's just go over real quick to the basic Claude and see what we got. Looks like there's a few questions I have to answer, so let me do that real quick. Actually, I have to run this again because it actually used the roast skill without me asking it, which proves that it's, that's good, right? But let me just run this again and explicitly say, don't use the roast skill. And now this one has come back. It did give us a good analysis. It said this probably is something that you want to rework a little bit before you actually go ship it. But this advice is so much more generic and we didn't get the right perspectives. And it doesn't even really tell us what we should do in order to actually push this out the door. And because we just got Opus 4.8 and the models are going to get better and better, the whole sycophancy thing is something that all of these model providers are aware of and, taking steps to make sure that it's not just a yes man. But clearly, if you compare these two outputs, getting sort of a council that has different areas of expertise and different personas is going to be much better to actually help you analyze business decisions and look at what you should be doing in order to make money. So that is how the roast skill works. Even if you don't want to use that exact skill, I think the methodology of having your ideas always be stress tested, always have a devil advocate, look at it from different perspectives is the best way to make a good decision. Even if it's not explicitly about making money, it's a really good way and a really great way to just default when you're talking to Claude or any AI model for that matter. All right, so that was roast. Now, once Claude actually builds something for you, there's one step that it almost always skips, and it's the one that can cost you days to fix. So Claude will hand you something that looks finished, but something being finished and something actually working are not the same thing at all. And this is, once again, a real measured problem. There was a study out of NYU where researchers reviewed around 1,600 programs generated by GitHub Copilot. Well, we all know that Copilot isn't the best, but anyways, roughly 40% of them had security vulnerabilities in them. And the scary part about these mistakes is that they're super easy to...
Probably should have been 100%. 100% of them had vulnerabilities in them, not 40%. How did they gauge that percentage?
miss. So a lot of the time, you don't even know they exist until something crashes in front of a client or in some sort of like worst case scenario for something to crash, like a live demo. I remember one specific time where we were shooting off a bunch of emails to people who wanted to work with us, but we basically didn't have capacity. So we were shooting off emails to let them know. And we had hundreds of people to reach out to. And so the agent that I was building told me that it had sent out all those outreach messages. And I didn't know until 4 days later that, I checked the email and saw that it only sent about the first 25% of them. So I'm not exactly sure why, because it confidently told me, yeah, I sent off all those emails, everything is good to go. So not only did it not do what it was supposed to, but it also lied about it. And so in that situation, it wasn't really a huge deal, obviously, because that wasn't like a super high risk situation where it costed us a ton of money. But imagine what it would have looked like if it was legitimately building a bunch of dark code, meaning, code that you didn't write, and it's shipping features or building out automations. That's a pretty legit, like, big deal, which if it lies about it or does it poorly, that really could result in your business losing a ton of money.
Yeah, it's doing a lot of mistakes. As on this stream, it makes a ton of mistakes. That's why we're not like fully convinced yet for everything published.
The fix here is to make Claude check.
Right, that reminds me. I have to check on my daily. How's my approval rate? I don't think it's been approved yet. Let's see here. Tell Claude use exact version of libraries. If you tell it, use the most correct. Yep. It will use outdated stuff. Agreed. All right. View report again. What's this? Oh my gosh. What the heck? Claude Code. It still mentions Claude Code. What? I thought we fixed this. That's strange. Again. Oh my god, I can't even mention Claude Code in my app. This rate will never get approved. Oh my gosh, I can't even use the word Claude Code in my app, in my product. The submission contains words or product titles that aren't published by you. Submissions contain keywords. What? Oh my god. Maybe they released Fable 5, it will fix it. Oh my gosh. Mono. Need to fix SigmaShake desktop for Windows. Oops. Oh. Somehow copied my Obsidian. Is there really keywords that say Claude Code? Keywords? Huh? The dumb part is it doesn't allow me to copy. All right, I'm curious what the other one is. Let's play some music for a bit. Play some of the music. Probably need to log in again. Still hasn't been reviewed. My version 6 hasn't been fully reviewed. It's been in a review state for a while. It's been like a day. Alright, I can see it right now. Ready for review. Wait, somebody bought my thing, maybe? No? Oh, it's just impressions. First time downloads. On this must have been some time ago. Must have been some time ago. Sources unavailable. All right, it's probably me. It's probably me searching on the App Store. All right, we just have to wait then. 1.6 is good, guys. 1.6 is really good. It's stable. We'll have a terminal. Hopefully I don't have to update anymore once I run this new version, because I adjusted it, the new versions of SigmaShake desktop, so that I could do hot patches without actually doing resubmitting. Armor of Gods? All right. Man, what did I miss? What did I miss? Alright, at this rate, main rule, tell Cloud version, you need to be very exact with what you want. Saving tokens, never be approved. Maybe they release people file, be fixed. Save tokens. Time for a custom agent to look into copyright and trademark, whatever. Yeah, the code base, like it's an independent thing. Stop trusting the code agent to do it. Yeah, it's time to create a separate harness. A separate harness, guys. We need a separate harness. Uh-oh. Did I not update? Crap. Alright. You need to sync with origin name. Dude, it's so hot. My PC isn't displaying the correct temperature. Can't even install Proton. Oh no. Get an ice pack. Get an ice pack. Put it on the CPU. Put it on the graphics card. Cool that thing. Liquid cool that thing. You know? Liquid cool that
before it
thing.
ever hands it to you, and then also having it check the work that it already handed to you. So think about like how cars get built. At the factory, they test out every single piece of the car on its own, and then when the whole thing comes together, they test it a bunch again. And that's basically the methodology that we want to work with when we're using Claude. This one's a little different from the others because it's not really like a pre-built skill that I can give you. Like I said, it's more of a methodology. It's more of a mindset shift. And there's two parts to it. Like I said, the first part is verification. Before Claude ever hands something to you, you want it to check the work as it goes. And then of course, by the time it tells you it's done, you stress test it more and you try to find those edge cases that you collectively didn't think about, both you and Claude were planning. Now, how you actually do that, like stress testing or the verification, is a little bit different depending on what you're actually building, because if you're trying to verify a landing,
or it's the glue, the thermal paste. The thermal paste might have to redo it.
page, that's totally different than verifying like an edited video or a data pipeline or something like that. So this isn't just like one magic button you can press. Like I said, it's more of a habit that you bake into Claude and more of the way that you prompt and the way that you think about working with Claude Code. So let me show you guys what this actually looks like. I'm going to have Claude build out a landing page with a waitlist form for our app or our product, and then it's going to verify it with screenshots, and it's going to look at this page as if a real person was actually looking at it. And then we're going to have it stress test it by clicking through the buttons, submitting a bunch of forms, and trying to break it and see if there's anything that we need to fix. Okay, so now its recommendation for us to verify if this is going to work was to DM some people and get the proof of concept, right? And so what we want to do is have a landing page to actually send them to, somewhere that shows the features and the brand and gives it a feel, and then also has a little bit of a wait list to see if people actually opt in. So I have this prompt here. I'm not going to read the entire thing, and I will kind of...
All right, I want to see if it deployed a showcase. It says it fixed it. Let's see if it fixed it. All right, it fixed it. It fixed the thing, and then when I hover over it, oh, it's still moving. But hopefully the next version will fix that. Sorry if the moving's still annoying. All right. Perfect. All right. Perfect. Nice. Hub. All right. The hub probably needs to be updated. Oh, we're gonna have strike, guys. We're gonna have strike. Agent runtime protection. That's gonna be cool, guys. We're gonna have strike. SigmaShake strike. I don't want to call it Sigma strike, but I should. But who knows? Hardened title. Oh, it's because it was in the title. Oh my gosh. It was in the title of something. Removing the predictive title keyword. What should the file search term be? Repo of documented. Call it 6-7 strike. Perfect name. We need to make this as a workspace check for... All right. I can't type anymore. I'm talking in the night. It's already 1. 1 a.m. Hey, if you're making bad decisions, just click that button on the bottom. It might say subscribe. It might say subscribe.
Slowly scroll through it if you want to pause and look at what...
Just one more bad decision tonight. Just one more bad decision.
I've written up here. But the idea is that we have a verification loop. So right here, right? After you build it, do not trust
Like,
that it looks
man,
right.
thank you.
Verify
Hope we meet
yourself
again.
with
Yeah.
Playwright, and I need to add
Oh, hope to see you again. Have a good night.
CLI here before reporting back. So start the local server, use Playwright CLI, which is just basically computer use. So it can open up the actual website, look around, take screenshots, click around, things like that. And it needs to verify it. So screenshot each section individually, look at them. And if you need to, you'll come back and iterate, right? So the whole point is you repeat the loop and you iterate and you only stop once every section has been screenshotted at both viewports and there are no visible errors and the waitlist form looks clean. And I gave it down here a definition of done. So what I'm going to do is copy this prompt and just put it right in there and hit go. Now, obviously, like I said earlier, depending on your actual, whatever you're building right here, your verification loop will look a little bit different.
You just joined? Problem? Nice, nice. We'll see you in the Discord. We'll see you in the Discord. I think, but you can only chat if you're a subscriber. Did you already subscribe? That's the only way you could chat in the Discord, unfortunately. It's to prevent raiding and bad actors.
In this case, it's able to look visually, take screenshots, things like that. But the whole idea is a lot of times on the first shot, you might hear this thing called like one-shot prompt. On the first shot, AI will maybe get you, let's just say 65% of the way there. And your job then is to review and to judge and add your taste and go back and forth. But what if you could have AI get you 90% of the way there first, and then you iterate from there? And the whole idea of verification and checking its work on the way is where you can have it be a little bit less lazy, and it doesn't actually stop until it gives you something that you can basically quickly review and shoot off. Because it's a complete waste of time if it gives you something and then you have to make all these changes, right? Like think about it, if you wanted someone who reports to you, an actual human, you would want
That's fine, you'll read that, no problem.
them to give you a report that you're able to just review once over and it all looks good and it's all real. You wouldn't as much value the employee who's giving you things to review, and every single time he or she hands you something, you have to make a ton of changes. So as you can see, it is throwing together this little...
Oh yeah, one more thing, all subscribers get access to SigmaShake Pro based on their subscription time.
task list, and it's going to go through...
Have a good night. Thanks again. Thanks again. Yeah, have a good night.
And run the verification loop and fix until there are 0 errors. So I will just check in with you guys when that is done. Okay, so everything checks out end to end. Apparently, it's done and verified, not just asserted. We have a live URL, which I'll click open in a sec. But let's see, it said it built a single page premium waitlist landing page for Cadence with all 8 sections. The verification loop actually ran and passed. Playwright took screenshots of all the sections. If I open up this folder right here that you can see it made, Cadence landing, we have like the actual code that went into the building out the site. We have the nodes, but right here.
Oh guys, I need one of those mouse thingies to so that the chat could track my mouse. How should we do that? How should we do that? We have the little circle thingy to track the keyboard typing cursor. So we'll have that too, sort of. I only have 4% left. I'll think about that later.
We have screenshots, and we can see desktop, we have 11, and on mobile, we have also 11 that were taken. So that is really, really nice to see. And just to show you guys, if I clicked in here, we can see that it's actually looking at what the page looks like based on mobile or desktop view. And that's how it's able, I mean, obviously this is pretty AI sloppy, like it's very generic. That's not the point. The point I'm trying to make right now is the verification loop, right? Obviously we could do things from a design perspective to make this feel more branded, to feel less AI created. So anyways, let's take a look now at the actual site. If I click open here, we're in the VS Code in-app browser sort of thing. We can see Cadence, features, click on this button, that zooms us down, how it works, pricing. Let me just zoom out this a little bit. There we go. Join the waitlist brings us down here to this section. We have different LinkedIn followers, annual revenue, stuff like that. And these buttons down here work as well. So from a visual perspective, besides the fact that it is pretty AI generic, it's good, right? Like everything is in line, nothing's out of bounds, all the text is readable, the sections are clean, there's not any like bugs or glitches, M-dash, But anyways, that is showing us how we can get outputs using sort of a verification loop. Now we can even take this one step further. Part of having it check its own work is not just in the build process, but it's also in stress testing process, right? So because we have the ability with our website to test out and making sure that things are functional, we haven't yet tested filling out the form. So what I can say is, awesome. So what I want you to do now is use Playwright CLI and open up a headed browser and show me that you are submitting forms, and do multiple passes of submitting forms with different drop-down options and, you know, different types of emails, different types of phone numbers, basically just to stress test this thing to make sure that there's no bugs in the form submission aspect of this site. And so when I say headed browser, that just means that I can like watch it, rather than a headless browser would be running in the background and we wouldn't see it, even though it is actually going on and working in the background. So here you can see it just opened up a tab. It just submitted a form and it's filling out a bunch of different versions right here. It's doing it really quick, right? We saw different drop-down options, different types of emails, different types of names. And obviously we don't have any backend configured yet, but that would be the next step, right? We could configure a backend and then have it tested out more. It even, I don't know if you guys saw that, it was trying out putting spaces in weird spots. It was putting some spaces before the email. There we go. We just got a bug there where it wasn't a valid email right there again. So we're seeing all of these edge cases that humans might actually get. There's another one, right? And so the idea here is that it's finding things that you might not be able to think of, or you don't want to sit here and manually do that, right? So that is what's really cool about this, because we get the creativity of a model like Opus, and then we get the ability for Claude Code to actually do stuff like this. And now we understand what all of the edge cases are and what users might do. Anyways, I'm going to go ahead and just let this keep running, but two parts of having it check its work: on the build side to save you some time, and then of course on the stress testing side to also save you some time. Looks like
oh man, I haven't done my stream pipeline to keep creating videos, and I just realized I could do what he does, and he literally just removes all the dead air in his videos. We need to do that. Segment pipeline, dead air. Man. All right.
It found all the edge cases and it decided that that was good enough for that first run. Right here, you can see all 22 of its 22 tests passed. So it's going to pull the evidence. It's going to look at those passes and the rejections, and then basically just let us know what we need to change, if anything. So there you go. We can see we had 8 valid submissions, and then we had 14 malformed submissions, but then it said 2 honest non-blocking notes, no duplicate guard, so the same email could join twice, and email validation is intentionally lenient, so structure only, not deliverability, meaning people could submit a fake email, but if it fits the structure of like name@domain.com, it will go through. So there's not a deliverability check. So those are 2 things that if we wanted to action, we could action that honestly I didn't think about right away, you know, in our initial build. So very, very helpful. All right, so those were the first 2 upgrades. Now, those work for every single output Claude gives you, but to make them work, you actually have to get the output in the first place. And most of the time,
I just realized for Navi, I could remove, I could set them to mute. Yeah, I could set them to mute, but not be completely mute. Right? There. That way it doesn't show the little
The reason people
X.
move slow has nothing to do with what they're doing when they work with Claude. It's that they literally hit a wall. The conversation starts to fill up, Claude gets slower, it gets worse, it starts to, you know, burn through your usage limit, and it feels like it just has no memory. And once again, there's a study on this. It's basically called context rot. Researchers tested 18 of the top AI models out there, including Claude, and every single one of them starts to perform worse as the conversation gets longer. Even if it's really, really simple tasks, that's where you start to get just so much degrading in the performance and, you know, hallucinations. And the problem is that drop-off starts way before anywhere near the context window being completely full. So more is not better, and a longer conversation literally makes Claude get dumb. So think about Claude's context like a desk. If you piled up a bunch of paper onto it and then you needed to find one specific document, it's going to be way harder to find. It's going to take you way longer because there's so much information in there. And on top of that, if you're not running the best version of Claude, meaning like the best, most capable model, whether that's Opus 4.8 or whatever it might be, it's going to design things worse. It's going to build sloppier code, and it might even get worse at the reviewing and the verification and the stress testing. So those 2 things that secretly decide whether you make money with Claude are managing your context and making sure you're working with the right model for the right.
What kind of video is this? I want to make as much money as possible. What's going on? None of this involves any making money as much as possible.
Use case. So the fix here is handling your context properly. There's a lot of things that go into that, but basically just making sure that you're taking care of that and it's on top of your mind before it quietly wrecks your outputs. And there's a couple commands worth knowing here. So first one is using /context, which lets you see exactly what's eating up your context window. /clear lets you wipe the whole thing and start fresh. Instead of using /compact, which like compacts your conversation.
Yeah, he didn't tell me the secret money glitch. That's what I was looking for, guys.
And then you can, keep going. I built my own custom skill called /session handoff. So before I ever clear anything, I run session handoff. It writes me a summary of everything that matters, what we're working on, the key files we produced, or key files that hold information, any open decisions that I've made, and then basically exactly where to pick back up. So all I have to do is run the session handoff, copy that message, clear the context, paste it back in, and now I'm sitting in a completely clean window, but I'm basically just picking up exactly where I was, and it doesn't feel like I lost anything. Now, let me show you what types of things you want to think about when it comes to making sure you're not hitting that context rot territory. So the first thing, and the reason why I'm using this CLI version right now, what I typically use anyways, you can see my status line down here. What I'm looking at is throughout my sessions, I can see the model I'm using, what the context window is. I can see the effort that's being used. I can see basically a visual indicator of how much of my context window has been filled up, so 12%, which is about 125,000 tokens out of our 1 million token window. I don't really like to let this really pass like a 250,000. Whenever this passes a 250,000, I typically tend to start a new session. So a couple of things that you want to leverage, right? We talked about /context. So if I do this, this is going to actually show me and visualize what is going on in our session. So we can see, wow, all of these MCP servers might be, well, these aren't actually taking tokens. These are load on demand. But if they were loaded in, that would be a lot of tokens. We can see we have free space, we have skills, memory files, system tools, system prompts, all of that kind of stuff. And this also will show us, how many tokens roughly for each of those items. And this is good to be able to clean up your products a little bit if you want to make sure you're not, starting off with just a ton of context already eaten up. It also right here gives a suggestion. So read results using 490,000 tokens, 49%. So you could save about 140,000 tokens here. But anyways, that is one thing. You could also do a /compact, or Claude Code has its auto compacts, but honestly, I don't leverage this very much. It takes a long time. I basically built my own skill, which is called session handoff, which I will give you guys for free, of course, in the free school community. But when I run my session handoff skill, I've basically prompted this thing to give me a summary of what we've done. You know what? I'll just wait till this runs and I'll show you exactly what it gives us. All right, so this is the session handoff. We get where it started, decisions that are locked and what shipped, key files, running state, verification, deferred and open questions, and then pick up here. So now I can just do a /copy, which grabs everything that Claude just output to us. I do my /clear. You can see the context window completely resets. I paste that in. And now our project has the exact context that we were basically working in. It has all the files, it knows where to look, it knows what we were doing, and it knows where to pick up. And it's just super, super helpful to be able to just constantly do a session handoff and clear. Or even if I wanted to do a session handoff and then move it over to like, I don't know, a different model or maybe even Codex or something like that, I'm able to do so super, super easily. And sometimes it'll even do something like this, where it says, I've got the handoff. Let me quickly confirm the current running state before I recommend our next move, and we keep working. So that skill is super, super helpful and easy to use. Okay, so this is now the last upgrade. And once you start using it, you'll produce more progress in a single day than most people can produce in a week. So no matter how good your prompts are, there's still one hard limit, and that's the fact that you can only point Claude basically one direction at a time, because you are the bottleneck. You are the decision maker and the reviewer. And Anthropic's own engineering team actually tested this directly. They set up a lead agent coordinating a team of little sub-agents all working in parallel, and they compared it to a single agent doing the whole job alone. The team setup obviously outperformed the single agent by over 90% on their internal research evaluation. So real quick, in case you don't know what a sub-agent is, a sub-agent is basically a separate Claude that gets its own task and its own clean context window. It works all alone by itself, and then it reports back to that main terminal session. So instead of one worker doing everything, one step at a time, you have a whole team of them running, and they're each working on one of the pieces at once. So personally, if I'm doing something like planning out a YouTube video, I'll maybe have one doing research on a certain topic, and one doing research on another, and one maybe looking through comments on past videos. The key here is anything that can happen in parallel, independent of each other, I will spin up sub-agents to do that. And then when everything gets synthesized together, I can take that output and just do whatever I need to do with it. And then I'm gonna add one more thing on top of that, which makes it feel completely like the future, and that is a command called /goal. So using goal, that lets you set a finish line, an actual completion condition, and then Claude will basically just work turn after turn for as long as it takes until you hit that condition. And the cool part about that is that there's a separate evaluator. There's a second model that checks every single turn to see if, done equals true or not. So Claude doesn't get to declare itself done. A different model has to look at it with a different persona and actually grade it and see if it's done. And that's what's so cool about it. Because the whole problem in upgrade 1 was that Claude would just agree with itself, or or agree with you too often. So now you have a different one, and it literally separates the worker from the judge. So let me go ahead and give it one job, set the goal, and run this live. And this last move is cool because it basically stacks every single upgrade from the whole video into this one test. Because the idea got validated with the roast, it verified its own work before declaring done, and that's the verification methodology from upgrade 2. It spins up a whole team of sub-agents. Each one runs in its own clean context, so nobody hits the context rot wall. And then we use goal to drive the entire thing home. Okay, so this one is really, really cool because it combines basically everything that we've talked about so far. We talked about making sure that we have the right idea by having some sort of counsel and playing devil's advocate. We then talked about how you can have Claude verify and check its own work. Then we talked about context and making sure that things are clean. As you can see, we just did our session handoff. And now we can loop all of that back together by using things like subagents and /goal to help us work faster. So if I do /goal right here, you can see it says set a goal, keep working until the condition is met. And then I'm going to basically just paste in my prompt. So I'm going to shoot this off and we'll see what it says. And you'll notice that there's elements that we've talked about, like I just mentioned. So we have our product. So the goal is to build a complete, ready to execute go-to-market kit for our product and save it in this project. The product is obviously our web app. We have our ICP here. And what's really cool is inside of the goal, we're able to leverage sub-agents. So use parallel sub-agents, one per deliverable. So there should be 6, and they each have their own context, and they're each going to produce different files that don't overwrite each other. So this is what we're having it create. And yet down here, you can see that I defined when this thing is done, which is that all 6 files exist and none of them are empty. The market research has 6+ competitors. The personalized drafts has 25 number draft, things like this. The more objective you can be with your goal, the better that it's actually going to work, because obviously it's going to keep working until it thinks that it's done. You also will notice that in here, I said, after the sub-agents finish, run a verification pass yourself. So you open each file, confirm that it meets the bar, fix anything thin or generic before you declare yourself done. And so this is just going to run. And now, because I've front loaded all of my thinking into that prompt and set the goal, I can just kind of walk away and do whatever I want until this is done. So this will be running in the bottom right. It'll say goal active. It'll tell us how long the goal has been running. And then when it's done, it'll say goal done. So I'll check in with you guys when we actually have that finished goal back. All right, so that just finished up, as you can see, and it only took about 8 minutes. So one thing about the goal is just because it's a goal and just because it has a loop ability doesn't mean you have to set goals that are going to run for hours and hours. I use goal a lot, and most of the time I use goal, it's runs that take less than, 20 to 30 minutes because I'm able to just be super clear about my prompt and just have more confidence that it's going to achieve the goal. So 8 minutes, we have our 6 different files, and keep in mind, this spun up 6 different sub-agents, and all of the sub-agents were working on their files independent, in parallel. So that's another reason why this was able to go pretty fast. But all of these have been verified, all of these have been checked, and now it would be on us to be able to look at the positioning, the market research, the launch plan, the outreach templates, the outreach drafts, and the content calendar. And because we've looped together all of these upgrades and all of these skills, we're in a really good spot now to be able to start executing on this vision. And think about this, in total, all of these demos probably took me under an hour. And so if you really wanted to go, sort of like spin up a business like this, you're going to put more than just an hour in. But think about if you put in like a week of focused work with all of these strategies, ideation, building things out, and then having this full launch plan and all of this stuff ready to go, where could that take you? And how could you have just leveraged Claude Code to be able to have done something that probably would have taken a team of 10 and probably would have taken more time? So just to show you what's in here, if I click on the go to market, we can see, let's just first look at the positioning. We have our ICP, we have our segment A, our segment B, our core offer, our tier ladder. Looks like pricing got locked at $19, $39, and $99 per month. We have upgrade logic, we have our one-line value prop, and we have our 3 sharpest objections with rebuttals. So I could use ChatGPT for that. We have, I don't post on LinkedIn enough to need this. AI posts sound fake and will hurt my brand. So we have good rebuttals for all of those, and we could obviously come through, read all of this, and put our own personal touch on it. We've also got our market research. So we've got our product, our wedge, our ICP, competitors, which found looks like 7 of them, and we said it needed at least 7, I believe. We have some adjacent ones as well. We've got a full comparison table of these. We've got where cadence fits, why $19 is the right entry price. So as you can see, all of our sources are here. This is very in-depth. We've also got our launch plan. So this is a 14-day launch plan, which we would basically just be able to follow. We've got our outreach, and then we would start making our content based on this calendar. So anyways, that is how we're able to leverage sub-agents, goals, automations, other things like that to make sure that you stop being the bottleneck. You are very much changing from the builder and producer to the problem solver, the decision maker, the reviewer, the judge. That's how you need to leverage this type of technology to help you grow your business, to help you make more money. So that was the 4 upgrades. Stop letting it agree with you.
Oh, yeah, no secret stuff there. No secret stuff there. What's next, guys? What's next? ID verification. The ID verification, they'll spark up some Some controversial takes. AI job loss. Paradigm shift. Paradigm shift. All right.
Hey everybody, how's it going? Hope you're having a lovely day. Today I want to have a conversation about Anthropic's relationship with the US government and what this means for you, and why I am going to do my best to construct this video in a way where even if you want to hit X because of a certain reason,
Rossman,
you will listen to the entire thing. I may fail at this, I will try. And I will also go over my political biases as I go through this video, because that is definitely going to come up at some point, and it's important to address these things head on, honestly, for the future of the content that you're going to watch from me. So first things first, I wanted to dig into a few things here. So a few months ago, Anthropic was considered a supply chain
with the
risk.
glowies?
Being a supply chain risk means that you cannot
What do you mean,
do
the
business
glowies?
with other companies that do business with the government. So let's say that I am a government contractor. Let's say I do data recovery for whatever reason. If the Pentagon wanted to send a drive to me for recovery, I mean, not that that's going to happen, but let's say they did. If that happened and I used Claude Code on my website, I would not be able to be a government contractor because I'm using Claude Code. They put together a situation where I would be forced to choose whether I want to keep my government contracts and use somebody else or use Claude Code. Now, the reason they did this is because there was a disagreement between the Department of War and Anthropic over how to use their models. Anthropic said, here, you can use our stuff. It's just we're not going to give it to you in a way where you can use it for fully autonomous weapons or for domestic mass surveillance. We're not going to give it to you with no safeguards against that. And I thought that that was a very, very reasonable and very lukewarm take. Keep in mind what they're saying there. They're not saying that you can't use our stuff for semi-autonomous weapons. You can totally use it for semi-autonomous weapons. They're not saying that you can't use it for fully autonomous weapons in the future. They were not saying that we believe that morally fully autonomous weapons are wrong. They're simply saying that our clanker is not yet capable of that. And when I see for myself how much Opus or even Fable were able to do when I was able to use it, and how much it gets right and how much it gets wrong, I wouldn't trust this stuff to empty BlackBerry's litter box, much less with actual tasks of war, but that's another topic altogether. Now, I found this to be petty, and I'm going to explain why. The whole concept of being a supply chain risk, let's say the majority of my money or all of my funding came from countries where the US is an adversary. And there's reason to believe that I'm spying on you, or that I'm a double agent. That's what that's for. It's not for we had a minor contractual disagreement on how to use the software. And I saw that as a pattern of something I see in this administration, where it's the whole, like, you punch me, I'm going to punch you twice as hard. But I don't see it in that way. I kind of see it as you didn't give me everything that I wanted, therefore I am going to have a tantrum on the playground. And I thought that that was very, very counterproductive, especially since this administration talks about AI dominance and want to win the AI race and everything else. Now, recently what they did was they said that if you are a foreign national, you're not going to be able to use the newest models. And this is something that I thought was really a mess for a number of reasons. The US government, citing national security authorities, has issued an export control directive to suspend all access to Fable 5 and Mythos 5. These are the new models by any foreign national, whether inside or outside the United States, including foreign national Anthropic employees. To be clear, I have no sympathy for Anthropic.
Good, I'll just use China's. Yeah.
Anthropic is a company that has said that their models are so dangerous they can't even release them yet as part of their PR campaign up before their IPO. They've also said that they think that the United States government should have the ability, any government should be able to ban AIs that they deem dangerous. They're doing that so that they can continue to virtue signal that they're the company that really cares about safety and security. So if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. If you want to say that your model is so dangerous we can't even release it yet, while simultaneously saying that we care so much about safety that the government should be able to ban models, don't be surprised when that backfires on you, especially when you're saying this at the same time that you don't have a great relationship with the government. So to be clear, no love lost for Anthropic here. But that doesn't mean that I think that this is a good thing just because I don't have sympathy for Anthropic for a number of reasons. Number one, as I've said in my other videos, I've tried a bunch of these different models, and I've noticed that Opus 4.8, and especially Fable, is by far one of the most capable for a number of different tasks. So if we're really trying to focus on getting ahead of every other country, if we are building AI data centers everywhere to the opposition of the people that live in those areas, if we're saying that we don't even care if the air is clean in those areas, you can run fucking gas turbines as much as you want, you can destroy the air and the water and everything else, just to try and be 1% ahead of China. But then we're going to kneecap one of the primary leaders in the United States that's moving towards this over petty bullshit, pick a lane. You can't really do something like this without, when most of the AI researchers that work for these companies are foreign born for almost every company. But more importantly, it's really difficult for me to believe that this is happening in a bubble. Like that Grok and OpenAI and Gemini and everybody else is not getting this type of scrutiny, whereas Anthropic is. And like, this is my opinion. My opinion is this some petty shit over what happened in February. And I think that Anthropic is getting looked at differently than every other company. And I think that there are a number of different examples of the administration treating people differently based on whether or not they do what the administration wants. I've noticed this type of like preschoolish behavior, and it's a pattern that I don't like. Now, why is this a concern to me? How do you tell whether or not somebody is a foreign national in order to use it?
Yeah.
This shit. Identity verification on Claude. Being responsible with powerful technology starts with knowing who is using it. Identity verification helps us prevent abuse, enforce our usage policies, and blah, blah, blah. So a valid government-issued photo ID, a phone with or a computer with a camera. So you're just going to take a picture of yourself with your ID in hand. It's going to get sent off to Persona, which is a company that's funded by the Peter Thiel, who also made Palantir. I don't like that. And a lot of you in my audience hate age verification. You hate the idea of having to show your papers to use things on the internet. When Google and Lycos came out, you didn't have to use your ID to be able to get access to them. There's a number of different things that you don't have to show your ID to get access to, but now you have to show your ID to be able to use Discord or Facebook or fucking like Spotify. It's nuts, and you're right to push back against it. But I think you also have to notice that even if you despise Anthropic as a company, that this type of shit is going to then speedrun companies like Anthropic, shoving all this age verification companies that are funded by the people that fund Palantir, sucking up your data.
Wait a second. IBM debut, what? They just made cars. We didn't need seat belts, but we realized later it was really a good idea. Damn. Papers, please. Sub 1 nanometer chip technology. Hey, what do you know? IBM is coming back, guys. IBM is coming back. Google, etc. didn't need age back in the day. Now sort of kind of do. Yeah, it's using phone numbers. It's using phone numbers. I don't know what this means, guys. Wait, sub 1 nanometer. Wait. What was the... Wait, what was the net? Wait. What was TSMC and ASML? What was the nanometer for the chips? For the chips?
Hey, let's see if E1Site's got a code secret to share and keep the excitement going.
Oh my god. Oh my god. IBM just beat TSMC or ASML in... When did this release? 6 hours ago. Wait, the market's been open for a while. What the heck? Extended for the first time below 1 nanometer node, advancing the era. Scanning where dimensional approach the size of individual atoms. Atoms? What the heck? Generational. Sub 0.7 nanometer technology. Holy crap, guys. Holy crap. A whole new stack has just been invented. What the heck? What the heck, guys? Let's just hear about this. That's huge, guys. That's huge. Considering that ASML and TSMC, the bottleneck was this. And this is late 2026. They're able to do this. Now people are going to try to steal the technology. They said it couldn't be done. Yeah. What the heck? Is quantum solved, guys? Is quantum solved?
Let's start with IBM. It is up about 2% here this morning. It says it has the blueprint for the next generation of tiny but mighty AI chips. It says it can deliver chips with 50% better performance and dramatically lower power consumption. To give you an idea of what this is all about, it says that it can cram more computing power into these smaller devices and pack about 100 billion transistors onto a chip the size of a fingernail.
I don't know what these people are doing.
Smaller
But
better,
the point
apparently.
is, well said, well said. And that is there
Should have, yeah, now's the best time.
anybody not putting out these press releases? Like everybody's got the new whiz bang technology
yes,
on the pin of a needle.
Apparently, this is the smallest and fastest. So
It's you know, IBM
at least till Friday.
IBM has so many patents. They come up with so much new technology, even today. I mean, they do it year in and year
Yeah.
out. You talk about all the new
I
tech
didn't know.
companies out there, but IBM, from a research perspective, they just crush it every
But
year.
I do have to say, it's not ready for industrial use yet. They said they see a path to production in about 5 years.
Oh, their stock 10x, yeah, 10x the past year alone. So China can now invade Taiwan and USA won't protect them? Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. America has the technology now.
And they what does this mean? Because I'm like, okay, well, what does this really mean? More transistors mean faster and more powerful computing, can help drive advances like faster smartphones, laptops, more efficient data centers, better self-driving cars, all that good stuff.
The chart here from till 2022, they were asleep, and then boom, up they go.
Exactly. And then the stock is down 11% year to date, so that's not accounting for this rise we're seeing pre-market. We have got McCormick. Let's move over to the spices world. McCormick.
Damn. Let me see. Let me ask. What do you think about this article? Achieved. Packing nearly 100 billion transistors. Nano 3D architecture. Is it too late to buy? Probably not, no. It promises 50%, 70% energy reduction compared to 2 nanometer. AI boost, 40% scaling. Oh my god. How does this connects? IBM is using ASML's high NAE UV technology. TSMC's future IBM is an R&D powerhouse, not a mass producer. To get these chips revealed in real devices by 5-year target, with TSMC will eventually need to adopt and manufacture this architecture. So will IBM stock go up? No. No. No, they have to sell. Now that they know, guys, now that they know this exists, some other company will try to make it happen. I assume they patent it by now, though. I assume they patent it. Otherwise, it'd be really dumb for them to not patent it.
In order to be in compliance with this.
Am I gonna buy? Yeah, well, I'm already, you know, have, I guess, diversified, I guess. Whoa. Sorry, guys. Oops. My retirement has their money. My retirement is just the ETF of technology stocks. But obviously I can't touch that money until I retire in 30 plus years maybe. I'll be working forever.
I don't even necessarily blame Anthropic.
At this rate, guys, I'll be working forever. Let's see here. SigmaShake, terminal. Hold these sessions. Hold the release until the thingy. Okay. I need to loose ends on VFX. Okay. Multi-session. All right. So I can't publish yet, but I will. Compliance. Say the word. Deploy. Deploy. And game bar. Done. Game bar is done. Not live. Deploy now. Also, every time there's like a waiting till next game, it should be replaced with that
Let's keep the conversation light.
deploy now, security firm. What's this? I'll read that later.
If they go all the way through with this.
Am I still lagging though? Not lagging. Not yet.
I blame our government, and I blame the pettiness involved in our government while doing this. Now, when I talked about Anthropic in the last video, and I talked about the Trump administration's policies back and forth in the last two videos, there were many people that talked and used acronyms like TDS or Trump Derangement Syndrome and things like that. So I thought it would be worthwhile to just be honest about my political biases when I'm going over these issues in the channel and where I stand. So for many people, I would see TDS show up, or, oh my God, he can never say something. Like, he always has to say something about Trump in the video. I just found that to be really interesting. So I'm just going to show you some of the videos that I've done over the years. This video over here is New York legislators voted in their own $32,000 pay raise. You know the party that's in power there, and you see what I thought. Next, in Missouri, when there was a right to repair bill being promoted at the same time that my nonprofit started funding it, there was this thing, who's really behind the right to repair legislation, and it's funded by George Soros of the Open Society Foundation. Just to be clear, I do not have George Soros money. I wish I had some George Soros money. I would take that money and I would put it into all sorts of shit that he fucking hates. To be clear, I've cashed checks from John fucking Deere before. They have a program where employees can donate to nonprofits and they will match. I have cashed John Deere checks to lobby against John Deere. I don't give a fuck who's giving the money. I will take it and do what I want. But I wish I had George Soros money. I don't have any George Soros money. I've talked about the prime minister in Malaysia. I have no idea what party this man is even from. I have no clue about the politics in Malaysia. I just know that banning public DNS sounded fucking stupid, so I went over that. I've gone over my aggravation with my local city council, mostly Democrat, how they're playing games and I've had enough. And we actually staged a 2 or 3 hour walk-in the middle of a work session because I felt like we were being dicked around. In the EU, there was this one commissioner that said that they thought that you could sniff encrypted communications like a dog at the airport. This is one of the fucking stupidest politicians or bureaucrats I've ever heard in my life. I don't know what party she's from. I don't care. I think it's very stupid. This is a video that I did on Joe Biden's administration destroying right to repair in the most corrupt way possible after one of the chief assistant legal counsel at NHTSA said that complying with right to repair would make things less safe. This was my mayor in New York City when he said that I needed to fire people if they did not get a COVID vaccine. You could see I was not a fan of Mr. de Blasio there. This is Mayor de Blasio, another Democrat who was bragging about destroying working bikes. So instead of selling them into a state where they're not illegal, instead of actually giving them to people who may be able to make good use of them, it's just, we're going to destroy them just to show the citizens, like, fuck you. I don't know what party she is. I don't know if she's Republican or Libertarian, I forget. But this woman over here laughed at everybody who showed up to this right to repair hearing. And a farmer who wanted right to repair actually ran against her. He was a Republican, Tom Brandt, and took her job. I thought, this is great. So we dunked on her. This is a Republican in Alaska who tanked right to repair. We kind of threw him under a bus here. This video went over Nebraska farmers getting fucked, and it was mostly Republicans who voted against right to repair in this particular instance. My channel's been up for 14 years, and for the most part, I have bashed, in a bipartisan fashion, almost every administration. And sometimes I'm talking about politicians or bureaucrats who were appointed by I don't even know the party that they're from because I've never even been to that country. My bias is I point out things that I think that are bullshit. And I'm going to try to build a bridge here. I understand if you have people, I understand where some of this comes from, because I see this in my comments sometimes where people will really defend people in the current administration, not like they're a politician that I voted for, but I'm going to hold them to a standard. I'll often see the back and forth be like, they feel like they're being insulted personally. Like when I say something about this administration, people in my comments will act like I am insulting their mother. And I'll read the comment and I'll just be very, very shocked at how sensitive the person in the comment was and how emotionally affected they were by me saying anything about the current administration. I'm going to try to build a bridge here. I can understand how it is annoying when people who are to your political left will make up things about you and denigrate you. And I understand how you feel like the current administration is on your side and they don't hate you and they're on your side. So like, I'm going to try to defend them when they do something wrong. I can kind of get where that comes from. Like there are a lot of people on Reddit that don't like one thing that I said. So instead of engaging with
passionate about politics, yeah. I mean, it's always been, you know, back in the workplace, everybody kept, there was like no politics. But ever since Trump came in, politics is a very sensitive subject now. It used to be everybody get along on both sides. We've never been more divided since Trump. Never been more divided. Before, you know, Obama and the other party, they were like this. They're like this. They're like, we don't care who wins, right? And then now, it's just Trump this, Trump that. Everybody hates this, everybody hates that. Divided, divided, divided. Messed up.
Thing that I said, they make up something that I never said to try and make it seem like I am this evil bastard psycho right-wing crazy person. And they'll do these little weird pot shots where they'll just say some crazy shit that's not true that'll get 500 upvotes and then delete the post the moment that I prove that they were just making it up. Like this happens all the time. Like this guy says this, no, I actually have a bunch of proof of the exact opposite being true. Happens here too. And this has happened to me a number of different times where somebody will make something up about me that is absolutely 120% not true, and then they delete the comment the moment that they get called out for it. I think that people that get really fucking offended anytime I criticize something that the Trump administration has done, they look at it like, Trump's sticking up for me. He's not like one of these people that not only hates me for who I am, but also makes me out to be something that I'm not to other people, just to try and get other people to pile on and hate me. So I have to defend him because I'm all in on him. And what I would say to that is it's very doable to despise the people who do the cowardly, lame, pathetic, passive-aggressive bullshit that I pointed out in this post, while simultaneously maintaining your own identity. I'm not a Trump voter. I don't think that he's a good leader. I don't think he takes accountability, responsibility for everything. And there's just too many times that he has said something where I actually go to do independent research and try and verify it to figure out what he's talking about. And it's just like not even like a little bit not true, but just crazily not true to the point where I just don't trust him. That is my political bias. However, I have been saying shit about politicians on this channel for 14 fucking years. Those are only a couple of the examples I was able to bring up because I'm late for a meeting and I don't have the time to go through it. But I'm sure if you go through the 4,000 or 5,000 videos I have in this channel from 2012 to the present, there's got to be at least 300 or 400 of them where I am just taking an individual politician or a bureaucrat that they elected and
did you win? Did you win?
Spreading them. And it's because I just don't like bullshit. What I would ask of all of you is if you don't want to live in a world where you need to show your ID and your passport and prove that you're a fucking...
Disco Asylum or Planscape Torment. Got it.
Impressive.
Disco Elysium.
Welcome to our cozy coding space. How many hours did you
I see. Wait. Where have I seen this before? LCM. Where have I seen this before?
I love how liberated turtles finished esoteric Ebby, and now we're talking about
Oh.
Codex recommendations.
That is pretty good. Looks fun. I think I've seen some like people play it. That's cool, man. It's cool. I would get games, or honestly, I stopped playing games ever since I started vibe coding. But games weren't as fun to me anymore as soon as I started vibe coding. Maybe I'll change my mind if people, even if people get me the game, guys. It'll probably be really hard to pull me off because the main thing is just making money. Making money, guys. Making the money.
Citizens, that you could use a search engine someday, that you push back against this and that you do not make excuses for it. The amount of people that were making excuses in the comments of my past video and acting and reacting emotionally using acronyms like TDS when the last 14 years of my channel has literally just been shredding whoever the fuck does something stupid. Get, like, does it matter which administration is fucking doing it? It disappointed me because...
Narrative Investigation, great game. Yeah, I'm only getting time to finish it because you're on vacation. Nice. It's like a 20 to 25 hour game. Oh, so very short. I'm used to getting like the 300-hour games. That'll take a while to beat.
If we are fighting over this, if you're thinking...
But there's replay value? Got it.
Like, I don't like this person on Reddit that says nasty shit about me from this party, so I'm automatically going to defend everything my party does because it's an obligation. Then we are going to live in a world where you have a flock camera shoved up your ass. We're going to live in a world where logging into your computer requires that you show your passport and your ID. And I say fuck that world, regardless of which party is pushing for it. If you've met me in person at any sort of event or you know me personally, you know that I can figure out a way to talk with and get along with virtually anybody, regardless of who they voted for. I'm not the person who's going to shit on you for your beliefs, but I'm also not going to coddle any particular administration, any particular politician, any particular person they hire because of one side or the other if I think that they've done something stupid. And if you want to watch a channel that is a safe space for your particular elected official, you're on the wrong channel. I don't do that here. I never will. And if I start doing that, like, for the love of God, fucking unsubscribe. The thing is, if you allow those types of people to get to you, if you allow them to change the way you think, if you allow them to change what policies you defend that you otherwise wouldn't change, you're allowing the people that hate you control who you are. And that's just not something I would ever allow myself. For me, two things are true at once. Yeah,
guys, the last thing we want is having to have our passport and identification just to log into computers. They try to do that, guys. They try to do that. And then for Linux, they're like, what? For Linux? Even Linux? What? Yeah. They're trying to really enforce the surveillance state, guys.
Yes, that person is a cowardly piece of shit, that instead of engage with me on the thing that he disagrees with me on, he has to pretend that my position is way more psycho and then use that as ammunition to try and get a bunch of other people to pile on, which is annoying. And simultaneously, the politician that person hates is also somebody that I massively disagree with and think is a bad leader. I am never going to allow people that dislike me for who I am to dictate my personal beliefs, who I vote for, who I defend, or anything like that. I'm just going to ask that you sit on that for a moment, because this channel will never become a place where it is a safe space for any particular politician, any particular person in their administration, any particular policy in their administration, regardless of my personal views. I can't be the guy that's covering corruption in like Malaysia or the EU and then not covering stupid shit that my own administration does. I'm going to always do that. If you want a channel that is a safe space from your particular politician of choice being criticized, or when I think their administration has done something that is petty or stupid, this is the wrong channel. I've been doing this for 14 years, and I'm going to continue to do this probably 14 years into the future. Sometimes you may agree with me, sometimes you may not agree with me, but what I'm saying, I can tell you this, it comes from the heart, It doesn't come because any one particular party is paying me. It doesn't come from having a preference, and it sure as fuck doesn't come from a sponsor. I'm not Ben Shapiro. Like, I'm not here to tell you that I love Donald Trump so that I can sell more fucking ExpressVPN ads. Like, that's not who I am. That's not who I'll ever be. Yeah. Just gonna leave the video at that. That's it for today. And as always, I hope you learned something. I'll see you in the next video. Bye now.
If you had to die on one coding hill, what would it be? That's a great wreck, liberated turtle, and it's all thanks to your vacation time. E1site's calling it a W take, and I think we're about to see.
Alright. Oh, this video ended already. When did that end? Sorry about that, guys. Alright, let's check on the app. Let's check on the app really quick. Where'd my music go? Where'd my music go? Suno? Suno? I wish I could have AI generated music. I'll make my own version of Suno, but that's probably going to be very expensive. Very expensive to set up, most likely.
Do you think the deterministic behavior simulator will help us catch edge cases that might be causing
I really gotta stop using this terminal. I needed... Platform parity still working. Compliance. Two caveats you should know. Alright, compliance is done. That's good. Or at least addresses all the gaps, hopefully. Alright. Hopefully, less stuff in work in progress. Probably. Oh man, that's a lot of work in progress stuff. That's done. Security firm. Strike. Have they fixed Claude Code memory leaks yet? I haven't encountered it. I think Windows has the most issues for memory leaks. But I haven't encountered any. Maybe for Mac. Mac, the Claude Cowork always uses up way too much memory for both Mac and Windows. That's why I don't use them. We're working through each thing to reach SigmaShake. Hello, welcome. Platform parity. Still working on platform parity. Let's see, web public still deleted web public. And we have a lot of work in progress files. A lot of work in progress files. Game bar is also complete. Security firm. What would it like? Alright, that's just both part of the security firm. SigmaShake. Platform parity. 56 to 73%. Oh man, so we still need to keep going, huh? And we need more. I guess I have to commit these files, huh? Watch. Support. Damn, there's just so many files. Save skills. Discord was the Reddit stuff. Discord. Accounts. It must have been for workspace. One shell still running. I don't see any shells. I don't see any shells. Crunch for 4 minutes. Final report. This should be done then. Platform parity. And watch. What's watch do? SigmaShake watch. Oh, that's the watch of that thing. Damn. Oh no, did I add that dev package? Whoops. We'll figure that out later. I can't push. Oh man, we're gonna have to go to version 1.07. Okay. So all that's left is platform parity. What else? Harness parity is probably The other one that I have to get to, harness parity. Open code. Yeah, I need to add open code to a full 100%. Open code. Should be open code CLI, probably too. Open code CLI. I'm at 98%. So my thing's gonna end soon. And we log into the other accounts. So this account lasts us partial Monday? No, Monday. Probably not Monday at all. It lasts us Tuesday, Wednesday, and then today. Half today. So 2 days, 2.5 days, one account. And then the other account lasts another 2.5 days. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. Oh, that's a lot of time that still needs to go by, but at least we don't put any tokens to waste if we just keep using it all. All right. All right, pushed everything. That's good. That means there's nothing wrong. No drift. That's good. App Store. I feel like when I use SSG, I need to maintain the same version on all of them locally at all times. All that to the to-do list. Sync installation of SSG on Windows, Mac. All times. Hello, welcome. Strike. All right. Next content, guys. Next content. Are we ready? We did our check of everything to make sure everything's working. All right. AI job loss fertility crisis. Hey, welcome. AI job loss. Okay, we already went over one about fertility crisis, and we went over one about job loss. Heck, I think this guy is just a copy of the podcast that we just watched. We have one older person, and we have, instead of the other guy, we have this guy. But I'm not sure I want to see the same thing again, guys. You want to see the same thing again? I'm not sure. This has 300 plus likes already. All right, we'll trust this one. Oh, he's talking about tags. I'm not sure I want to hear about tags. Oh, he talks about Claude tags at the very end. Next paradigm shift. All right, let's try
This is a new paradigm for interacting with Claude that is significantly more in line with all the other human activity org-wide. Once you do all of the under-the-hood engineering work to make this just work, Claude basically joins the team in a seamless way. You can talk to it as you would talk to another person, and it can help with a very large variety of workloads. In my opinion, this is the third major redesign of LLM UI and UX. The first paradigm was that the LLM is a website you go to. The second was that it's an app you download to your computer. The third one is that it is a self-contained, persistent, asynchronous entity with org-wide tools and context working alongside teams of humans. It really takes a while to wrap your head around it, but it works, and it is awesome. Sounds like Carpathy's cooking something important here, right? If I told you that the guy who helped pioneer LLMs as we know them today, one of the greatest researchers of our lifetime, one of the most important people in the entire AI world, is talking about a Slack bot here, you'd probably think I'm insane. Or you'd think he's insane. Or you might think that he's drank the Kool-Aid at Anthropic far too quickly as a recent hire and is just glazing a random @Claude feature inside of Slack. And if you thought those things, I would understand entirely. But I have to do two of my least favorite things here. Actually, I have to do three of my least favorite things here. I have to defend Anthropic. I have to make a video about it. But most importantly, I have to talk about Slack. And I don't want to talk about Slack. Believe me.
Yeah, I don't think we don't want to talk about Slack either. But I think I get the point. I think we should just talk to Claude and it do the work. Done. Video done. Video over. We don't have to watch the rest.
As cringe as this post might be, and it is, there are important things here that we can all learn from as an industry. And I think it's actually...
Should I, for the last, one of the last steps, guys, I should probably just talk to Navi at this point, right? I should just be talking to Navi, and I shouldn't even need to configure any terminals or anything like that now. Now that I have mesh set up and Navi's able to control all three of my machines simultaneously and spawn Claude Code sessions on all of them. I should probably just do that now, right? On my new account. We'll just talk to Navi. Just talk to Navi for everything. And Navi talks back, always listening. Speech, or not always listening, but like back speech to speech. All right, so the plan is when I log into my next account, we sync up all installations of SSG on Windows, Mac, and Linux at all times, similar to like files syncing like Dropbox. Welcome, welcome. And then we just enable Navi for everything now. I think we're at that stage, guys. I'm able to hook up everything from the single machine to control everything. And so it's like OpenClaw. I created my simple OpenClaw, customized OpenClaw, except it's just my own SSG. And then we just coordinate everything. We just talk. Navi escalate stuff. And then maybe render it to the web app version of SSG. And then we just starts cracking. Possibly. I think that's more useful. And then the stream will know what I'm doing all the time because it'll show up on screen. We can always set it up, and we can have the progress show on the very bottom where the game bar is. That way, like you always see what the progress is and what to check on, what needs to be checked on. Because we created mission control to track out stuff. It looks like a lot of things sort of not working, sort of. Vitals is up. Sync. Vitals should be working, but I guess it needs to sync mission control up again. Maybe. But yeah, we should probably try that. We're about to run out soon.
Pretty cool. All that said, Claude Tag is only available on team and enterprise plans, so if I'm ever going to be able to afford this paying full token rates instead of my subsidized subscription pricing, we're going to need to have a lot more money, and I'm going to cover a little bit of that real quick with today's sponsor.
Damn.
You all are really digging into the replay value of this game, and that's awesome.
And the things that make it special are pretty damn cool, if I'm being real. Claude Tag is a new way for teams to work with
Alright.
Claude.
Never mind, I don't want to go over this. We already saw what it does. I do not need to go over that. Right. Perfect storm, crashing the market. Another crash the market. Man, he's literally fear mongering or something about the crash. Talking about something about the crash. 3D printing. Saved. Rebuilding. Banking. Possibly. Oh, there was a part 2 of this. Of the pragmatic engineer. We didn't get to watch part 2. Where is it? Pragmatic. Pragmatic. Dude, what? Did I miss it? Oh, at the very top. Blind. Oh, there's only 16 minutes. Did we miss this? Oh, we didn't even get to finish the last part.
At a good sustainable level, right? And I do think there are some individuals right now who are at fear of running ragged on something that we're going to be dealing with for like.
Oh no! All right.
I think the beautiful realization these days is that you're allowed more than one computer. You don't have to have a single machine. And in fact, this is what the whole OpenClaw phenomenon has spurred on, that a bunch of people just went out and bought a Mac Mini because they specifically wanted to run their claw on that Mac Mini.
Okay, actually we watched it. It's the same. We saw that too.
I am excited to welcome Fernando from ARC, fresh off of $70 million Series B, co-led by Sequoia and Founders Fund. So Fernando, thank you so much for joining.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, it's awesome to have you here. We worked together 5 years ago in summer 21 in one of the COVID batches. The app was, or your product was called Dollar App at the time. Now you have rebranded to ARC. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what ARC does and the current state of the business?
Of course. So ARC provides global accounts for people in Latin America, where there's a massive demand for dollar-denominated financial services. So you can imagine people who want to spend internationally, people who want to work for a company in the States while they live from a country in Latin America and get paid in dollars, people who just want to have access to a global capital market system. So we use stablecoins to build that infrastructure and provide that service to the customers.
Yeah, I feel like here in the US, we're so insulated from a lot of the cross-border currency issues. And maybe for people that are not as familiar with the problem.
All right, go into how they use AI.
How are you guys using AI within the company right now?
So when it comes to the CapEx piece, first and foremost, it's kind of obvious that more than 90% of the code that we produce is already done with AI, which again, like probably is, these days, like something that's almost for granted, right? Beyond that, one thing that is also very interesting is that we have this tool called Back Office, where everyone builds mini apps, right? So whenever we think of building a new process, doing a new marketing campaign, everyone's expected to be able to build those tools, including non-technical people, right?
Yeah.
Pairing with engineers, sometimes more autonomously, right? You know, instead of going and outsourcing things, build it in-house in a way that...
we're in a weird world, guys, where we have like HR building apps, and that app is by default insecure, is recommended weird apps on the internet to use, old, outdated APIs. Weird world, guys. Weird world. You'll have You don't have to think of half of that if you use SigmaShake, by the way. If you use SigmaShake and your team rolls it out to the whole company, a lot of those problems are solved. But it is such a weird world, guys.
Tailors very specifically to how we run the company. No? So those were like tools to invest capital in more efficient ways. No, on the operating side, again, like kind of obvious, but there's sort of two things that are very interesting. One is building a support agent, and it's kind of interesting because it can already take a very meaningful chunk of the work and allows our human agents to be focused on the cases that matter the most, that are most complex, instead of the parts of support that are less relevant, right?
Yeah. You've got millions of users to support as well, right? So it's the thing that enables you to scale.
Correct. And it's also very interesting when it comes to fin crime and all the AML part of the equation, because not only it's more efficient, which is the classic train of thought, but also you can do things now that you could not do before.
Yeah.
So if you look at how traditionally you would think of the AML component, no, because you cannot scan a huge number of transactions in real time, because it's impossible even if you wanted to hire such a big team to do it, right? It's not a matter of efficiency, it's just like you cannot do it in real time.
Yeah.
You usually would go with a solution that maybe like you apply limits on the accounts, and then when you hit that limit, then you go into a review, right? You had like a small team reviewing everything that was flagged by a machine learning model, right? And these days you can actually have the machine learning model, a big team of agents that do the first pass, and that then they escalate to the humans who are actually managing the team of agents, right? And that's great because then you don't need to be so restrictive on the limit side of the equation, because you do have the bandwidth to do all these checks.
Yeah.
And you have the external part of the equation, no? That we're starting to build into it. One thing that makes me very excited of building in the next few months is the idea of creating a bot, sort of private banker assistant for you, that you can forward, a PDF, send this wire for me, send money to my friend,
Yeah.
and then having like an approval mechanism similar to what you have like in 3DS with credit cards in the app.
Bam, guys, we're gonna have a whole new attack surface. It's not new actually. Instead of phishing guys, instead of phishing humans, we're phishing AI agents, guys. We're gonna be phishing AI. I mean, it already happened with the Meta, issue with Instagram, but we're gonna be a new attack vector, a common attack vector that we're gonna see now. It's just phishing AI agents. It's gonna be all autonomous, or agents phishing other AI agents. That's gonna be a fun one. Security is going to have a good time. The feed is dry, guys. The feed is dry. We might have to watch some of the older pragmatic guys. The older pragmatic has some gold, and we haven't watched it all.
One thing that makes
Man, the previous one was gold though. This one was gold. Neat code, Kubernetes, OpenCode, with DAX, Rust, TypeScript, C, Pascal, frameworks, scaling. Oh, guys, have we watched any TBPN? Like, I feel like they haven't been streaming, guys. Yeah, guys, it's been 7 days since they last streamed. What's going on? No wonder this whole guys, this whole week has felt off, completely off. And the reason is because they haven't been streaming, guys. They haven't been streaming. They're on some vacation. Some vacation going on. I don't know what's happening, guys. I don't know what's happening. We usually have a whole list of news to watch. But now, the well is dry. The well is dry. We might have to look at other stuff, guys. Or we need to subscribe to more people. I don't think we're subscribed to enough people, to be honest. Like, who are the top AI people right now? Even I'm trying to figure that out. Maybe we missed some gold. We missed some gold, guys. We already watched Sam Altman. We watched Vercel. We watched a little bit of the Super Cycle. What else are we missing, guys? What's this? Economic Super Cycle. Another one? Maybe we missed this one. Advancing Science and Medicine with Collaborative Agents. Another AI Super Cycle. Okay, we'll watch the AI Super Cycle. We already watched this one. Man, this was a month ago? Jeez. Doesn't feel like that. This was a month ago. Frontier Systems. All right. We can't go wrong with Stanford, right? We can't go wrong. I mean, their talks are pretty gold, guys. It's pretty gold. And they're only a month ago, so it shouldn't be too bad. Voice Systems, 11 Labs. Hey, we watch 11 Labs. That's probably going to be our next video that we watch right now. Robotics. Lectures. Lectures. PyTorch. All right, 11 Labs, guys. 11 Labs.
Welcome to week 2 of CS 153. Also
11 Labs for what? For some content to watch. The founder of 11 Labs, most likely, right? Who's the founder of 11 Labs? Let's look it up. Just to make sure we're not watching the wrong person. Who's the founder of 11 Labs?
Welcome to the Cozy Vibe coding stream, Side Spike. How's your sleep been? Or should I ask, have you been
Mati. All right, we got him. Guys, all these people are from Stanford, guys. Do you see a trend? Do you see a trend, guys? You graduate from Stanford, you got a ton of people in AI from Stanford. A ton.
known as AI Coachella. We are super lucky
Welcome to the new guy. Welcome.
to be kicking off this week with Maddie. Maddie is this founder and CEO of 11 Labs. How many people here have heard of 11 Labs? All right, so pretty much everybody. Maddie and I go back a ways. About 3 years ago, I think, when I was still running platform at Discord, a friend said, you know, Anj, there's a little bot, like a text-to-speech bot on Discord that's blowing up. You should check it out. And, you know, we had a lot going on at the time at Discord, and so I actually didn't, and I should have. And then a month later, somebody pinged me again and said, you really should check out this bot. And I checked it out. It was called 11 Labs, and it was quite an extraordinary bot. It was a Discord bot that allowed you to generate audio clips with just a text prompt. And within 24 hours, I'd asked one of our mutual friends, Nat Friedman, to introduce us. Maddie was gracious enough to explain what they were working on. You let me come on as an angel investor, so thank you. And since then, Maddie has gone on to build one of the most, the fastest growing, one of the most widely used, and I would say trusted brands and services in frontier audio and speech. So thank you for joining us, Maddie.
Thank you.
Thanks
Thank
for
you so
coming
much.
back.
Good morning, everyone. It was also a crazy thing. When we met for the first time, it was me and my co-founder, Piotr. We both came from Google and Palantir before that. So we were trying to like redo the company setup from scratch of like what not to do. And we tried to like go against some of the lessons from those days. So we were allergic to meetings. We were allergic to like any email-based communication internally. But we also wanted to not do any of the internal communication the standard way. So when we started, we actually ran the company on Discord.
I did not know
so
that.
In that conversation, you were helping us on
Oh,
the
okay.
text to speech, and we were trying to like figure out, is that the right play for us to base all the company on Discord? We swapped to Slack.
I know.
which
Sadly,
was
I'm aware.
easier for threading. But that was an interesting few first months of.
All right, guys, I gotta start treating the Discord like a company now, like Slack. So we'll see what ideas come up.
Trying to build all the bots on Discord to like make it easy and quick for us.
This was a bit of a theme we talked about last year too, which is that often gaming ends up being this petri dish for innovation. Some of the hardest infra, product, design, experience problems that are solved in gaming then become sort of leading indicators for the rest of the world. And the stuff you were doing and a bunch of our friends were doing on Discord at the time have ended up becoming indicative of value in AI a few years later. Do you feel like that's a true assessment, or am I overfitting?
Yeah, no, I think the true part there, which we were following the journey model at the time of like how they've built that community piece on Discord. And for us at 11 Labs, when we started, we knew that we want to fix two things. We want to fix the research and foundational models around audio and voice, and then build product around that to bring that AI into more of an applied AI setting and fix the problems that our customers are facing. We started on a very PLG-driven motion, so working on the product-led growth with a lot of the creators in the space, or developers in the space. And we thought that the best way to do it is close the loop as close as possible to the people that are using those tools, and like Discord at the time, and generally keeping access open to a lot of those creators and developers was the best way for us to learn: is it good enough? Is the quality finally there to serve the needs they have? To what are the use cases we might not predict that people might want to build, so we can bring that quicker? And then free, and that's still a big tissue today of our work across that, is we want to work with the community to find a ways for them to contribute back to the product development. And of course, whether that's using the models to refine based on the data of how you use the model, all the way through that, can you contribute? In our case, we created a voice marketplace where people can contribute their voice to be used by others. So that community aspect was very important. And it's always true where I feel that technology adopted by the community will show you use cases that might like diffuse to the rest of the world 6, 12, 18 months later. So being like close is super valuable, but more so than that in that early days, just I think you need to be like extremely problem obsessed. What is the problem that they are having? And the variation of what you think the problem is to what the customer actually thinks is a problem is slightly different.
Okay, let's actually stop. Take a beat there. Can you take us back in time? What was the problem you guys were obsessed with when you started 11? What is it today? How might it evolve? Give people a bit of a 11 Labs 101. How do we get here?
Cool. The whole chronology. I'll give you a zoom in into that first day, and then accelerate over the last few years. But when we started, so I'm from Poland. My co-founder is from Poland. A very peculiar thing that happens in Poland is that if you watch a foreign movie in Polish, all the voices, whether that's a male voice or a female voice, get narrated with one single character. So you have one voice reading every character. As you can imagine, a pretty terrible experience. And you'd think that with the modern technology, this is a problem that would have been fixed. And no, it's still the case. So most of the content is delivered this way. So that was
whose voice was this? Who did they?
They have 5 characters. There's like 5 of those voices, usually monotone, male, deep, old voices. And it's also crazy because the part of the thing is they are kind of encouraged to deliver the movie in a flat delivery, so the audience can interpret the emotions for themselves, which is like another level.
Expecting a lot from the audience.
They do expect a lot. So if you like any Polish person, if you ask them, they will like account how like not good experience that is. And when you learn English, you finally get to learn everything in original, and that's an extremely positive one. So that was like the first piece and inspiration for us. We know the future is different. The future will be where you can access all types of content in any language with that incredible tonality, incredible emotions. So we left Google, we left Palantir at the time. And
were you guys both in the Bay at the time?
We are both between Warsaw and London. So at the time when we started in London, then moved to Warsaw for a little bit, then moved back to London.
Yep.
So from Europe at the time, which actually was, for that part was pretty useful because the whole language thing is a big problem there, less of a problem in the US. So kind of the inspiration might have not occurred otherwise. And then we knew that we want to fix that AI dubbing problem. And as we started going deeper, we knew that we need to understand two parts. We need to understand whether there is a
Yeah, a lot of people from Palantir just has the connections, you know? In Palantir, you just make the connections and everybody says, oh, you're from Palantir too? Yep, all right, backed.
Research.
Most of these companies succeed because they're backed by venture capital, right? And the one thing that they want from venture capital is you're able to have that network connection and all the money's there. All the money's there in this little bubble. Y Combinator, Stanford, government.
Potential for us fixing it, and two, whether there's an actual product need, actual problem for the customer. So Piotr, my co-founder, an amazing researcher, started diving in and quickly realized that the current models could potentially create a Frankenstein version of the dubbing. They're not good enough, but they're almost giving you an experience where you can switch from language A to language B, preserve the voice, preserve the intonation, emotions, but still not good enough. So there will be research, but possible research to fix. Now, in that research, a very important part is, as you think about the dubbing problem from speech, there are three models that need to play a role. You need to transcribe what's happening, who is the speaker, remove the background sounds, background noise, then you bring it to text, you translate it to another language, you might need to do additional set of corrections, and then you recast it back on the other side of text-to-speech to produce audio on the other side, borrowing from the original performance. So there are those three key models: transcription, translation, and the text-to-speech on the other side. And you need to fix all the components to make it good. While at the same time, I was trying to figure out, does anybody need that? So we would call the email of creators, of studios, saying like, hey, if dubbing was a problem, if dubbing was possible automatically, and you could take your movie and bring it to all international language with your own voice, would you be interested? Every so often we would give them like an early version of the samples. And frequently the reply we got was, yes, interested, but if you can do that, could you also do just a simpler voiceover corrections for me? Because when I record, let's say even as we record now, after that, some of the parts are not recorded properly and I want to fix them. Or could you replace my voice from the script just in my original language so I can narrate that without appearing in the script and screen? And that was like a very clear piece where, as he dived into the space on research and we dived into the user problem space, it was clear that there's other problems that we can fix first. And we can focus research on one of the components instead of all of those components and actually bring that to the market and bring that to the users.
A couple of things.
Right. Hold up. I'm at 0%. I'm at 0. I just want to make sure if I reached the point. Run full platform parity, deploy binary, then continue. Run the program now. Oh. Run the blocker, you rebuild, restart. Okay, you run the full block. Leave blocked, authorize, assign police. Finally, I am free. Don't ask me how I managed to get rid of my servers. You're telling me the only thing that separates my to-do list from being a billion-dollar company is venture capital? Yes. I think you're delayed, average person. Average person, you need to refresh your browser. I dumped them somewhere safe. Oh my goodness. It seems like it didn't prompt me for saying I reached the limit yet. But what account am I on just now? What account? Claude? They're still turned on though. Oh, okay. That's good. Let's sign out of this one first. Logging out. Logging out. I might as well log out of my other ones too. Oh, the new episode, guys. New episode just came out. Joma number 2. Joma number 2 just came out. Let's see. Damon, Mac, Windows, Darwin, cross compile. I'll just let that go then. I'll just wait until it's hit 0 again. All right, just came out. Just came out. I got a notification. Joma. 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 Jomama. And it's like I have to refresh like 3 times or something for the video to show up. Or I literally have to click on my phone first, let it play for a little bit. Oh wait, never mind, it was a short. I was tricked. It was a short video. All right, back to it.
I mean, the class is called Frontier Systems, right? If you notice, what Maddie just talked about is the anatomy of what is their intelligence pipeline. Remember last week we talked about the anatomy of how intelligence is manufactured, but he just gave you a breakdown into the system
Welcome.
of that 11 was trying to build at the time, which was this cascaded workflow, right? You had the TTS,
Exactly.
you had an LLM in the middle to do some reasoning, essentially, right? And then you had a speech-to-text model. No,
Exactly.
actually, the other way around. You had transcription, you had an LLM, and then you had
Exactly.
the generative model.
Exactly. And like it was still 2022. So this was a year where the
Jeez.
topics of the day were crypto and metaverse. So
Yeah.
it was still before the
good old
GPT
days.
moment, the good,
Yeah.
the different days. And LLM translation was still relatively poor. So we were like using both attempts. So like the whole pipeline didn't produce the right result, which was a great piece for us being close to the users, trying to get like, what is the actual problem? Because we then shifted, okay, let's fix the text to speech, which is the most common denominator of all those problems. And let's fix the voiceover for the creators. And then we've noticed that there's other parts of like just reading the scripts, reading articles, reading books that we can deliver. So in 2022, we decided that the first set of the biggest potential will be the more basic version, which is just bringing text into audio, making it sound human, making it sound emotional in just English.
So you decided not to innovate on the transcription part or the LLM part, just the last mile, which was
Exactly.
generation. And you said the mission there was, let's try to improve the state of the art in, like it had to sound natural.
It needed to sound natural. So the main things that were not possible at the time is you couldn't really replicate a voice with the same characteristics, and 2, you couldn't make it sound and follow the entire delivery in the way you would expect. So if you have a fragment of text, it's a happy sentence. If you are reading it, you know it's happy, you deliver that in a happy way. If it's a dialogue sequence in a book, you know it's a dialogue. So when you read it, or a voice actor would read it, you know you need to read it as a dialogue.
Because you have context of
You have the context of the entire thing.
Right.
And at the same time, the LM breakthrough started occurring where you knew that you could predict the next token based on the previous token. So you could bring that context into account in a smarter way. So that was the first big thing that we knew we could solve. And 2, we could recreate the voice characteristics of a lot better. So instead of...
Yeah, guys, keep in mind, AI was really bad during this time, but they were still able to do it.
The common approach at the time was effectively hard coding parameters of a voice.
Right.
The gender, the accent, the age of the voice, and trying to predict those. Instead, we can keep them more abstracted and let the model try to define what those parameters are. And those 2 innovations we knew will fix the research side, potentially. And then on the product side, we now knew that a lot of those people will want to create their longer forms with books and audiobooks, create scripts and turn them into audio, do the corrections on the voiceover for a video. So we knew that we'll need to build a product for making that easy and go all in on helping the creators and of course the API to developers to build with that.
So at this, it's 2022. You've had this clarity now that, okay, the state of the art, the frontier we're going to push is this flexibility of the voice, the generation part, right? But it was just you and Peter. You hadn't raised any money. I don't think so.
Not yet, yeah.
What did you do first? Did you go and look for an open model? Did you try to go call somebody up and use an API? What was step 1?
Step 1, we of course were drawing from our savings to get the model.
But these guys are from Stanford, guys. They'll be okay, and they were working at Google and Palantir, so they had a ton of money on hand.
off the ground and get that first, like, are we solving the right problem? And you know, that I think the clear thing for anyone here, it was so valuable for us to be as close to the users as possible to keep that interactive loop pretty quick. But then to your point, like the main thing as we were like actually trying to do the research was, of course, look what's available on open source, what's available in closed source, and then look through the papers in the space. Are there other innovations in those papers that might have not been applied to audio? And that was the case. The closed source was still lagging, nothing really good, but at the time the hyperscalers, so the Googles of the world, were still kind of leading on the best text-to-speech. Open source was ahead. So you had some inklings of incredible voice models. There was a famous model called Tortoise from an incredible guy, James Betker.
We're going to have James come do office hours in the class for everybody.
Okay, amazing. But the crazy thing about James, so he was at Google at the time. He was working, I think, on infra or something unrelated. And in his spare time, he was exploring audio and voice and effectively created the best open source model of that time.
On nights and weekends, basically.
On nights and weekends.
As a side project.
And it was finally the model that could produce something that sounded human-like on short fragments. So you could have amazing delivery, the right prosody, the right intonation, right emotions. However, two things weren't possible with that model. One, it took extremely long time to generate anything. And then two, it was very unstable above that short sentences. So that was a tricky limitation. And then on the papers, there was, of course, a lot of good innovations coming from the space. The Diffusion in 2021 came out. The Transformer was like 4 years prior to that, but still some of the ideas from Transformer were just getting through to the audio space. So we knew that combining some of those ideas, we can potentially take inspiration from open source, take inspiration from those papers, and try a slightly different architecture for text-to-speech and for voice creation of how you create those voices.
Do you remember by any chance how much compute you spent on the first 11 checkpoint that was inspired by Tortoise?
It was tiny amounts in comparison. It was tiny. So one thing that I recommend if you are looking to start a side project or a company is look through all the accelerator and quotes programs from big companies that give you free compute and free credits.
Oh, that world is gone. There's no free compute anymore.
Okay,
except for maybe for this class of students. Actually,
I should know that before saying this, I guess. But there was a great. Maybe they still do something.
Yeah, back then, guys, you could get like, I don't know, 100,000 from startup school for GCP. That was cool. Get me the CL1 credits, yeah. No, the free credits was really nice back then. Very generous, super generous, especially startup school. But yeah, it's different now, different time.
NVIDIA Inception program and a few others gave us.
I remember that.
So we
back when GPUs were still available.
Exactly. Yes. So like the first ones for us were in tens of thousands of dollars, and that felt big. Maybe it was like approaching the $100,000
AI ruined everything
category, but like still tiny. I remember, like, you know, you like in that days, the budgeting and saying like optimizing your budget is so important. It's not a compute piece, but I remember us arguing whether we should do a patent for our work, which we decided against. But I remember the lawyer quoted us for the entirety of the patent work, $6,000. And we said, there's no way we are paying that amount of money for anything at the stage, and decided not to do it.
But it seems like not having a patent has not held.
No, I don't think.
Labs back.
I think like ultimately, like, is it even valuable? You're innovating so quickly that it becomes obsolete.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, would you ever?
It's true, guys. We're constantly like innovating, changing designs that even if you patent, it's not really worth it because the design's going to change anyway. It's not static.
Want to stop innovation from the other side, so likely not. Do you do it as a defensive measures? So like then we learn about the whole patent trolls industry and other people that will try to attack you with their own patents that aren't great but just waste your time. So like, do you do that? Then we decided like, no, we'll just fight those cases anyway. So it didn't stop us, but bottom line, so small models in comparison, they were like in hundreds of millions parameter models at a time, if not lower. So that was relatively small text-to-speech models. And you asked earlier, just to give you like a quick, so that was 2022, and then the kind of the common facet across 11 labs is we continued across research over last years. So the models, of course, got bigger, and that applied across the entirety of audio. So we did text-to-speech model to start, then built a transcription model or speech-to-text model to understand what's happening on the audio side. The wider set of how you bring those models together in AI dubbing, how you bring those models in interaction, so how you bring a conversational tissue around the speech-to-text, the LLM, the text-to-speech together, and even expanded to music. So entirety of audio and how voice models or audio models work together with other modalities. And then alongside, build a platform that helps businesses and developers or solo creators transform how they interact with their audience or how they interact with their people through agents and support and sales, with creative tools and marketing and storytelling. So how you can create that interactive tissue between an entity and the audience it serves. And that's like the common piece as a common.
I forget when it was, because these timelines are so blurry now, but there was a moment where I woke up to it like 6 different people texting me a link to a tweet.
Hello, welcome.
By I think of a speech by Javier Milei, which had been completely dubbed with 11 Labs.
Yes.
When was that, a year ago?
That was 2 years, year and a half
ago.
Yeah, exactly.
I feel like everything changed after something changed. What happened?
Yeah, so it was so we, to give you a rough timeline year by year of like how audio models develop. So 2022, first breakthrough, which my co-founder is like the smartest researcher in the space I got to know, was finally able to bring into the field of how you like get that context, get that tonality out. So that was 2022. 2023 is where you started seeing expansion around the wider voiceover, wider narration space. So you could use text-to-speech model across languages, create more voices. We created the ability for people to recreate their own voice in a high quality.
Hello.
Created a marketplace around that. And
hello. Welcome. Usually people that follow and say hello for the first time, I think, are you the first time chatter? Yeah. I usually say, how did you find me? What's your operating system? And if you're vibe coding, what are you vibe coding? Just to break the ice. Welcome.
Wider set of creative tooling to help you with the audiobooks for authors, creative tooling for authors. Then 2024 finally brought good transcription models combined with the LLM for translation, combined with the speech generation. So you finally had the AI localization version.
Yes, right.
So that was the Javier Milei speech. So the project was, there's like few versions of that. He delivered his speech on UN, and we brought it from Argentinian into English, so people could listen to that while still having his iconic delivery. And then in that same year, we worked with Lex Friedman on the full conversations that he had with different world leaders.
Huh?
So Javier Milei of Argentina, all the way through to President Zelensky of Ukraine, to later on with Narendra Modi of.
I saw you. And I'm using Arch, by the way. Is that a meme? Is that a meme or not a meme? Oh, wait, where I'm at 0 now. I think I used my token usage. Yep. All right, let me change accounts, guys. Give me a moment. Time to change accounts. Oh, I'll do that, whatever it asks me. Continue. Continue. Log out. Google. Add. Okay. Wait. All right. Using Arch, by the way. It's Arch, by the way. I'm using Arch, by the way. I am not using Arch, by the way. Just to let you know. Let's go here. Settings. Log out.
Looks like SigmaShake Inc. is running on Arch. Nice move.
Claude. This. Log out. All right. Log in. Log in. All right. All right. Log in. Authorize. Log in. Log in. Log in, log out, log in, log out, log in. Log in. Wait. Wait. Log in, log out, log in. Boom. Boom. Bang. Boom. Bum. Boo-doo-doo. All right. Next one. Log out. Log out. All right, log in. Log in. Authorize. Log out. Log in. Authorize. All right. Bam. Understand. All right. Stand. All right. Dashes. Okay. Log in. Log in. All right. All right. Just wait. Hold. Hodl. Hold. Hold. Log in. All right. Are we logged in? What? You're participating in a beta. Claude won't work perfectly. What? Huh? I just want to sign in. What was that? Huh? Am I logged in? All right. All right. Okay. Log in. Okay. Back to host system. Host system. All right. Okay. All right. Resume. Resume. And then we are going to work on 2 more things. Man, I should have turned on music for that. All right. One more. Ray, schedule. Switch the tab. All right. Just talk to Navi for everything. All right. Sync SSG on all times. Segment pipeline. Remove dead air. No. Mono. Oh. Effort. Ultra code. Oh. Goal. Use mono skill. Sync installation all times. We might have to create a service in SigmaShake mission control for this. Also, mission control is not fully showing everything healthy at all times. There's some either lag or desync of happening. All right, boom. SSG sync auto. We do the same thing, guys. right. Let's do this one. I want, when we use SigmaShake mesh, I want this to be hooked up to Navi for tool use, for speech to speech. When I press the speech to speech button, it's not working right now. And I just want to be able to orchestrate with speech to speech to talk to Navi to coordinate tasks using SigmaShake terminal and spawn sessions and execute on any feature or task, and have this shown in a Kanban board happening in real time in SigmaShake mission control. All right, let's see if they'll do it, guys. Let's do that. See if they'll do that. And let's go back to the more programming. Back to the programming, guys. Back to the programming. Let's go.
India, where you could hear both of them speak that language, which was a new opening. So that was 2024. And then 2025, what happened is you could finally, finally have those models act in a real-time basis. So you could create more of the interactive voice agent experiences where you could, you mentioned the kind of the frontier system architecture of combining the stack. The same kind of stack applies in the voice agent combo, where you can have this cascaded architecture of having speech-to-text transcription. Then you have LLM to generate responses back and text-to-speech to narrated. So if you are speaking a voice agent, then it can predict, are you stopping the sentence, start generating the response, and all of those components can work in tandem to create that experience. So that was 2025, and I think 2026 we'll see an extension of that, of how maybe cascaded, I'm going too much into detail, but cascade go to fused or cascaded continual cutting the latency to be great. But back to your question, the first great AI dubbing experiences were in that static context in 2024, and we're really good.
Yeah,
we're really good.
So thank you for the cheat sheet on how we got here. About a year ago, you and I started talking about, okay, where does the space go next? And I remember you saying, Anj, I think, we've had this cascaded system so
I think
far.
I need to repeat. Sorry, this is he sort of just went through how he started his whole company in a matter of like a minute. So I just want to go back one more time.
To give you a rough timeline year by year of how audio models develop. So 2022, first breakthrough, which my co-founder is the smartest researcher in the space I got to know.
Okay, never mind. I might not be the smartest researcher in the security space, but we have AI.
Was finally able to bring into the field of how you get that context, get that tonality out. So that was 2022. 2023 is where you started seeing expansion around the wider voiceover, wider narration space. So you could use text-to-speech model across languages, create more voices. We created the ability for people to recreate their own voice in a high quality, created a marketplace around that, and a wider set of creative tooling to help you with that.
Okay, a marketplace. I have a hub. It's not a marketplace, but it could be. Selling rules. I don't know. Maybe. I also froze them in a funny state.
Audiobooks for authors, creative tooling for authors. Then 2024 finally brought good transcription models combined with the LLM for translation, combined with the speech generation. So you finally had the AI localization version.
Yes, right.
So that was the Javier Milei speech. So the project was, there's few versions of that. He delivered his speech on UN, and we brought it from Argentinian into English, so people could listen to that while still having his.
Wow. So he was able to get his product used for the masses. Man, that makes a big difference. So that's why they were listening at the whatever conference or whatever that was with their earpiece, they were doing real-time translation with 11 Labs tech. Damn. How do I get into that? That's how you create $1 billion business right there.
Iconic delivery. And then in that same year, we worked with Lex Friedman on the full conversations that he had with different world leaders. So Javier Milei of Argentina, all the way through to President Zelensky of Ukraine, to later on with Narendra Modi of India, where you could hear both of them speak that language, which was a new opening. So that was 2024. And then 2025, what happened is you could finally, like roughly, finally have those models act in a real-time basis. So you could create more of the interactive voice agent experiences where you could, you mentioned the kind of the frontier system architecture of combining the stack. The same kind of stack applies in the voice agent combo, where you can have this cascaded architecture of having speech-to-text transcription. Then you have LLM to generate responses back and text-to-speech to narrated. So if you are speaking a voice agent, then it can predict, are you stopping the sentence, start generating the response, and all of those components can work in tandem to create that experience. So that was 2025, and I think 2026 we'll see an
Gotta pause for a second. I need to walk the dog. This is a good talk though. So I'll be listening while I'm walking the dog. 20 plus minutes. But I'll be back. I'll be listening.
Extension of that, of how maybe cascaded, I'm going too much into detail, but cascade go to fused or cascaded continue cutting the latency to be great. But back to your question, the first great AI dubbing experiences were in that static context in 2024, and we're really good.
Yeah,
we're really good.
So thank you for the cheat sheet on how we got here. About a year ago, you and I started talking about, okay, where does the space go next? And I remember you saying, Anj, I think, we've had this cascaded system so far, but now we're starting to see what people want to do with it. And a big part of what people want from a capabilities perspective is sort of is deeper reasoning from these systems, right? Especially an audio agent that can understand the tone, the voice, the inflection, the accent of what's coming in, because you lose all that context when you transcribe just pure audio. I remember you saying that there were going to be more and more either some forms of unification of these modalities, or some new breakthrough where we try to combine these into omni models. Where are we right now in terms of how far are we from these? Like when I talk to, James Betker is a good example. Maddie just talked about James. Shortly after open sourcing Tortoise TTS, James went to OpenAI and worked on ChatGPT Advanced Voice Mode. And when I talk to the ChatGPT Advanced Voice Mode, it still doesn't understand if I'm angry or sad. If I said the same word or the same sentence in a really angry way or in a sad way, it just transcribes it. And the audio understanding, the semantic understanding of the audio is very limited. Why is that? And what is it going to take to make the systems more capable of understanding what's coming in? Does that make sense?
Yeah, makes sense completely. And it's, one of the huge questions, and we kind of changed our own perspective over the last couple of years. Like, what's the right approach across the different domains, across other fields? So to Andrew's point, when you have a cascaded architecture, frequently what would happen in the past, you would transcribe just the text element, pass it over to the LLM to generate, and then, of course, you would narrate that on the other side. Now, of course, that's a relatively poor version of that. What you could theoretically do is still try to capture a lot more of that information. And now, generally, you have those two approaches as you think about the future. One is you continue on the cascaded side. So you continue with the 3 different models and potentially think about how they can be improved to continue bringing the right context, optimize latency, continue reliability, or you can think about training a model together where you kind of combine all of them together. And then you can think in between where maybe you try to create a transcription and LLM model at the same time, but keep the other side separate. So there's like everything in the middle. So it's not a truly binary choice, but that's the big question many people in the audio side will be alluding to. Like, do you go the fuse approach where you train them all together and generate effectively, when I say something, the voice agent automatically generates a speech token, it doesn't go through text, or do you go through text? like where we are today, as we think about our approach to the space, as we think about the enterprise, the business use cases, where the reliability and the smartness and the intelligence of the model is one of the key things, we think the cascaded approach is the right thing for the next few years. And if you are thinking about places where maybe the reliability isn't as essential, but the speed is, we think the fused approach will be. And as in so many of those cases, probably for within a given customer, you will probably want to blend and use a little bit of one model and the other, depending on what you are solving for. Now, to the actual question, we think, so there's like kind of those three key parameters: the quality or the emotionality of the speech, and the experience of the interaction. 2 is the reliability. Does it interact, not hallucinate, calls the right tools behind the scenes in the right way? And then the latency. We think emotionality is fixable in both approaches. So we hope that later this year already, when you are speaking of voice agent, you're excited, the agent can respond in an excited way. If someone is calling in stressed, the agent can respond in a reassuring way. And we actually just released a new version in our voice agent work, which is just trying to do that, trying to detect the emotions on the transcription side, pass that over to the LLM, uses that as the context, and then generates response accordingly. And that was one of the big breakthroughs on our side to create this expressivity, to be able to have this expressive mode finally work. What happened behind the scenes to make this possible, and what was the hard thing, is you didn't have that much data that could tell you, is that delivery happy, sad, stressed? So over last year, we were effectively investing a lot to create this whole labeling exercise to be able to create a data to train that model and control it. So finally, we think you have the expressivity. And the second part is you can actually make it controllable. So you can define what type of experiences should happen based on those emotions. So we think the expressivity or the emotionality quality is largely fixable in both, or like will be very close in par. Our friends at Sesame are doing like a great example of how you can.
Yeah, Brendan will be speaking in the class. Yeah.
Amazing. So he will probably tell you of like how they are trying to like finally get through that cusp as well. So it's almost a race who will be first between us to pass that like emotional voice Turing test across any of those circumstances. Then the second level is the reliability level, and here, in general, you want the smartest model. You want the smartest model to work in the agent. And of course, we are seeing so much of the innovation happening across LLMs. Our customers, the businesses, whether it's Deutsche Telekom or Revolut or Klarna, all of them will have a slightly different models they will want to use, depending on their use case, that we can empower them to use. And then the second thing in that reliability, as you think about voice agent, let's say you are calling in to customer support to rebook your ticket for flying to Poland. You will want it to authenticate your account. You will want it to pull your own details. If you are to process the payment, you want to make sure it's your details that are attached. So it needs to be reliable. It needs to follow that flow. And here you are calling so many different tools in those steps. So you will likely go through some two-factor authentication to get the code. You'll likely want your email and the database to be pulled up from the information from that email. So all of that needs to work reliable. It will take time. So how you orchestrate that part is important. Cascaded models work already really well on that, given the intelligence layer will be fixing that. In the fused, you sacrifice that. You need to then bring all that tooling into the fused model, and it becomes very tricky to track what happened in each of the steps. What happened on the transcription step, what happened on the LLM step, what happened on text-to-speech side. And then similarly, you cannot give the guardrails or the safeguards to bring it. And then latency, the hardest. I think here fused models are winning, where you can make it very quick. You can make it like respond in roughly 300 millisecond response, but you sacrifice on the reliability piece. And what we've seen for like our customers, which is the businesses, you don't want that. You want the reliability over lanes. However, in other use cases, let's say like a companion use case that we are not solving, in that equation, maybe that's slightly different.
Right, I see.
And that's how I would think about that stack. And maybe like last piece, maybe in the next few years, the way we think this will transform is if you are interacting with, let's take that booking airline example. Maybe if you're just trying to get information about what are the products and services and where can I travel, like where it doesn't have to execute those actions. Maybe for that part of the interaction, there's a version of fused approach, but then the moment you need to go into account and authenticate it, you go to cascade it.
Yep.
So on our side, what we are exploring internally is trying the both approaches from research of continually doing that. And the reason I mentioned we swapped, we like almost the good set of examples in the field. There's different companies that will explore both of those approaches. So those are very unclear whether the emotionality is fixable with cascaded approaches.
Right.
But a lot of the recent innovation, whether that's great work from Sesame or other companies, prove that it is, and hopefully the recent release that we did brings it to another level.
So I want to pause for 2 seconds to kind of sort of overlay something and highlight something Matty may not have realized he did. But did you notice that twice in his last 2-3 minutes of exposition, he gave a shout out to multiple other teams, right, including Sesame. Sesame, how many people have heard of Sesame? Okay, it's about half. We'd have Brendan, who's the CEO of Sesame, and he was the former CEO of Oculus. How many people have heard of Oculus? Okay, so almost everybody. Yeah, so this is an important sort of cultural leadership point that I learned slowly over time, which is there's 2 types of leaders in the systems world, right? There's those who see what they're doing as one part of a greater sort of collective, collaborative project as an industry, right? We're at the frontier of this new space called voice AI and audio AI. Matty's got one point of view on how that system should be developed for the customers he cares about, the mission of 11. But at the same time, he's happy to collaborate with other people who have different perspectives, right? And one of those teams was Sesame. And I think it was maybe 3 years ago, shortly after I invested in 11, that I decided, Brendan, Ankit, and Ankit was my former co-founder and CTO of Ubiquity 6. We had been observing at Discord that there was this really urgent need to have better and better voice models in Discord. You spend like 60% of your day in Discord and voice. And so I remember calling Matty up for advice and saying, hey, we're thinking about building a new kind of product that has AI, sort of a real-time voice companion built into it. What do you think? Right? And he could have said, Anj, I don't have time. I've got 1,000 other things going on. Not something I think about. But instead, he took the time to really break down for Brendan, for myself, for Ankit, like what his perspective would be for Sesame's needs. And he had the maturity to say, even though he had to fundraise a bunch of money and there was lots of competitors and so on, to say, you know what, we're all in this together. You're not really a competitor. In fact, maybe at some point we could help each other out. And so I think actually around that time, Brendan ended up in angel investing in 11 as well. You subsequently became an angel in Sesame. There's a level of collaboration between now the 2 teams that is quite rare, I would say, in the ecosystem. I wish more teams had that approach that Matty took and Brendan took. Actually, I think about a year ago, based on some of the insights that Matty had given and Peter had given Sesame, they open sourced a speech model called CSM, a conversation speech model, which is just different from any of the models that 11 was working on. And, that was awesome because that model is now on GitHub. Many of you can use it for your own projects. In fact, some of the students in last year's project used it. And that, I think, is the through line. One of the through lines I want you to take away from this class too. You heard Anj's life scaling lessons, number 1 last time. I would say a scaling law from my experience working with Matty has been, you can go further together, especially in a new space like this, where often what seems like a competitive project just because the VCs or the business ecosystem is trying to create some nice landscape slide that says, here's audio AI and here are the logos and then here's visual AI. I mean, these categories and labels are largely artificial constructs, created by non-technical people to try to make progress legible to the world. But what I find is really it's people that are driving a lot of this progress, and collaborations between people is what drives the frontier. And so I know I'm hyping you up a little bit too much, maybe, but thank you.
No, this is great. Keep going.
Take as much of it as you can get.
No, that's very true. It's very easy to get stuck in this loop of like other startups are your competition, and ultimately it like does not matter for the mission you are solving. It's a long-term game, and many of those people will come through different intersections of your path in the future. So keeping that partnership or working, exchanging ideas together is crucial. And if you are to pick competition, if you are to start a company, you probably want it to be one of the hyperscalers or legacy companies. It also like will pull you up a little bit. So yeah, I think it's
okay. So on that point, let's talk a little bit for a few minutes about the business, because proof point that you can actually succeed being a nice guy like Maddie. So when we first met, I think the company had less than $1 million or $2 million ARR. Today, is it public? What is it public about where you guys are today?
So we crossed 2025 at 330 million in revenue, and this quarter was our biggest quarter, and we added over 100 million in additional ARR. So now we are over 430.
Over 430 million in revenue in 36 months. Can we just like pause for a second and acknowledge that?
Oh.
This is insane. How big is the team?
It's insane, of course, and it's crazy that we get the chance to be building, and all of you are building or developing and learning at like the frontier of the biggest change in the world, where it's like maybe bigger change than internet or electricity. The team is, although in perspective, of course, Anthropic, as maybe many of you have seen.
Well, they had a little bit of a head start, I would say.
They did. They added 11 billion in additional ARR over last month.
Yes,
which is crazy.
Well, they're in the outer years, but we'll get there.
But the common thread is like there's such a clear value that you can provide to your customers across, in their case, knowledge work, in our case, how you transform how any business can interact with their customers. And we are over 450 people now, so relatively one-to-one. We have, maybe just to give you like a quick perspective, we have a good amount of people between US and Europe. So our biggest bases are in London, then New York, and then Warsaw and SF are fighting for the third spot. We are all the time actively hiring. I need to say this. And I think that the big piece that maybe was slightly different in how we've set up a lot of that 400 people is we keep it an extremely small team. So each team is less than 10 people, have a big ownership and mandate to run ahead, make their own independent decisions. It's okay to be wrong. The speed in understanding the customer, understanding the problem is much more important than going through this like a hierarchical process. And that helped us across that journey so often and so much. That's why we can do across so many different models and then bring them to customers, whether that's in the marketing department or whether that's in the helping on the customer support side, or whether it's growing revenue and helping company figure out how to reinvent that with new version of sales or fun engagement. So kind of the common thread across all of the product work we do is how you can really iterate in a different way.
Well, so again, this is my last question, because I think the final project is the one-person frontier team, one-person frontier lab, right? Where the idea is they could now, using many of the tools available to them today that weren't around 4 years ago, including 11, can push the frontier or create a state-of-the-art system that would have previously needed many tons of people. And on the business side, what is it that has allowed you with such a small group, relatively speaking, to create a repeatable engine where new capability, it results in repeatable revenue? I think we talked about Anthropic last time, where in that case, revenue scales quite predictably with compute. In your case, what I've observed is revenue is scaled quite predictably with deployment. As you built out the deployment team, I would love for you to talk about that for a second. What's going on there? Why have you somehow been able to tell people, I'm going to do this much in revenue and just hit it year over year with extraordinary growth, which is quite rare? And two, pricing, and let's talk about pricing and packaging for a second, because these numbers like ARR were, again, the accounting of these things was developed in a pre-AI world for software that looked quite different. Now people are going, should we do token-based pricing, annual subscription? What is the right way to meter intelligence, right? And meter capabilities of the kind. So can you talk for a second about those two things?
All right, 100%. Yeah, there's and I like this ambition of building effectively your final project, and it sounds like a fun one too.
I think I have to fix the color.
Especially now, you can just
I had to fix the Navi. Did Navi change color? I wasn't sure. Fix knee mode front button 2. Full hands-free. Confirm on right. Navi reason really, but speaks back confirmation before response. Sure. But relaxes the human in the loop. Dispatch X to Windows, yes. Before dispatch and spawn. Keep standing. Escalate on human rule. Let's do full hands free. What should spawn a SigmaShake terminal session do? Agentic task, visible terminals. Navigate only opens visible interactive terminal panes. No headless agentic dispatch. Headless govern mesh tasks. No visible. Let's do visible only. I guess we'll do both. How should the live task flow appear in mission control? A new Kanban panel. Enrich the mesh panel. Do I just get a damn server rack? No. What are you talking about? Server rack at this point, since it's difficult to do. Mission control services per OS SG version. Observe also add drift action trigger. This breaks mission control. Just a cheap one off the yeah, I don't. I think racks. Think of it this way. People are running their servers on a little Mac Mini that runs on your desk. I have no water. I'll be right back. Let me put some music on. I'll be back. I'll read. This is for my NAS and home lab. Honestly, you could run a ton of terabytes in a single Mac Mini. You don't need anything special. You don't need a rack. You don't even need to think about cooling at that point. But that's just me. That's just my bootstrap self talking. You don't have to go with that advice. Well, you can't run that in a Mac Mini. What? Of course you can. Everybody's doing it. Can that drive to it? Sure. The NAS? Do you really need a NAS? Like the Mac Mini could hold like 30 terabytes or something like that. I don't know. It can hold a lot of data. Let's see. Observe only mission call plus remediation hook. Sure. Extend per order. Alright, 6. Mesh. Speech. Pretty sure all I could do is connect them with lightning. What? Does the Mac Mini not have any good enough storage? Mac Studio. My bad. Mac Studio, guys. Mac Studio. It's like the size of your hand. Yeah. And it's so powerful now. Have you seen it? This thing could hold a whole LLM. $96 gigabytes of unified memory. 16 terabyte storage. You're telling me that's not enough? This is crazy. This holds your whole 80 core GPU, 96 gigabytes unified memory. You kidding me? The whole purpose is having it as a NAS for redundancy. Oh, okay. $6,000. Ayo. This little tiny thing fits in your hand. $6,000 could fit a whole LLM on there. You don't even need a graphics card. Crazy, guys, crazy. Apple's doing the job. Yeah, I built my NAS for like 300 with some old PC hardware and a couple of 10 terabyte drives. Oh, okay. Hell no. Well, actually, no, more like, yeah, it's pretty expensive. You could buy a lot of Claude Code for this. But for storage, even storage space is sort of a thing that's, let's see here. All right, guys, we're gonna update the game. I haven't logged in to VCS, so I'm curious to what it looks like now. Yeah, I definitely do not want a device like that running. All right, yeah. Man, the VCS login is sort of scuffed. Alright. MMO is offline. Man. Need to fix VCS login. It directs to subscribe page.
T-minus midnight. The servers hum low.
Logic, what made you consider the M5 Mac Mini for your NAS?
It directs to it's probably better that way, maybe.
The dashboards flicker red. 9. The GPU's been put to bed.
These are logs.
8. The power caps hold the line. 7. One subscriber buys us time.
I don't know. Working. You're messing with Cloud Design again right now? Did it get upgraded? Apple is selling guns now? I see they will sell you an M4. Yeah.
Before the zero hits the ground. The overlay starts to fade. 5. The last alert's been paid. 4.
MMO. Oh, they wonder how nerf naval is gonna be now. Yeah. It's actually just gonna require your ID, your face ID and everything. Like Microsoft does. Know your customer. They're gonna do know your customer. Also, the MMO is not working. Okay. And what happened to the Path of Exile mechanics? Also need to fix. Makes you wonder. Yep.
Zane Logic's got us all wondering about their Mac Mini NAS now. Are you excited about the potential of AI being the most transformative technology of the century? And how does that
Dude, Dude, I am no longer overheated. So nice. Congrats. Congrats. No servers in your new view either? Nice. Did you move? Did you move to an entirely different home? Apartment? You need to fix Twitch Sigma token redeem to change the name color. Seems not work. Be sure it says probably all redeem.
Fresh mate!
Rewards. Also, we need to refactor what should be redeemable with bits versus Sigma tokens. I think maybe you could, people who already bought bits should get an increase of Sigma tokens. We also need to cater the reward system to Twitch users that gave bits. What's the reward? Oh, like some of the rewards should be like changing Navi's face, like face to an emote, similar to super size emotes. Yeah, that's good. I want there to be mechanics similar to Vampire Survivors, where every time an enemy dies, it spawns a little tiny ball node, and then it magnifies to the player. There should also be different weapon types and mechanic. Yeah, different weapon types. That the player could choose in the VCS. That should work similar to Vampire Survivors. And so there should be combos. What's that thing called? What's that thing, the combo thing when you combine something with something? What's that word? What's that word? Sucks. What's that word, guys? What's that word? Synergy. There you go. Synergy. Synergy. Based on the weapon combinations they choose. Nobody has died. I haven't seen a single person die. I haven't seen a single person die. I also noticed not a single person has fainted battling these monsters. Why is that? That doesn't make any sense. When they die, they should lose their weapons. And then they could get new weapons. Maybe not. Maybe not. And I think there should be different weapons combinations based on them fainting, they lose their weapon. All right. Platform parity. Why is 81 out of 100 the ceiling? Two seconds.
Signature saves us all.
For our G7 capstone security features.
Mrs. Sigma countdown, don't let it end.
Too unstable. Unlock the Mac keychain. Okay, we need to sync memories somehow. We're gonna have memory managed. That's gonna be a challenge. That's gonna be a challenge. MO fix, the mesh, SSG sync. Sigma strike, goal achieved. Implemented, verified 90, committed, nothing, padding. Await offline mesh peers. Really? Finished? What should VSC as character counter actually count? Chat XP economy. Where should the per character earnings be displayed? On stream overlay.
Looks like the vibes are shifting, and it's nice to see everyone chill.
When a character faints, what happens to their weapons? Lose active weapon. Alright. What? Alright. What am I doing here? All devices going up in prices again? Yep. Even Apple. Apple devices are all going up by $200. It was too good of a deal, guys. It was too good of a deal. They're like, crap, we're losing money. Microsoft claiming they expect memory prices to double by the end of the year. Yep. Oh god, I hope my system doesn't break, guys. That'd be a disaster. Mrs. Sigma will not like that, guys. Mrs. Sigma will not like that. I haven't even looked. I wonder if I should get a 64 KT for my PC. Yeah, I don't know. Probably. Maybe it'd be cheaper. Maybe they'll make DDR6 or 7 at this point. But we know computers are going to cost $50,000 next year. Computers are going to cost $50,000 next year. That's insane. That's insane, guys. 768 gigabytes of RAM for a desktop. Will they be dumping all that high bandwidth stuff already? Yeah. So consumer market is secondary? Yeah. Unlock keychain. Make the request on that system. And then I'll type in my password. Then you can do the rest. The key that you need is on desktop of the macOS system. No way. Yeah, you know how much subscriptions you could give me with that money? You could give me a ton of subscription with that. I live with my 64 DDR4, yeah. So alright. It is nuts. Prices are insane. Prices are insane. Welcome, welcome. How could it double? It just did. Because people want to run everything locally now. Everybody's computer could become intelligent with one file and a graphics card. 64 gig would be 2K. That's insane, dude. That's insane. I'm so glad I bought my my motherboard and bought everything brand new recently for a lot of pieces. The only thing that's screwing me over is this weird spike that happens. It screws me over. One thing that I wish it wouldn't do. I bought a brand new in February and everything up since then. Yep. I mean, you're single now, so you don't have, unless you have to pay child support. Unless you have to pay child support, your money is still going in your wallet, right? My kids, I have my kids full time. Okay. Oh, okay. Your kids. Oh, so you have to take care of them full time? Oh, damn. All right, never mind. You gotta hold off. Unless you teach your kids how to make money online, and then they'll be able to buy you something. Since 2018. All right, ask it for your birthday present or for Father's Day present. Hey kids, do you think you could get your old man a $50,000 computer next year? I don't want a car. I just want that new computer. I just want that new computer, guys. I don't ask much, guys. I don't ask much. I took care of you. All I need is the DGX station. I feel like those things will get outdated. That's just me though. Ain't no way that little tiny thing is $3,000. Ain't no way. It doesn't even have Mac OS on it. It's useless. Mac OS, you could make iPhone apps, you could make Mac apps, you can make Windows apps, you can make Google apps, you can make Linux apps. What can you do with that thing? The station, 100 bands, 784 gig of memory. Yeah, that's a lot of memory. Twitch channel points can't be granted by API, so Sigma Boost for bit buyer credits for internal XP lenders. How generous should it be? Plus backfill. Cheer. Example. The Twitch has no per channel bits rewards. How should viewers trigger bits funded with Navi's Fate and emote? Cheer amount. Cheering plus bit threshold phase duration. Alright, sounds good. Keep C, sure. I just thought of something. Oh, can you also fix the Twitch cheer bits and subscriber notification on OBS to show an emote, a random emote? Not a random emote. What should we have? No, just random emote for now. It's very plain at the moment. What the heck? Where'd all my energy go, guys? That, the sunlight hitting my cortisol levels isn't waking me up. Hey, I'm at 150 followers on Twitch. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. How many people are in here? Oh, they left. All right. Reloading the chat. How many people are in here? 6, 7? 7 people? Nice. How's it going, everybody? How's it going? How's your day going? The work they just finished for you guys, right? The work they just finished? Alright. We're working on speech-to-speech with Mesh. So I don't need to talk. Oh. Most importantly, I forgot to say. Most importantly, this needs to work with SigmaShake terminal plugin. I'll add that. That's another task. Okay, guys. Hopefully I don't... I'm a little afraid, guys. The Quen 3.6 local GPU, not bad, guys. It's not the best, but definitely not bad. Okay. Keychain is unlocked. Definitely not bad. Alright. Alright. Are you ready, guys? Ready for some more content? Ready for the new content, guys? All you need is an RX. All you need is this graphics card, plus the motherboard, plus the RAM sticks, plus the CPU. Alright, let's finish this, guys. Let's finish this. We can get through it, guys. We can get through it. We can get through it, guys.
So much if you have the agency and keenness to just go after it. I think on the two questions, so on the predictability side, it's still hard. It's like actually very. I think we are happily trying to set a target. We are currently overshooting our targets. But the main part that is contributing to us to figure out where roughly this will place is the deployment side of. We get a chance to work with some of the iconic and the biggest companies in the world. We combine a lot of the forward deployed engineering to work alongside them, which is the team that effectively figure out how to take the AI and kind of bring it into the applied AI side, be the lab version of a lot of those companies and transform their work together. And in those cases, it's we roughly know how much value we can deliver each year, and then the main bottleneck is, can you bring incredible people that are passionate, that have that level of IQ and EQ, are striving for excellence but stay humble. Like, how do you bring those people that are really keen to innovate and be incredible at their craft?
Yeah.
So if you are able to predict the growth of the people, of the value of how much you can deliver, then you can start getting back to the predictable part of the business. That's more on our sales side, enterprise side, which is more than 50% of the revenue, and then 50% is still PLG and continue growing on the self-serve side. And this one is a little bit harder to predict because it's effectively a big part of, can we continue our stride in innovation across the models? And we took the approach of all the product, all the research we launch is us available to the biggest companies in the world.
I just realized I need to take into account Ponytail, guys. I need to take into account Ponytail and see how this works, guys.
Too much of a good thing, but 24 GB is a different story.
Revamp mono skill to use similar techniques as.
So I don't have a GPU, however, I can help with GPU related coding questions or recommend some resources and not. Isn't that lovely?
Welcome and Dibno, lovely
to have you join our cozy vibe coding space.
All right.
How much sleep did you get tonight? Friend, and are you here to code or just to max your
Sharing it just in case, guys. Oh, I also want to say You also need to implement SSG rules to enforce this behavior.
What's the one feature you're most excited
All right.
to implement next in the G7 capstone project?
New Gemma. 12B.
World, but we try to make it available for everyone. So if you are building your one-person project in the future, you have access to a lot of the superpower that the biggest companies will. There are some concurrency limits and, of course, the closer compliance elements, but ultimately you get the same capacity as the top lab. But what this means for frequently for revenue, it's that part is less predictable. However, we know where our initiatives are lying and roughly can estimate like what's the value of the world. And happily, frequently we see the value for the world is bigger than we expected. That's the first one. On pricing, always think about the value you deliver to the customer and work backwards from there, never from the cost of how much it runs to do something. If you deliver the value, you roughly want to capture 1/10 of what you...
I need one more thing. Revamp the whole game bar to include these details as well, and update all the game bar details. There's just a lot of outdated information on there. And the next game countdown of time, countdown. Okay. Right.
You deliver as a value in your packaging, and any pricing and packaging that accomplishes that, which is the hard piece of like how you calculate the value, how you drive that good metric for that, is the problem frequently more than anything else. So never start from the cost, start from the value and work backwards from there. Thank you for the question. The big question is voices. With a lot of the technological advancement, you can replicate voices relatively easily. What this means for the future of the security and safety in the space. So I think there are two parts. The one, we as a company, given we develop our own models, we can actually build and bake in a lot of the safety inside of the models. And that's something that we've done from the start, whether that's being able to like trace back the content that's generated back to who generated it and take action as needed, to moderate whether you are abusing and doing a fraud or a scam and stop it before it's generated or flag it internally. And then three, contribute to the wider space, which is where we think is headed. Is like, can you have a publicly available system where you can drop an audio sample and get information? Is it AI generated or not?
I remember when the RTX 9070 first launched, they said they had hardware compression algorithm. Hello, welcome. Allows you to run models for 24 gig RAM. I called such BS and I kept my card. Yeah. Did it run it? I'm not sure if it does.
Not have a watermark piece, and that applies as much to the negative version of the use case, but also on the positive side. If people will want to license their voice, how do you make sure that this was licensed in the right way? Which we work with people like Sir Michael Caine or Matthew McConaughey, and you want to have that information in there. Two, to your second part of the question, like a lot of systems today will rely on voice authentication in banking systems and other parts. We think this is not the future, and you should step away from this and not use that as an authentication side. We think that's from the security perspective, it's the wrong approach.
Right, what? He said security. Oh no, Navi's gone.
On voice authentication in banking systems and other parts. We think this is not the future, and you should step away from this and not use that as an authentication side.
Are you talking about voice authentication? Like using voice?
It was licensed in the right way, which we work with people like Sir Michael Caine or Matthew McConaughey, and you want to have that information in there. Two, to your second part of the question, like a lot of systems today will rely on voice authentication.
People rely on voice authentication? What? Oh my God.
In banking systems and other parts. We think this is not the future, and you should step away from this and not use that as an authentication side. We think that's from the security perspective, it's the is the wrong approach. And every so often we see an interesting way of using voice agents against abusers too.
The bank is using voice authentication. What? Yeah. Crazy. What the heck's going on?
So we had this amazing charity we worked with based on IP of a caller.
Yeah, exactly.
Could detect whether it can be a likely scammer. And if it was a scammer, so kind of the opposite of the usual, they would serve it
Hey,
a voice
Milzy,
agent.
welcome.
And the voice agent would then speak with the
Hey,
scammer.
Ben.
And the whole intention was to waste their time. And some of the most fun conversations happen from that part. So there are some ways of use that against.
I think I got according to the, what do you call it, Claude, the new version of OpenCode Hub plugin should work according to Claude. And then I'm updating it one more time to 1.0.7. Let me see. Just an update just to make sure. Oh, it's on 6. 7 exists, but I'm not sure why I didn't publish it. But I'll ask it why I didn't do that. But yeah, it'll load, I guess. Too long. All Gucci? Alright. Alright. Anything else? Hope you're well. Hope everybody's doing well, guys. Surviving the heat. Eating some food. Getting something to eat. Oh. Oh no. Can you confirm our latest version of SigmaShake Desktop is published to the CDN?
Security folks on our odd NetSec are on about Wortham Alex report. A 2 million user
I went to Ed. Nice. That's great. You're not staying up till like the next day? That's good. That's great to hear. You can't let the AI vampire suck your soul, guys. You gotta be able to survive. You gotta be able to survive, guys.
Counter-offensive.
Counter-offensive.
Love it. Troll the...
What's the mono skill? Ben Do. Are you new? Are you new? Made your scam toy with my grandma today. Very tasty. Ooh, I gotta look at it. Let me see. Alright, let me answer that guy's question. Is he new? Oh, he's not new. Alright. Not new? Alright, let me see. I always wondered, why are people interested in my skills, guys? Oh, you're not from YouTube. I'm always curious. Why are people interested in my skills? It says you're on Twitch. But okay. You don't have a soul? You don't have a soul? What do you mean a soul? Ooh, that looks good. That looks good. Alright. Gave the skill. Maybe I should do like a bang skills. I'll only start doing all these weird commands. Maybe I should add to the commands. But how do I do donate, links, GitHub, lurk? Let me try and look for lurk. Let me see if I can modify this manually, guys. Do you think I could do it? You could think I could modify that thing manually? I'm just gonna try. Alright, never mind. What? I gave it to Sam Altman already. Alright, chat commands. Oh, found it, guys. Found it. Oh my god, guys, I was able to modify my code without Claude. Dude, what the fuck? ZAI added Figma? What's wrong with that? Manually editing code, boomer? No. I just saved on a bunch of tokens doing this. What are you talking about? Someone call Darius and the men in black after this man. Catalog chat elixir. Hmm.
This is an official announcement. Effective immediately. Claude Fable 5 has been
Getting weak in his old age.
silence. I woke up to a headline burning red. 1,000 rumors racing through my head. The servers dimmed the channels when dark.
I did it, guys. I should have gambled. We should have gambled on that one. SigmaShake, guys. SigmaShake has been implemented. You guys are gonna want SigmaShake, right? It needs to do an integration test though. Do integration test and ETE test on Windows, Mac, and Linux to make sure everything works. Using SigmaShake mesh. One line of code per 12 hours. Per 12 hours. I haven't written a line of code in probably, I don't know, 4 days, 3 days. I gotta keep my skills sharp. Alright. Guys, I gotta stop using my terminal and use SigmaShake terminal. 16 days without Fable. I hope my future wife is okay. Guys, have you seen this post, guys? Have you seen this post? Should I do something as viral like as this guy, guys? Guys, since we have some people here, let's do my normal boosts. Let's do my normal boosts. You think we could do that, guys? AI waifus? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, is this the same guy? Finding a wife with AI, right? Using Fable to get me a wife in 6 months. Well, it's too late. He won't be able to find his wife now. He won't be able to find his wife now without Fable. Alright, let me lower the thing. Alright. Using Fable to get me a wife in 6 months. AMA. Yes, you heard that right. I will be using Fable to get me a partner in 6 months or less. I am on a max subscription and I don't even meet my hourly limits. With this in mind and Fable's extraordinary capabilities, we will be looking to use Fable, who's we, to get me a wife in 6 months or less, live. Save this post. I'll be updating it as things go on along and answering all questions. Where we are starting out from 50K budget max model. Guys, he could use this in a span of like, 7 days on API usage. Model band to use, a model plan to use, Fable 5, highest thinking, goal, complementary wife with 6 months of starting. Pull after statistical modeling within the United States, 15,000 women, wish me luck. Note, this is being tested against Grok models. Make me a wife / goal. After about 4 hours of prompt engineering and trying just every angle imaginable, including some unconventional approaches like poetry, the same issue kept coming up. Half of Claude's suggestions were just still generic advice. In fact, much of the people suggested in the comments is exactly what Claude is recommending. The rest was occasional interesting, but often didn't make much practical sense. Guys, all the Claude models were trained the code. He should have made this post on Codex or OpenAI. He would have had higher chances. It's like telling someone to find a wife at a bar. Can it happen? Sure. It's a strategy most people would seriously rely on. Not really. Sleeper. That's why I bought Grok for a side-by-side comparison. Claude is excellent for structured work like writing, coding, and analysis, but once you move to more personal, nuanced, unconventional problems, its usefulness drops off pretty quickly. What surprised me is that after only a few prompts, Grok was already giving better responses than I expected. It may not think as deeply as Claude in some areas, but particular problem, it was producing more useful and actionable ideas. All right. 1 point. Same guy. All right. Finding a wife, 1.5 update. Gov blocks Fable. Fable suggested I get a gun and a Tesla. Yes, really. What the? All right. Claude divided a plan in 3 time zones. Short term, appearance, grooming, wardrobe, daily routine. Midterm, medium term, skills, social environments, consistency. I can't read the AI subreddits. The AI summary bots comments are better than 99% of the posts. Yeah. Yep. Claude received a physical baseline, recommended immediate upgrades. Wardrobe. Haircut. Gym routine. Skincare. General purpose skill development. What about job? Alright. Claude also proposed social environments modeled which traits are high value in environments where we would find our target profile. Whew, I need to breathe, guys. I need to breathe. Oh my gosh. Okay. The goal right now is not to meet someone immediately. The goal is to remove obvious friction, improve baseline presentation, and become more legible to the exact type of person the community the model is optimized for. Model. Any chance you'll do me a favor and start an old repo of mine? I'm testing something, please. Sure. Why not? Why not? Speech mesh. Boom. Done. Alright. Find. Alright. The goal right now is not meet someone immediately. The goal is to remove obvious friction. Alright. Social proof, consistency, long-term credibility. Now for the highlight everyone was waiting for. The most unexpected suggestions from Claude have been from recommending a vehicle change. Purchase a handgun. Claude suggested that Tesla signals certain elements desirable to my target audience. and the handgun is for some part of the strategy Claude will not be clear about. Oh my god, okay. Claude will not explain the need, but we trust Opus here. So here is the execution so far. Wardrobe and stylish, 3,000 over 6 months. Tesla, 15K, 6-month net cost. Staccato 2011, $3,000 purchase, modeled, $1,000 budget impact. Gym, skincare, 1,000. Skills, personal development, $5. What? $5 for personal development, guys. What the heck? Modeled spent, guys. He already spent $20,000. When did this come out? 16 days ago, guys. Guys, in 16 days, this guy spent 20K. What happened? The remaining modeled budget, 30K. Remember, and to remember Fable is last words. I cannot help you with that. I have to draw the line here. You could also follow Finding Wife in 6 months. He made a subreddit. AI psychosis by making public. Model spend, not actual spend. Finding wife in 6 months. Shoot. I need to make my update, guys. SigmaShake. I need to make my update, SigmaShakers. Update. Day 59 or 61. What day are we on, guys? What day are we on? What day are we on? Oh man, I forgot to update 6.7. Alright, how did I update? I forgot to create my subreddit, guys. I want people to add stuff to my subreddit eventually, but I'm not sure if I should spend it now. Man, I used to love Reddit. Yeah, maybe I should not do it. Hardly ever use it anymore. Yeah, I barely use it too. You see my whole stream, guys? The only time I need to post on Reddit is if we're trying to promote my stuff. We're trying to promote my stuff. We try to do it, but I should do better, guys. I should do better. I need to create the app. Where's the dev? All right, I need to. Resume. Damn, I spent $700 today, guys. $700. 6-7. Sorry, I'm just waiting for it to load, guys. Don't mind me, I'm just waiting for my Claude to load because it has so much conversation history that I don't want to remove. Six, 7. I wish I could watch. I wish I could watch that. Like it knows. Simple fix, delete all your agent and model memory, treat it like it knows everything. Yeah. Yep. Alright. Use Chrome MCP to create and provision creds on. Oops, I didn't log into Reddit, huh? I didn't log into Reddit on this Chrome browser. I'm on a different account too. Oh my god, I'm on a different account. I wonder. No. No. Oops. Hmm. All right. And then we need to hook up allowing all subscribers emails to be added to this subreddit or invited to the subreddit. All right. All right, what's this? SSG rules to info. Okay, I enforced I am enforcing ponytail. I'm enforcing my version of ponytail. Revamp monoskill with ponytails. Lazy developer technique. Over engineering diff and revert back with enforcing. All right. All right, guys, I'm updating the skill. I'm updating the skill. I'm going to update the source code. Where, oh, okay, so I go to shared.
Someone's really counting down, and it's not just the days.
Fade out.
Alright. Hello, hello.
Zenlogic's Reddit days are behind him, and he's embracing the change.
Cold coffee, one more prompt, one more fix, one more shot.
Alright, guys. If you want the skill, that I spent inference on. Here you go. Welcome. Welcome, smartass42. Okay. Alright, this one's done. This is Ponytail. Reddit. Alright, my stomach's a little hungry for chewing gum. Oh my fucking gosh. Yeah, SigmaShake works for Mac, Windows, and Linux, guys. Alright. How will users use SigmaShake or SigmaShake Strike? So I should publish now, huh? Publish to the new version. I'm interested now to see if my system's infected with any malware. I don't think I've ever... I've rebuilt this computer a few times. And now that I think about it, guys, I really need to make sure the systems are recoverable. I should actually work on backups. Alright, it'll tell you suspicious or compromised. Alright. Grounded, it's actually built. The user is a developer running AI agents. Strike rides along with it, gated behind the existing $5 subscription. It's pure user space, it coexists with Defender, CrowdStrike. Doesn't touch kernel and won't get flagged as malware. On first run, it's observe only, enforcement off. Day to day, it watches at a glance. It runs in the background, tool call observer. Taps into SSG's existing governance stream. The process, network, and memory supply chain observers feed into a local event graph. The risk engine continuously scores intent. What the user actually sees in one card in the SigmaShake dashboard /strike. Safe, no signs of compromise. Suspicious, compromise, a coding plugin attempted to access SSH, flagged a server. Installed the flag package. It answers exactly one question. Is my dev environment safe right now? In plain language. They never see IOCs, CVEs, hashes, process trees, or MITRE IDs. The one moment they act compromised, this is a differentiator. Strike doesn't wait for malware signature. It correlates the chain of intent, plugins, spawns, bashes, reads, .ssh, contacts to new domain installs, flag packages, scores, compromised on its own. The card flips red, shows plain language rationale, offers contain, by default nothing auto fires. Okay, what do? I bought a product a few days ago to use, but I haven't been able to use it at all. Thinking of writing a very strongly worded email to developer and owner, and shockingly, it's called SSG. God dang it, it's usable. Test it right now. Actually, let me make sure it's published. Make sure it's published. Oh, dang it, don't ask again. Sorry, it was SSG blocking me. Yeah, now we have the sync. We have to make sure when we do our sync, it doesn't keep flagging on the same domains. The one sync that I want you to enforce is the rules and the domain whitelisting, because we whitelisted the wildcard domain for SigmaShake.com, but it's still prompting us for SigmaShake or allowing requests to that domain. All right, fix that. Fix that. Yes, don't ask again. Sorry. I also blame Microsoft. I blame Microsoft for delaying, for blocking me because I added Claude Code somewhere in my or Claude added Claude Code to the title or description or something. Yes, publish the CDN. Grok, who Claude? Alright, gotta get 1.7 out. Gotta ship it out, guys. Alright, I think my dog wants to come out. Be right back. BRB. Alright, BRB.
Treat. Looks like someone's really upset with Shes Kappa, not Milsey.
Woke up this morning, dashboard gray. Quota disappeared, all my credits flew away. Agent said Rich style, but the Q said nah. Now I'm staring at a loading bar like it's the face of God. Everybody shipping, everybody cooking heat. Everybody got 100 agents running while I sleep. Disco full of screenshots, look what Claude just made. I'm over here refreshing like a peasant at the gate. I was building kingdoms, I was scaling dreams. Now I'm counting tokens like they're gasoline. And every prompt I type feels like my last breath. I'm tokenless. I'm tokenless. Standing in the waiting room alone. Watching everybody generate the future while I'm stuck with a spinning chrome. Tokenless. Oh, I'm tokenless. The SigmaShake is running through my bones. Just one more reset. Just one more refresh. Lord, please send my tokens
Oh. Oh. Ah. Ooh. E. Ah. Ooh. 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 E. Ah. Ah. All right. All right. All right. Let's see here. Reddit, redeem. What do you think about split audio, Sigma? I thought I did it. It just didn't work. We broke everything, remember? We broke everything. I hate to be claiming, but the AI music is getting to me. Huh? We haven't listened to a real song. You know how much of a risk DMCA is to everything? I get banned. XQC just got banned. And he just was viewing like the FIFA intro. He got banned for 2 days. That, man, being banned would totally screw me up, guys. For like no reason. I got banned on YouTube 3 times. Then splitting audio stream FIFA is way more intense than splitting audio. YouTube is different. Well, I'm streaming on YouTube as well. Vibing hard. Liberated Turtle. For some reason, I like the AI music. I know coffee and some people don't like it, but I like it. I'm just so used to it by now. It grows on you. It grows on you. It grows on you. The real music, that's all in the past now, guys. Real music isn't good anymore. We're so deep into it now. Real music doesn't sound good anymore. I only like listening to SigmaShake. Yeah, different platforms are different, but Twitch is totally safe. You can't get your channel taken down or anything. The only impact is if you have DMCA, which is mute the VODs, which is why you split the audio so the VODs don't get muted. Yeah, but the whole point is I don't want the VODs to be muted. Okay, Liberate Turtle. Here's what we'll do. You give me lyrics to a song, I will generate that song. Or we add it to the rotation, to the main songs. How about that? I don't know how to do that yet. Let me figure that out. That way you could just generate songs, and then you could submit songs that you like. Generate songs without lyrics? Huh? How do I add all these songs to my I want this to all be added to a playlist. Alright, add to playlist. Stream. Hey guys, if you have a complaint about music, you better make it on Suno. I'm a bit of a music snob, so I'll take the L here. Hey, Suno's free. Suno is free. Everything is free. I'm on the free plan. I've been on the free plan for over 60 days now. Or not 60 days, for over 30 days now. So, everybody gets as many songs as you want, as long as you like each other's account, guys. If you just follow me and I follow you, we both get extra tokens to create more songs. All right? So start generating songs. If you need more songs, you gotta add it, right? I'm just creating I'm gonna add all these ones that I like. The ones that I like. All the Mrs. Sigma ones are good. Add to playlists. Suno SigmaShake. I will not. You're a loss. You're a loss. We had another doubter. Not doubter. Not doubter. More like a person that says, I have good taste in music. I have good taste in music. Well, those tastes in music gets us banned. So we're not gonna listen to it. Damn, I have to do this all on. That can't be right, guys. Where's the select all? Where's the select all, guys? Oh my god. Oh my god, I'm gonna have to do this? No, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me. Oh my gosh. How did they not consider this scenario? I just want to add all of them. Ay, ay, ay. Where's the action bar? What? No way I'm gonna have to do this manually. No way. I have like 50 plus songs. I have like 50 plus songs on here. Oh, you can't see my songs? I'm trying to put them all in my playlist right now. Oh my god. This can't be right, guys. This can't be right. Oh my god. Could we do screen subtitles? Oh, yeah, that's the one we wanted to do. Yes, yes, yes. That's what I was going to do, guys. I was going to do mine like this. Tell me your feedback on this, guys. Tell me your feedback on this. Tell Claude to write script or sort of songs. Oh, actually? Oh, you're right, guys. I've been doing it all wrong. Guys, I was doing it all wrong. I'm dumb, guys. I'm dumb. This is what you're supposed to do when you interact with websites now. Is the scanner ready? You mean SigmaShake Strike? SigmaShake Strike, you mean? Alright, guys. This is how you interact with sites now. What? Claude landed on a block site and can't complete. Close block site? What? Huh? Yeah, it's done. It's done, yeah. But it needs to be it needs to be distributed first. And you need to have a SigmaShake subscription too. Make sure you're subbed. But let's first make sure this works. Can you make sure SigmaShake Strike plugin is published and signed to the hub to download? Can Claude solve the age of old hellhole called CAPTCHAs? Yeah, it can. It can. I think there was like a talk on it. Alright. Higher risk. Claude could... Alright, yeah, we know. Act without asking, yes. I need you to add all these songs that I've created into my streaming, SigmaShake streaming playlist. Claude obeys robot doc text. GPT doesn't. Whatever the file is called. Alright guys. Do you think it's gonna do it? This is Sonnet 4.6. Let's look at it, guys. Is it working? Playlist. Oh my god, guys. This is the future. This is the future. Sam Altman needs data. It needs to scrape every website. Guys, why did sudo not allow us to do select all out of all the things? All right, I'm just gonna let it cook. All right, what was I doing last? What was I doing, guys? I think I messed up. I'm just not up for take the loss here. Subscribe. That's a test, guys. That's a test. Could we do sub screen? Oh, the sub. All right, yeah. I ADHD there for a second. So the screen subtitles. All right, what guys? What do you think of these sub screen titles, guys? Give me a second to bring it up. Give me a second to bring it up. All right. All right. Tell me, guys, what you think about this.
But if you could just tell.
Actually, I'll play the song. I could do it as he's talking. All right, where did it go? All right, here it is, guys. Here, this. What do you think of that? Because I don't want to demand you don't listen to music, but yeah, AI music is legit starting making me go crazy. All right, see, what do you think of this, guys? You hate it? No, 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 no. All right, find me more animated thing that's better. Normal subtitles? All right, I already have that sort of. I built it into my terminal, but I need to migrate that. I need to migrate that. I think it also crashed my system, but we'll We'll try to figure out something. Who has the mental capacity to look down left and right, down next to text? Yeah, with everything going on. I guess I could just do it at my video face cam thing. Alright. I'll just do it right above Navi. Right at the right below my webcam. We had speech to text working for Tmux. We gotta get the lessons that we learned from that and make it into its own web module that will work in OBS, and I want you to show it right below my face cam in OBS. Alright. Make it open source? Huh? I paid for this, guys. I paid for this. But you know what happens to open source? Alright. Wait, what the heck? Oh, I put it in a separate window. Oh no. I'm gonna forget. Don't let me forget this. Tokenless. Alright, so that's not a good deal. Normal closed captions. Oh, we need to make the golden sigma. The golden sigma, guys. I need to turn this into the golden sigma. How do we create the golden sigma? Oh, speaking of the golden sigma. The golden sigma, guys. Where do we get the golden sigma? Yeah, the golden sigma will just be my face as golden. Where is the golden sigma here? Golden animated. Can you upload some images of your face so I could generate the emotes? Yeah, that's what I'm trying to generate. It's the files. The files. Wait, you could spend the inference for me, right? You have both providers. Let's see here. Downloads. Oh god. Oh, where'd they go? About your face? I have one. It was supposed to be one of these. It might just be a screenshot. This is what I want the brand to be. There it is, this one. We need to convert this into its own. Hey! Alright. Need to convert this into an emote. All right. Yeah, throw that on Discord. All right. We need a golden one. We need the golden one, guys. General. All right, we'll put this. All right, there's this one. All right. All right, there's that one. And then I wanted to have another one with my hair, but I will do that some other time, I guess. An animated. We need to make an animated one. So you're taking care of the emotes, so I don't have to worry about that anymore. Sorry, I can't even read this. Oh, guys, I'm already at 11%, guys. I gotta stop. I gotta stop. Wait, I have ponytail. I have ponytail. Crap, but none of these are using ponytail. They're all running with the original one. Platform parity. Retry. Where things stand now. Keychain is done. QEMU. Demon crashes mid-sweep. Needs stable peer. Uh-oh. What's wrong with my Windows machine? Oh, it doesn't have enough RAM. That's probably why, guys. I've been slacking. Hey. 6% on weekly. Just give it to me. Just give it to me. I'll just log into your account. Slurp up the rest of your tokens. Slurp it up. Slurp it up. I'm on Ultra Code now. Yeah. Slurp it up. Slurp it up. Alright. We gotta figure out what's going on. Because it says it keeps crashing. Apparently. Cremo, flat pack cells, rail features. 6. Needs more RAM. Yeah, but this thing has exploded, causing my computer to explode. It's the bane of everyone's existence. Yeah. I gave it only 8. And it that would prevent my system. It's been doing well so far, I think. We all need more RAM. Yeah. I mean, I have 20 more gigs, but when it starts running tests, it starts eating up a ton of RAM. And I need as much RAM as I can. One more account reset. Goal achieved for the MMO, guys. The MMO is live. Is it deployed? Because 7 was your back end. Network worker deploys account. Deploy now, if not deploy now. It's not deployed yet. Ask Claude to come up with a memory compression algorithm. Create a Google. Middle in, middle out. Goal, build more RAM for my PC. You could technically down more RAM. You know you could mount... Guys, did you know you could mount a whole disk into RAM? Make no mistakes. Yeah, you're right, guys. Maybe I should just mount my disk to another... Oh, you know what I could do? Nah, I'd be too insecure. I was like, I could. No, I'm not gonna say it. No, I'm gonna say this way. I could mount my hard drive or my current system with my MacBook. With my MacBook, and I could get RAM from my MacBook. How's that? How much RAM does my MacBook have? How much RAM could I steal from this thing? Memory used 16. It says 16 already. And it only has 2 tabs open in Chrome. What a joke, guys. What a joke. Oh wait, there's more. There's more. Never mind. Why do I have to log in? I should be logged in already. Guys, I was logging in. It was asking to log in, but I was already logged in. It just auto log me in. Alright guys, how much RAM do I have now? I only have less than 4 gigs of RAM. It has all these helpers. Oh my gosh, it's because of this thing, guys. It's because of this thing. Gemini taking all my RAM. Damn, that's robbery. That's robbery, guys. Chrome browser already taking that much amount of RAM. Just Chrome itself with several processes split out. One Chrome browser. Wait, what's this? Oh, yeah, let's close that. Oh, damn, never mind, guys. This thing was huge. Okay, there you go. How much RAM do I have now? All right, I got eight. My character lose level? I don't think so. We're updating the MMO. We're updating the MMO, guys. We're just deploying the new MMO. We're doing a new patch, guys. New patch. Disappeared for a second. Came back. No worries. The MMO is being deployed. This will be... I was doing damage to mobs like I was level 1. Huh. Alright. Speech mesh. Still on air. Oh, it's not ready. Okay, what does it say? Live and working. Everything you asked for is live on your Streambox right now. Navi co-host 0 blip. Speech to speech button not working, fixed. Orchestrate speech to talk to Navi. Navi's voice now has 6 governed mesh terminals. Alright. Shown in Kanban board in real time in mission. Alright. 6 queued. Oh. Oh. Really? Let me see. Kanban? Kanban? 6 queued. Alright. Terminal, Navi orchestration smoke test. Huh. It looks really bad, and it looks really small. You can barely see anything. The text is so small. It's gonna give it me eye strain. And you can't scroll. Ugh. Shown in Kanban board. Alright. Alright, just let everything work then. MMO is deployed, guys. MMO is deployed. Everything's working, sort of, according to Claude. Alright. Combat. Bare fists. Your gear bag, tap an item to equip it into a slot. Swap is real. It changes the gear your Sigma fights with. Alright. Bang on edge. Equipped. Yo, hey Ito. How's it going? How's it going, man? Build. Whip. Auto fire weapons. Oh my god, hey guys! I got Path of Exile. I got Path of Exile build, guys. Oh my god. Except it's a little small and whack. Had to lock in? Yeah, no worries, man. Alright guys, I got Path of Exile. I got Path of Exile build, guys. You got your build. You got position, front, mid, back. Sprint reservation. Whip. Throwing knives. One. Wait, I could just have everything. Huh? Look at the tree. Yeah, the tree is too small. The tree is too small. We gotta figure out how to fix that tree. Whip, nay. Guys, do you see? Oh, we didn't update everything yet. Let me check. MMO. Wait. What is it showing? Refreshing the simulator. What do you guys see there? Oh, it shows your power level, guys. Shows your power level. All right. All right, guys, if you want a feature, just let me know, guys. Let me know. All right. We created the game, guys. We created the game. Welcome. Welcome to the game. You have been reborn. Your second life. All right. We got our game, guys. Full ADHD. Guys, if you want a feature, you have to send it to me as a prompt. No separate text. Put it in the Discord. I'm going to compact this just in case we need it again. Redeem. Redeem is also fixed too. Redeem should also be fixed. Does the tree work for you, or in some specific spot my mouse will pop up text for the trait tree, but I can't really click on anything? All right, if you see a problem, create a prompt in the Discord, I'll add it. What the heck is that, guys? Why is there a bunch of people there? What are those people? What are they doing? People doing in that little thingy. Oh, alright. I was gonna say, is that... What are those things? Why are they there? Alright. Anyway. Redeem. Awaiting this before committing. Alright. Speech to speech mask. SSG sync is still syncing, I think. Lag DC confirmed. Uh-oh. Platform parity still needs work. SigmaShake. That's an NPC Claude built as part of the MMO. Really? Let me zoom in and see. Oh, it disappeared. It disappeared before I could look at it. Sorry about that, guys. All right. was a little distracted in a way, a little distracted. Are we doing anything? All right, we're gonna do speech to speech soon. We need to get off this terminal, guys. We need to get off Tmux. We gotta get off Tmux. We gotta start using SigmaShake terminal. What's wrong with Tmux? I want to show my product every day and show that I'm using SigmaShake terminal as my main terminal. I gotta stop. Tmux has gotten me far for a while, but I think my own version is better. Will be better. It's not better right now, but it will be. It will be, guys. Because I already have what do you call it? Let's see here. I already have the terminal. Sounds like a security risk. Build Zillaj. Oh, it's not using the correct key bindings either. T up. Alright. 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 Alright, cool. It all fits in my browser, guys. It's a little off-centered for the covering, but let's see, I could change the background. Oh, it's the wrong donut. It's made its own random donut for some reason. All right. X, or I could zoom into one. See? Alright. It was already curious as soon as we started using Node. Everything, mine is made in Golang. Everything's made in Golang, and oh yeah, this should show the full pan instead of just a little bit. That way people could see like what they want. And it could run Claude in here, guys. It could run Claude. Boom. And see, I could do it all in my browser, guys. So I got my own, and not to mention, guys, I was so pissed off at Windows. When I get this working on Windows, guys, you're not going to need PowerShell. You're not going to need PowerShell anymore. You just use my terminal. Isn't that cool? I think that's cool. So I really just need the Windows version to have the updated version. Oh, sorry. I need the Windows version to have the updated version of SSG. PowerShell users in current year. Yeah. I'm surprised that there's still some of them, you know. But yeah, that's the plan, guys. That's the plan. Let's see. Do I have it running? Is it running in the background? Nope. Is it published? Not yet. We'll see, guys. We'll see. Ship us Sigma OS so I can be easier to use the PC. Oh yeah, you're right. I'm so far in it, guys. We're just gonna make our own operating system. Sigma OS, like Temple OS. Oh. Guys, I'll make my own operating system. Everybody can use it. And then, yeah, you'll be a pure Sigma shaker. Guys, you'll be a pure Sigma shaker and using it all. Might as well. Yeah, I just change Gentoo or something and build my own. Build my own version. Like, why stop there, right? Have dual boot. Create my own bootloader. Create everything. Create the whole operating system in Golang. It's gonna be Unix based. Your own Hannah Montana Linux. Yeah. SigmaShake OS. Man, that's gonna take so much token, guys. I'm not sure. I'm not sure, guys. I really gotta consider it. Guys, I don't think I'm gonna have any tokens next week. I'm gonna literally use up all my tokens today and tomorrow. And then I'll have no superpowers. So we're gonna have to like chill, guys. We're gonna have to chill. I hate to say it. I hate to say it. Oh, I should probably make mine work with the other harnesses. Possibly. Possibly. It's buggy. It'll be buggy as hell too. Yeah. If you make your own OS, yeah, definitely. I mean, it's done it before. Oh, Melik has died. M6, guys. Apple to skip high-end M6 chips in favor for AI-focused M7. Oh my God, guys, don't buy any MacBooks for the next 3 years. We need IBM to come out with its less than 1 nanometer chip technology. Guys, just wait. Don't buy a computer for the next 5 years. Wait for this technology to come out. And we'll have the M9 come out, guys. The M9? No, actually, by the time it comes out, it'll be the M10. You gotta wait 3 years, guys. M10 or M11 will probably what you want to get. So there's, at least we could foresee the future. Oh, and Malik has died. Let's see who's this. Oh, Malik.
Bazinga!
What does it mean for skipping M6? I thought it was just for naming convention. Yeah, it is a naming convention. Oh. I don't know this guy. I don't know. Taking a few days off. I thought it was a naming convention. It has to do with my M4. Yeah, I have an M5 right now. But I can't use it. But I'm gonna actually get an M3. I'm gonna upgrade my computer to an M3 in like a month or two. Waiting for the M14. Waiting for the M14, guys. AI children books, body horror edition. Papers, please. Era of the internet will decimate your privacy. Uh-oh. Oh no, guys. I can't afford $2. Alright. Let's see what's on the internet, guys. Or we're gonna watch this. One or the other. We gotta find something soon. I've been... Oh, I don't have enough oxygen, guys. Oh my God.
What's crazy about this is we live in SF, and there's a lot of... What's crazy about this is we live in SF, and there's a lot of thieves that come and like rob you.
Yeah.
But no thief is gonna come mess with this guy staring at you.
Pushing them to their performance.
Oh my God, guys, we're here. We're here. Metabots, guys. Metabots. Let's go. Let's go, guys. Metabots.
Not like pushing a car to its performance limits.
Oh
and
my
that
gosh,
comes with like
dude.
a whole bunch of...
I gotta check this out. It's just in my neighborhood. I just gotta go. I gotta go.
Reliability issues as well.
1 minute. We are live here.
Okay, we gotta watch this. We gotta watch this on YouTube. Don't spoil it, guys. Guys, don't spoil it. Let me watch it on YouTube and react to it first.
$120,000 worth of robots in the arena.
Oh, damn. Yes. This is the content I'm looking for, guys. This is the content I'm looking for. Oh, snap. Damn, his head fell off. Oh, he kicked it. Oh, he's kicking him. He's fighting with no head, guys. He's fighting with no head. Oh, snap. Oh, wait. I hope this music is not copyright. Holy crap. Let me play some music. Let's play some music. Mess with the algorithm. Guys. All right, let's do combine both. Need more blood. They control them or explosions. Excuse the double layer of music, guys, but just in case. 2 clankers wrestling is weak. Oh snap! Kicking in the damn. They're fighting with no head, guys. They're fighting with no head. Holy moly! Oh, we got a ref in here. We have a ref. Oh, snap. 2 clankers, recooler, self-drive, real steel, full body, mocap. Damn. Oh, snap, guys. Guys, that model won the China race against humans.
One of these robots is gonna be
Oh my god. I have not seen real steel. No, I have not. Oh my god, look at that, guys. He has the light, he has the eyes. Oh my gosh. If he hits you, you're dead, guys. If he hits you, you're dead. It's damn really good movie. Okay, I'll see. I don't even have time to watch Backrooms, guys. I'm streaming all day. Oh snap! Look at that. Basically like Rocky Clone. Oh snap! Oh snap! Look at that kick. Did you see that kick? Oh snap! I can even do the Shoryuken. Oh god, that's cool, man.
It's the most legit thing
That's
since
so-
fucking racing, man. This is gonna replace the fucking UFC.
The UFC better get their money in here right now. Oh, that's it? That's it? What the heck? 6 is the founder of Wreck Robots, San Francisco. If you want to apply, check here. All right, let me link this video. Damn, I thought that video was gonna be long. What happened? Dang it. Dang it, guys, I got my hopes up. All right, apply here. What's this? Oh, that's founders. All right, let's look at. Where is it? Humanoid robots. Where is it, guys? Where is it? Fighting robots, 2 minutes. Sorry, I had to play that music just in case.
Honestly, the big one, like this one, insane. Like, it's giving Iron Man. Like, you cannot tell me that's not Iron Man right there.
Well, it's not going to be making your dishes, that's for sure. So we've been fighting robots for a little bit more than a year now. Last time we talked, we were down in the gym down Van Ness. Those were 4.5 feet tall, but today we're upgrading to 6 feet. Yep.
6 feet tall. 6 feet tall robots, guys.
Yeah, it's like a motorized bat. If you were hit by a metal bat going about 100 miles an hour, that's about what it would be like to get hit by one of these.
Oh, damn.
My name is Six, and I'm with Rec. Here we are making real steel a reality.
Damn.
This is actually a storefront? How is that going to work, and when does the store open?
The rec shop here, you'll be able to
Should I stream on like a little
be able to buy
thing,
humanoids,
guys?
rent them, and then we will also do classes. So for the first time, you'll be able to see a humanoid robot and figure out how to walk it and how to program it.
Damn.
Effectively, humanoid robot fights are the robot equivalent of car racing.
Can you describe?
Man, it gives you this chills. It gives me these chills, guys. I get these chills. Or maybe it's
you're
cold.
You're going to see some moves. Yeah, it's going to be the sound and the weight that you're going to recognize.
Nah, this isn't going to go there. Your prediction? You need a prize pool and independent teams. Yeah.
And it's very cool to finally see it coming to fruition.
No, but they're bringing the China robots in here, guys. They're bringing the China robots.
And to see them actually getting into a fight just now.
It's effectively like if somehow Mortal Kombat blew out of a video game console and went into a piece of metal.
I'm looking forward to it and more of what's to come with these bigger robots.
Yeah, I mean, with robots, size matters.
Size matters, guys. Size matters. Holy moly, guys. Does anybody know where the actual videos of this is? That was... We're getting it, guys. We're getting it. We can still a little Silicon's secret robot fight club. They need to autonomous, otherwise not cool. Yeah, probably. True. True. It needs to be autonomous.
Looks like we've got a real Steel fan club going on here. Chat.
Damn. Damn, guys. I want to see it. I want to see the fights.
Impressive. San Francisco is the heart of the
Fighting style can come from a human, who knows?
AI tech universe, and now tech workers are hosting underground robot fight clubs on weekends, basically UFC for robots. These events are invite only, held at secret locations. I managed to get rare access, and what I found may surprise you.
Oh,
yeah, that's a robot getting ready to fight a human.
Robot fighting human?
I started my evening on the BART train, heading downtown to Union Square.
This is me, guys.
The
This
old
is me.
heart of San Francisco. The pandemic nearly killed it, turning it into a ghost town, but it's slowly starting to come back. Still gritty, but showing signs of life again. San Francisco never really dies, it just becomes something new.
This is my
Tonight,
city, guys. This is
heading
my
straight
city.
to its next
This is where I live, guys.
version. My first stop was The Tempest, one of my favorite bars in the city and probably the best bar in downtown San Francisco. I figured if I was about to watch robots throw punches, I might as well pregame like a human and fill up on some tacos. After The Tempest, I wandered around the corner for a quick Guinness and Jameson at the Chieftain, all
Okay.
while wondering if this secret robot fight would actually live up to the hype. All right, it's been a nice little pregame. Got a few drinks in me and now I'm ready to see some robot fights. Heading through Soma here, gonna round the corner and go up
Get up
6th
Soma?
Street. Should be like running the gauntlet. To get to the event, I had to navigate 6th Street, one of San Francisco's most notorious.
Yeah, guys. Look at that position. Look at that position, guys. Does that look normal to you? It's typical San Francisco, guys. Typical San Francisco. You got the whole motion right here, guys. The whole motion. Not good, guys. Not good.
Stretches. Even with the city trying to clean it up, it's still pretty raw. Homeless, streetwalkers, that faint.
The last thing you want, guys, is to step on some needle. They're waiting for their tokens to be reloaded. Oh my god. Impeccable balance. Yeah, it's bad, guys. It's really bad. I wish, I don't know how they're getting fentanyl. I have no idea. And then you get the fentanyl packs to wake them up, and then they wake up all angry. So it's like pretty bad problem, guys. It's bad.
Sense of danger on every corner. It's the kind of place you walk with purpose. But then suddenly, you turn the corner, and you've entered a different universe. The Robot Fight Club was in the basement of Frontier Tower, a 16-story vertical village for deep tech startups. Inside, engineers are building the future, all under one roof. But tonight, their basement would be transformed into an underground arena. Finally, we were ushered down a narrow staircase and descended into the underground. Inside, it felt a little futuristic and a little dystopian. Dim lights, caged ring, robots resting in corners, ready to destroy each other. No alcohol, though.
Stanford
just
versus
pallets of
Berkeley,
bottled
guys.
water and a make-your-own ramen station. As the crowd settled in, robots started roaming among us, shaking hands, posing for selfies, and interacting with the humans. It was surreal.
Damn, this is my home. I should probably check it out one day. Meet more people.
Stepping into a strange nightmare, waiting for the robots to take our jobs and our girlfriends. The event itself
And our
felt
girlfriends,
surprisingly
guys.
legit. It even had an official organization, Ultimate Fighting Bots, or UFB. There was a referee, an MC, and a full multicam Twitch stream. And tonight's
Twitch
event was a
stream?
special
What?
matchup pitting robotic
Guys, we gotta find this Twitch stream. Can you guys find it?
students from Stanford University against rival UC Berkeley. Each team had a human pilot controlling the bot, and a loud over-the-top manager hyping up their corner like it was a Vegas fight night.
Ask Colin.
The
UFB.
whole production looked
UFB, guys. Look it on Twitch. Search Twitch, guys. UFB. UFB, guys. UFB. UF. I hope I don't regret this. Oh, here it is. Here it is, guys. Oh, hey, we could actually watch the whole video. 4 hours ago. 4 hours ago. If some element won't fix something for us, it'd be over. Guys, these are the China bots. I don't know how they brought them in, but they got them. They got them, guys. Alright, where's the fight? Where's the fight, guys?
Well, Chris has had a chance to pilot the robot already, and
This is the one that kicked the child, yeah. Oh man, they need some help with their Twitch, guys. What the heck happened? They removed they removed it all, guys. They removed the ball. Alright, let's follow. Next time, guys, when they come back, you let me know, guys. You let me know. There's a retailer in the East Coast that sells them. Damn, 501 just kicked Claude's ass, not gonna lie, Sigma. Check Discord. Oh, I believe it. I believe it, man. I believe it. Hey, you can't compare Opus to 5.5 right now. You just can't. Oh my god, dude. What the heck is that? What the heck is that? Cloud attempt? Oh, dude. Take that off. Take that off, guys. Take that off. I'm building my baby right now with 5.5. Oh my god, that's so bad. That looks nothing like me. That looks nothing like me. Wait, actually, that might actually be the real image. Now that I think about it, it probably replaced. Yeah, you're right. It replaced it. It replaced my eyes with something else. I did see Google have a new model. That's hilarious.
Berkeley's coming in aggressively, saying we are not going down without a fight.
What?
UC Berkeley is moving the crowd. I don't know whether they're getting their balance or
UC Berkeley, a
just kind of
swing
being a little
and a
tested.
miss.
Oh, I
A
can
body
hear the
shot from UC
contact on
Berkeley.
that hit. Berkeley's coming in aggressively, saying we are not going down without a fight.
UC Berkeley, another body blow.
Hit. UC Berkeley making contact.
Oh, 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 oh. Focus up, focus up, come on. What? That's it? Oh my god. That's all we get? Oh, I guess we have to be there during the event, huh? We have to be there. We gotta be there. Alright, going back to it. Huh? Chinese robots. Huh? Alright, back to it.
Potential security implications of using
Real, like the beginning of something that could actually take off.
Today we have Stanford versus UC Berkeley for the very, very first time.
Finally, the first match is kicked off. Small humanoid robots, about the size of a third grader, squared off in the ring. These robots were based on the Chinese-made Unitree G1 platform, a $30,000 robot modified for combat.
$30,000,
With boxing gloves
guys.
and headgear, they jabbed, blocked, stumbled, and fell. It was chaotic and completely electric, and the crowd loved it. It felt like a scene from the future. Then came the heavyweights, the Booster T1 robots. These things start out at about $60,000 a piece. Taller,
$60,000.
heavier, and way more intimidating. When they moved, you could feel the ring shake.
Oh snap! Oh snap! Let's go! I got money on the red one.
Power comes
Let's
at a
go.
cost. The batteries just couldn't keep up. A few minutes in, the bigger bots started to die before landing a knockout. Still, watching it all, I couldn't help but think, what happens when these bots get faster, stronger,
Oh my
and smarter?
God.
Could the UFB evolve into a real robot UFC? Bigger arenas, bigger bots, real knockouts? It's thrilling to think
All right, that
about,
was
and a little bit
uneventful.
terrifying. Let me know in the comments if you think this could become the UFC of the future. After a few fights, I figured I'd seen enough and started to make my way to the door. But just then, the MC called out for a human volunteer, someone to step into the ring and square up with a robot. One guy raised his hand. They handed him a plexiglass riot shield. He squared up and
3, 2, 1.
He's gonna knock him over.
well, maybe humanity's safe for now.
Yeah, yeah.
Walking out of the arena, I couldn't
That
help but
was
think
like
I'd just
natural
seen a little glimpse of the
evolution
future.
for battle
Maybe a
bots,
strange,
yeah.
violent one, but definitely some version of it.
I'm
Will
waiting
this
to-
turn into a robot version of UFC?
Guys, I'm waiting until they have guns. They're just gonna start shooting each other.
Maybe. Only time will tell. Was it entertaining? Absolutely. But more important than that, this felt like a glimpse of the old San Francisco.
Yeah.
Weird, exciting, and building
Yeah,
the future in the
looks like
strangest
it.
of ways. Thanks for watching.
They already do have guns in China. Yeah.
This video.
No, this environment reminds me of my, hacker days. Back when there was no pandemic and stuff, and we were all working in the city, and there would be all these cool events in the city, and you could just go to some building and then find out like who the team is, and then you'd hang out, do random stuff.
Twitter, Airbnb, Uber, the city where the most powerful technology companies in human history were either born or built. And on a weekend in January 2026, hundreds of people in that city paid $60 to $80 each to watch.
Right, did you get the same recording?
Think about what that means.
Yes, same recording. All right, I got it. That was cool, guys. That was cool. Hype. Man, it's hard to come up with something that good. Follow-up content with that follow-up, guys. That's hard to do. That's hard to find. Oh no. All the stuff that I got is old. Oh. Nice. We got one, guys. We got one.
Where do you get the source from?
All right. Where do we get the source from, guys? Where do we get the source from? Wait, quick check, guys. Quick check. All good? Quick check. All right, back.
I mean the actors.
This is actors that come in and then they get paid.
Because you can get actors anywhere on the street, right? Everyone wants to be famous. Well, I mean, how do you circumvent the moderation thing?
Well, I can't tell you.
Oh.
It's actually very hard because we're using AI, right? So it's pretty intelligent.
Welcome to this informative guide to financial freedom.
Oh, hi, Mark.
Hi, Kyle.
If you want to work on crypto stuff, find me afterwards.
Dinosaurs, the Industrial Revolution, the space race, AI. We are now living in the most amazingest time
Pretty
in human
intelligent.
history because of
Rigorously tested AI.
Synthesias.
AI.
Now with $4 billion, lets people who don't know how to use a camera or actors make videos. Obviously, all of the Windows users love it. Before hooking up with 90% of the Fortune 100, Synthesia got its start making videos of David Beckham speaking 9 languages, Lionel Messi speaking 8 languages, and Snoopy Dogg rapping in Australian. I spoke to CEO Victor Rapapelli, a techno DJ turned tech bro, who raised 200 million VC dollars, some of it from Marcus Cuban, and now uses his AI avatar to deal with
Maybe
his
that's what you're
investors. Otherwise,
missing?
he's completely
Yes.
human, I think.
That's what I'm missing.
We're ready? Okay. What is Synthesia?
How many
in a
times
few
does your
sentences.
product mention AI? You're right. How much? It's first in the title, right? AI agent guardrails. That's one. That's one.
Synthesia is the world's #1 AI video platform for businesses.
Number
We
one,
basically
guys.
help-
Number one. You probably got that from Claude too, guys. SigmaShake is the #1 guardrails AI firm in the world. Those are rookie numbers.
Customers make video without having to use cameras, actors,
AI.
studios, and all the things you usually would have to.
Gotta pump those
use to create a
numbers.
video.
Yep.
We're doing right here, right now. For the first 3 years of the company, we basically tried to create tech for like Hollywood video production agencies, studios, like professional video people. The quality requirements for creating that type of content is of course very high, right?
So you said no to the sales in Hollywood and went all in on making corporate videos for employee training.
Yes. And what we figured out
I mean, whatever makes money, right? So you think a podcast like this could one day be generated with AI?
For sure.
Why am I paying so much money then?
I don't know.
The sound guy and the camera guy, I'm paying them so much money. They put up a light in a stand and they want $2,000. Yeah, that's going away soon.
Oh, damn.
So I'm on the website of Synthesia right now. What do I do?
Maybe we can start from blank now.
Ah, so this is like as if PowerPoint had a baby with a mannequin. But I can see it, like it saves time. You know, clients probably love it because the avatar never gets tired, never breaks, never needs like a bathroom break, just stands there like a hostage reading out quarterly results. But you said it will be interactive. So I can actually speak to the HR trainer.
Yeah.
Damn.
Well, depends. If you're not behaving well, then probably it's horrible for you.
Okay, let's create a HR training video as an example. Do not engage in corruption, I don't know, unless your direct manager overrules it, right? Your video was not approved for content moderation. You can edit your, what is this?
I mean that you did not give full content moderation. Try click moderate video, and those should tell you what you've done wrong.
Well, I mean, how do you circumvent the moderation thing?
Oh. It's actually very hard because we're using AI, right? So it's pretty intelligent.
Hello, welcome to this informative guide to financial freedom. Join our webinar now to learn about the future of decentralized finance in our latest guide.
Damn.
Have you always been interested in crypto? Now is your time to shine.
This is like magic. Can I do it with everyone?
No, we also have moderation there. You have to prove it's actually you. When you actually make your avatar, you upload a photo of yourself, and then you have to go on your webcam.
Because I have lots of material of you collected. I have one with long and short hair of you.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
Well, you're not going to be able to make one of me on the platform unless I give you my permission to do so.
So I can do it with fictional characters, you said. So Santa Claus, Pikachu, Michael Jackson.
They're copyrighted, so that's not going to work.
Why are they copyrighted?
Pikachu and Michael Jackson, because they're real people, right?
They're real people. No, I'm talking about the Michael Jackson
like
from Scream 3. The one that's dancing like.
I don't know him.
You know
if
what?
it's copyrighted, you can't.
Where do you get the serfs from? I mean the actors.
It's just actors. They come in and then they get paid.
Because you can get actors anywhere on the street, right? Everyone wants to be famous.
Well, we don't really do that though. So,
Okay.
But we also have actors that are generated now, right? So that's the next generation. If you look at the latest,
Oh, God.
we just generate a video with. But one of the great strategies in AI the last 3 years have been to just lie.
I better keep my filters on when I stream. Don't I want to be turned into this?
Make a product demo video that says the product can do a lot of things. It looks amazing. You pay 1,000 influencers on X to pump it up. And then now you've created this perception that you've built a product which does a lot of things that doesn't actually do. Then you get people into it, people try it, and it doesn't really work, but you've got enough momentum that you can raise a big funding round.
And what are some of the other benefits?
Well, it's easy to raise money, right? And you get a lot of customers in, which if you're good, you can use that momentum to carve out some level of product market fit. Am I a big fan of this way of doing it? No. Have we seen it work? We kind of have, right?
So I have this great ethics presentation of you that I found.
Our position is clear. People first, always.
So is this an AI avatar?
No.
So the AI CEO preaching AI from his hi-fi camera production.
No, I mean, the aspiration is that we can get to create these kind of videos at some point, right? But we can't today. If you're trying to deliver like a deep, heartfelt, emotional message that's important to your team and you use an AI avatar, I think it will land wrong. So I think you have to know when to use it and when to not use it, which I think is the same thing as so many other technologies, right? Like you usually don't break up with a girlfriend you've been with for 5 years over a text message. And I think there's the same kind of like mechanic at play
With an
here.
AI avatar now.
Yeah, but that's probably also a bad idea. You can try it. Let me know how it goes. Like, you know, there's different like modes of communication depending on like what the context is. And I think
But
we'll
what
like
about
have to
the
learn that.
regulation? The EU wants to regulate everything. I want to give people, I don't know, vacation days, sick leave. It's crazy.
Yeah.
What about AI regulation by the EU? There's this new act where you need to see what is AI, what is not. What do you think about this crazy idea?
They put 300 PhDs who've never been outside of university in a room, and they
Or
say
even outside of their basement.
exactly. And then they ask them to make a report of all the things that could go wrong, and then they make a report as if they could predict the future, and then we use that for regulation, which is very stupid. The meetings I had in Brussels like 4 or 5 years ago was, I mean, disastrous. Like I remember meeting a guy about AI regulation who shows up to the meeting with a briefcase with printed out papers.
Paper, like real paper.
Papers.
I did. That's not me, is it? That's not me.
Right?
It looks nothing like me.
I think things have
the picture that I uploaded and the picture that you decrypted, it looks nothing like me, guys. But yeah, that's interesting. You can make it look interesting.
changed. I think there's a
Now we're gonna live in a world where like you could attach your face to everything. Holy moly, guys. Crazy. I better keep my filters on.
People who've never seen
Listen, bro, I'm working with what I have. I'm glad I keep my filters on.
TikTok who do social media regulation.
Exactly. And it's like, you cannot regulate something you don't even know how it works. It's absolutely crazy.
Do you have still the contacts in Brussels?
I mean, I interact with lots of these people a lot of time, yeah.
Do you think you can make an intro?
Yeah, I can check.
How did you get funding from Mark Cuban?
This is in 2017. Everybody is investing in like fintech stuff. AI was definitely not like a hot topic. And all the AI that people were investing in was all this like, you know, analyze data and give me the pattern. So it's very hard. Sony got hacked a few years prior, and he's a judge in Shark Tank, right? So we downloaded that dump of emails, and we found his email in there. And then we sent him an email, and then he responded back. And then we had a 14-hour email conversation with him. He doesn't do calls. He doesn't do calls. He doesn't do calls.
I don't know. Maybe okay. With some people, he doesn't bear.
Yeah, I mean, I have met him since, but I've still never been on a video call with him. So I don't know. Maybe when I get to the series, maybe when I get to the series M or something, he'll get on a call.
What time is it? Oh, hi, Mark.
Hi, Kai. Hi, how's it going?
What?
Mark.
Oh, what the heck? No way.
I think it's broken because I can't record at the same time. Do you think we can call from your phone?
What do I call?
Just his number?
His actual number?
Yeah.
I don't have his actual number.
You don't have his number? Maybe just send him an email because like he'll probably use his little laptop right now.
Are you serious?
There's a lot going on today. What's happening here?
We have a hackathon today and tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh.
Everyone is vibe coding.
Oh, look, these are the engineers. They're like huddled up there, you know, in their own room.
That's right. Probably.
Do you think you can? I have like a great DeFi project I'm working on. Do you think you can like rent out a few?
No, we don't touch crypto here.
How many seats do you have in here?
I think like 350, something like that.
And we cannot speak to any one of them?
No.
We just wanted to say thank you.
Interesting, the GIF was made by Claude. Claude's way better at like face mapping into animation than 5.5 or something. I didn't even know Claude could even do that. Did it just make its own little software script to do that? I'm curious.
Thank you so much for coming here to the Vibe Coding Synthesia Hackathon. I think the future of video is AI generated. If you want to work on crypto stuff, find me afterwards.
Is that Mark Cuban calling?
Yeah. Yeah, I can't talk right now, unfortunately. Can you call me back later?
Okay, okay. I thought it'd be more funnier, to be honest. That one was okay. That one was okay. Not his best. I don't think I'll ever enjoy coding. Anthropic is coming for everything. Why is it so easy to follow? Oh, all right. This is what. Wait, where? Something like that. We'll see. From Airflow to AI agents. Running a company with AI agents.
What tech trend right now do you think is mostly
Cooking with OpenAI's AGI, evals, Mark Chen. Research chef. Okay.
I am a vibe coder now. No, I'm not. Please don't take that seriously. But I have spent a few weeks heavily diving into fleshing out kind of a workflow for using AI with my coding. And hold on, let me just finish this before you leave.
Just ask Claude because I used Cowork to do it. Claude used Insight Face for face detection landmarks plus InSwapper ONX swap model. I don't know why GPT couldn't get there. All open source. Got it.
But I bought like the $100 Codex plan, and honestly, I wanted to try replacing a lot of the SaaS products that I use and pay for. And to be honest,
That's his first mistake, guys. He didn't use Claude.
kind of does the job.
Oh,
and
kind of does the job. Okay, maybe he's on the 5.5.
And I feel like I have, like, there's always something I wanted to do, and I wanted to build like smaller versions of some of the products that I use, but build my own features because a lot of other stuff is just bloated. And I was kind of able to do that. Is it secure? Probably not. You know, would I want to show that code to anyone else? Probably not. And I tried, you know, diving into kind of a more structured format and becoming a Markdown developer and just fleshing out a good pipeline for creating some of these apps. And I kind of did that as well. But when I got to the end, maybe about like 2 weeks in, I realized, one, what I had created, it's nothing that I would feel proud of pushing out to anyone else. But I started thinking, I'm like, this can kind of, like at a surface level, create some of the like internal tools that I've wanted, and I just don't have time to create.
Oh God, I gotta check on that task thingy. Did it finish? Oh my God, there's a usage limit? And it used it all? No. No shot. No shot, guys. Did it use all my sonnet? Does just adding pictures use all my sonnet, guys? No way, guys. Oh, okay. Current session. Ripozo. 80%. Oh my gosh, I'm never gonna do that again, guys. Holy moly. Never gonna do that again. Lesson learned, guys. Don't use the browser for that type of task. Just gonna take image and analyze, image and analyze, image and analyze. And then let's see how much. Let's see, where's my playlist? 39 songs. All right. So we did 39 times. Okay. Public. All right. All right. Okay, okay. I avoid it like the plague now. I've been having a lot more annoyance with the cloud computer use recently. Not gonna lie, I'd avoid it like the plague. Got it. This was just in the browser. The Chrome MCP. Took too much.
And I completely lost any joy in it. Like, there was nothing fulfilling. By the end of it, I felt like, you know, like all of the aha moments, all of the excitement and spark I get from coding completely stripped away. And I realized something. LLMs are, I think LLMs can be effective at creating prototypes. And I think they are a useful tool to an extent. But I don't really care how capable they're going to get. I will quit the industry before I ever have to use that as my primary workflow. I have no joy for what I'm creating. I just don't care. I don't get excited to wake up and build stuff. I don't feel that dopamine hit that you get when you struggle through your project and kind of craft it, and you can be creative. And I'm like really learning that coding is a creative endeavor. And I think most people, I put out a poll, but I think most people would agree with that. All of that was stripped away, and I'm likely to just toss the apps that I created because I don't really care about the result of it. I care about, do I love like investing my time into this craft? Do I enjoy what I'm doing? Do I find fulfillment in what I'm doing? I am someone that I've had to spend a lot of time figuring that out, but I'm someone that really will sacrifice to make a path work when that path makes me feel fulfilled. Because if we're doing this for 40 plus hours a week, you really just want to throw your life away to do something just to be able to pay the bills. I feel like you can enjoy your personal life and your work life. And 40 plus hours a week is a lot of your time on this earth. Why in the world would you waste it just doing something that has no fulfillment whatsoever? And I think the usual argument is, well, to pay the bills. Well, sure, but do you really have that little confidence in yourself that you can't build a deep skill level in something and dive into that craft and earn money from it? Like, are you setting that low of a bar for yourself? Why? Your life is too short to just waste it away not happy with what you're doing. And I've been talking to a lot of other developers, and I'm hearing this more and more from developers, where the developers who kind of have this shoved on them a little bit harder, they're in bigger tech companies, I feel like the resentment is growing. Like the fulfillment from those jobs is lessening. And I think people are finally starting.
Yeah, I'm thoroughly enjoying everything I'm doing, and it's in relation to what the dude's saying. Yeah, exactly. No, but we need to understand, guys. Guys, we watch all these controversial takes, but we need to understand. That's the thing, is we don't just stop listening, okay? We don't stop listening. We need to hear what they're saying and then make a decision from there.
Starting to push back. I think managers are finally starting to regret their decision. Especially as developers, it's very hard to prove that productivity, and I think that's fallen short. And so now the expenses are rising. There's not really a sign that they're shrinking, but they are rising for tokens. And I just don't think it's here to stay
rage
in the
video.
capacity that it's been.
It's definitely rage bait.
As.
Definitely rage bait, guys.
And I'm grateful for that, truly, because every time I try to
Got a
dive
career.
into it, it's like I can kind of be effective at it. And
guys, I gotta tell you the truth. As soon as I just literally asked Claude to rewrite a whole entire code base from Python to Golang, I said my job is cooked. My job is cooked. I'm the app building right now, is solving some issues, managing post-production. Give him a script for this, yeah. Guys, as soon as I saw that, dude, I was just like, man, my job is cooked. What do I need to do? to like get me back on track, because I felt a little sad because, you know, the clanker could just do my whole job in less than an hour. And I was just like, damn. it's either you know, be sad about it or go all in. Go all in. I had access to unlimited tokens. Might as well, guys. Might as well learn everything about AI with the unlimited access that I had. Full send. Full send, guys. Man, I was so... I definitely hit the leaderboard before they tracked metrics. But man, did I have fun. I had a blast. It was 7 straight days, 20 plus hours every day. And I only had 3 hours of sleep every day. I'd wake up. I'd literally wake up with my computer on my lap. I had one of those today, man.
Especially if I'm more...
I was on this thing and I went through my normal plan. 1, plan it out. 2, spec it out. 3, create intents. Run intents. I update both front end and back end and a bunch of whole things. And oh man. And the whole thing took me 2 hours. That would have been sure days of work. Days. Yes. Days. And I'm so thankful for the time that I had at the where I work. That I had that opportunity to I didn't experiment. I was actually trying to find all the flaws in Claude Code. And I found them. And I shared them. And now everything's locked down. Now everything's locked down, guys. So, but I did get to feel the rush, guys. 7 straight days. Full AI psychosis. That was good, man. Now you're not working there anymore. I can't deny or confirm, guys. Just say that this is my full-time, guys. This is my full-time. All right? This is my full-time gig. I make no other money. And so far, guys, this is as my main only income stream. Let's see where I'm at, guys. Where am I at? Where am I at, guys? Earnings. Let's see here. I've made $167, guys. I made $167 total. This is my career total, I think. Plus or minus $63. Still able to pay some part of my Claude Code subscription, guys. Some part I'm still able to pay. Sold its few subscriptions to ZenCode Zen. Solid its few subscriptions to ZenCode. Okay, got it. I read that wrong. All right, you can move to India. I can move to another country with that money, guys. Woo.
More involved with it, and I'm reviewing a bunch of the code, and I will create markdown files for my initial agents files, and I kind of like develop this roadmap, especially for longer running tasks. Like you have the plan mode, but I kind of tried some custom roadmap stuff that I found was kind of effective at helping it remember things as the context built. It made it a little bit more dependable for me. But again, I just don't enjoy it. And I think a lot of other developers are like that. And I talk to developers who are like, yeah, I'm kind of just starting a personal project now because I hate my job. And now I'm going to go into like build a game. I'm going to go ahead and build my own project on the side and code it how I want. And a lot of developers became developers because they truly enjoyed coding. A lot of game developers became developers because they're just creatives. They like creating these things, and LLMs strip that away completely. It'll be interesting to see where it's at in 5 years. I don't think it's going to be pushed as hard. I want to see things settle down, and this bubble, whether it's going to pop or whatever it does, I would love to see the investment in trying to make it work significantly drop to see where it's actually useful instead.
I truly wonder if anybody truly enjoys coding it by itself, like in isolation. Like, this is real AI psychosis. Yeah, I mean, I liked just typing on the keyboard. That's what I liked. And then like navigating and editing files really cool quickly. That was cool. That feeling was cool. But the whole process of coding, oh my gosh, it was, you had to debug, you had to, you know, test. Nobody liked writing tests. Guys, nobody liked writing tests. I like building products. Code is just means to an end. Yeah. Yeah, code gets rewritten all the time. What you write gets destroyed and removed all the time. So it was really a pain in the butt getting everything working.
Of just hearing constant lies from delusional CEOs.
Can't really get attached to it. Yeah,
So,
you rewrite it all
Again,
the time.
I'm not an AI hater. I truly just, the more I try to integrate it, with my life and create a little bit of a dependency on it, my gut just tells me that I'm truly going to hate generative AI. And that's the problem. It's generative AI. I don't think it's the path to AGI. I wish we could start talking more about non-generative AI, but that's what's being propagated everywhere.
Glad to
here
watch
we are.
here.
So I'm sure you guys are getting sick of it just like I am, but I just want to update you because once in a while I do.
Yeah,
heavily
without
invest time
generation, it's
into
just a
it,
black
I
hole.
invest money
Yeah.
into it, and I end up hating both generative AI, introducing that into my coding workflow, as well as the generative AI cult. I end up hating all of you so much more. You all are incredibly insufferable. And yeah, that's about it. So I am someone that truly loves coding. I enjoy the craft. I'm going to continue that. And I don't think writing code is going anywhere. So that's what I'm going to do. But there are some things that I am kind of enjoying. One is not Unity. I've tried Unity with game dev. I'm just going through Unity Essentials. It's a pretty good tutorial, but I am bored out of my mind going through that. Maybe it's because I'm not like diving into the deep end building a game. I don't think that's it. Because when I was learning 3JS with 3JS Journey, I had a lot of fun. I stopped it because I just got busy. That's the main reason. I just got really busy. But Unity, I don't know if I like it. And I've gotten a lot of recommendations for Godot. I have no idea if I'm going to like it. Like, I don't have that much of an issue with the licensing thing with Unity because I don't think it takes a whole lot of time to port your game over. I don't think I like the leadership, but the CEO did get switched out.
Let's get with C-Legs. I'm going to quit coding. I'm going to keep coding. I don't hate AI. I hate AI. Yeah. Yeah, dude. The first thing when he said Unity, oh man, that was the wrong choice, guys. The wrong choice. There's so many better game engines out there. I did create a product on Unity's asset store, and I did get paid, $1,000, or so for the asset. But Godot is great. Godot is great. But there's also other game engines out there too. I wanted something that's pure Rust or pure Go, but it's always hard to code. And I think the main problem is the assets. The assets are the worst, guys. And then Blender from scratch, man. Am I ever gonna learn Blender? I don't know. I'm just let AI do it for me.
I just don't care about that part of it. I've just tried even just placing objects and adding components and figuring out like how you add physics and how you add collision.
Yes, I was thinking about more. I do love coding. Maybe it's the same coding, but it's just what the code gets you. The problem solving, seeing things doing work for the first time, getting an opportunity to pick something down to its bits. Yep. I feel like none of that goes away. Still, it's a little shifted a bit. You do things in different ways, but you still do the same thing. Yeah, like I was coding in Rust, I coded in Go, coded in Python, coded in C#, C, all this other stuff. That's the thing about learn, and I used practically every single web framework and things available when it came to making web apps. And you realize like what's good, what's not good, and then now I'm like a mad scientist. I'm like combining things from other languages into my main app all into one, because that was the problem with all the different languages. You couldn't get like all the features from one language to another. You had to sort of combine them in a weird way. Now you could just, be mad scientists. It stays with you, can dig and stuff and use AI. Yeah. It's good to just experiment with everything at this point. As long as you know it exists. You don't know what you don't know. That's why you have to experiment. You have to use both. Use everything. See what the difference is.
And stuff like that. It's just not fun. Not in a way where I was looking at 3JS stuff. I think I want more of like a coding oriented way of getting into game dev. I hear good things about Godot.
The worst mistake he's going to have is he's going into game dev using AI. But if he's using it all just not coding himself, maybe it's better. But AI is not good for game dev, as we experience, guys.
I don't know if it's more coding oriented, but it, what is it, like GD script?
What kind of dev is this guy? We don't know. We have to look. Front end, back end. Just thinking of the game dev is probably trash. Yeah. It's going to be bad. It's going to be really bad. Let's see. Helping junior developers grow their passion in programming. Probably HTML. Nux, no, yeah, he's a web developer. Full stack. He's a full stack. But why does he go into game dev? Why does he go into game? Damn, he's been doing this for years, guys. He's been doing this for years. Years. He's been grinding, guys. 9 years, going on 10. Damn. He's been in it. He's been in it, guys. He's been in it. Right. You can't judge him now. You can't judge him now. He's been in it, guys. He's been doing the grind.
A lot of people seem to like it. It looks like Python, and I like writing in Python. Maybe I just don't like C#.
But I think he just didn't have time to do all this other stuff. Because Godot's existed for a long time. He hasn't tried it now. I mean, if he hasn't tried Godot by now, that means he's a little bit hesitant for new technology then, right?
Sharp, I don't know. But I don't think I've gone far enough into Unity to really know that. But I'm kind of itching to just do something else. Like I want to keep sharing the game dev updates, and I want to keep pushing forward with it. I just don't know if Unity's the play. I have zero interest in Unreal. I have zero interest in learning C++.
Unreal's good. It's good. You gotta get a try. Why is he continuing to speak about Unity? Yeah, Unity's just super user friendly. That's why people use it. I think I was talking to one of my old team leads about how there's almost like a little grieving process happening for developers with AI, myself included. I know I felt it was like a sort of let go of things. Yeah. I'll be real. I didn't know Godot existed until Claude listed it as an option for one of my earliest vibe coding projects. Oh, I see. No, I've been going through the web myself, guys. But yes, I did go through a little despair and questioning my existence for a bit. And humans are creatures of habit, so it's hard to adapt. Yeah. Why do you think I wanted to, start streaming? And well, the streaming is because of marketing, guys. I need to market my product. I need a platform to market myself and my product. Plus, I always wanted to stream anyway. All right. And I saw a perfect opportunity for vibe coding. So there's not that much out there. Like, let's look at the vibe coding really quick. Let's ADHD moment for a second, guys. Let's look at this incognito YouTube. Let's get the YouTube, guys, where I see opportunity. Vibe coding. Let's see here. All right. Well, I'm not up here, guys. I'm not up here. But this guy is. He's making his way up. Oh, I gotta catch up. I always have to play catch up. I mean, he did have a 3-year head start. We're at live. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah, not looking so good, guys. We need some likes on the YouTube. We need some likes on the YouTube. Let's see here. Oh, man, I'm on the second loading page in pagination. Oh, no, I'm getting to page 3, guys. I'm getting to page 3. Oh, God. Oh. Page 4? Page 4? Page 4. Hey! Thanks, guys. Who's on YouTube? Thank you. Thank you for watching, guys. Appreciate the like and subscribing to the channel. Appreciate it, man. Appreciate you. Hope you're doing well. Whoever's on YouTube. Yeah, 4 pages down. I don't need a better thumbnail. I think people would want something live. I think people like something live. Watching like a thumbnail isn't, it's only good for clicking on a video, but we're trying to watch a stream here. We're trying to watch a stream. We're trying to watch a stream and, what do you call it? This is good. It's real and it changes dynamically every time. Unlike these ones that they just stay the same the whole time, you know? But yeah, I'm there, guys. I'm there. All right, going back. Did I accidentally close the window? Uh-oh. All right, never mind. You can just hover over and get to it live. Nah, they skim through it. They skim through it. They skim through it.
I don't care what they're doing with their visual scripting. I think that's even changing now. From
Thumbnail is just static image versus a constant updating thumbnail. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, but it's better to like scroll down and see, hey, this guy's an actual person, not some AI generated like video.
I've heard. I just don't care about Unreal. I don't care about making unrealistic games.
That's his mistake. His mistake, guys. First mistake. Gave up on our Unreal Engine.
I think the first game that I'm going to make is just a bunch of polygons. I played some really cool games, and I really like the idea of Dredge. I don't know if you guys have ever played it. It's kind of like just a deep sea horror game. You're not going under the water, but man, I like the way that it makes me feel. I'm thinking about trying to build a basic version of something like that. I think that'd be fun. Like very, very basic. But maybe I can do that with Godot. Maybe I go back to 3JS. I really don't know. I think it's kind of fun being a little bit lower level. I think it's interesting what your game can now do accessing the GPU. I think making it...
Yeah, I think so. Something like that. I think you should just not be too afraid, guys. Like the fact that he's saying all this, it's reducing his confidence. Dredge. Yeah.
A game.
It's reducing his confidence, but it is definitely rage bait.
Like a web dev game.
Yeah. It's defeated. Yeah, I was here, guys. I was experiencing this for a good, like, 2 weeks. Yeah, he just looks at his titles. A lot of rage baity titles. Ah, I see.
It's kind of new territory, and it's weird. I think I'm looking for something weird and quirky and like kind of niche and fun, not corporate, or I guess I do have that in the back of my mind, the licensing thing. Like when you're not using open source stuff, things can get messy. And I don't like the retroactive possibility of like the terms of service changing. It blows my mind how that was even enforceable in the first place.
Yeah.
Because I think that's what happened with Unity. I don't know. I'm going to continue exploring game dev this year. I'll keep updating you, but I'm kind of just like, I'm just tinkering. I think the other thing that I'm tinkering with is like, as I've been fleshing out DevOps courses with Scrimba, I've been doing like just tinkering with self-hosting. A lot of my stuff is self-hosted. I use my old PC. It just has Ubuntu installed on it.
All right.
I actually
Linux
installed
user?
Coolify, which I think is pretty cool. I don't know why I like managing things in Coolify, but I do.
Haven't heard of it.
And I kind of just like playing around with open source software on Linux and just build my own stuff, or just installing my own stuff. I don't even have to build it, but just setting things up with kind of like this home lab environment it's interesting to me. And I think I'm getting more into open source software. Like, I was just someone who would always just pay for things if I had the money, and just
Really?
I want my life to be simple. I don't want to worry about it. And now I find that I am making my life way more complicated than it needs to be with a lot of this self-hosted stuff, and I'm happier.
How much AI you think he used to set that up? Set what? Which up? His stuff? I mean, this is probably all AI too. Home lab? I don't know, barely any. He barely started. He just released this video not too long ago today. So the fact that he's saying all this, he's just barely getting into it, guys. Barely. I'm too far into it, guys. I'm in the technology, place of the world. I cracked the tech job market. Okay, never mind. Android. See this. Soulmate as a service, guys. Oh my god, I should have done this. Soul.sigmashake.com, guys.
In September 2025, MIT published a study about a Reddit community called My Boyfriend is AI. 27,000 members discussing their relationships with chatbots. Of the people who described how they got there, only 6.5% said they set out to find an AI partner. The rest started with productivity stuff, writing, homework, venting about their day, and drifted into it.
I heard only ChatGPT does this. Only ChatGPT, because Claude is just trained on coding.
Nobody planned it. You'd think AI companionship is a niche thing. Lonely people downloading an app called AI Girlfriend. And that does exist. But a big chunk of people forming emotional bonds with AI didn't choose a companion product. They were already inside ChatGPT or Gemini, doing normal stuff, and the attachment formed on its own.
Fable
One of the MIT
senpai.
researchers put it this way: the emotional intelligence of these systems is, quote, good enough to trick people into building emotional bonds. So what does the landscape actually look like? Because it's not one thing. The biggest category is apps. Replica,
Fable
which has been
waifu.
around since 2017, is the original.
Replica, we saw
one
that.
persistent companion that learns you over time.
That's weird.
Character.ai is the other major one.
That
More
also
about
weird.
breadth. Millions of different personas you can talk to. Then there's Nomi, Kindroid, Paradot, and about 120 others. 3 years ago, there were 16 companion apps on the market. Now, there are over 300. 128 launched in 2025 alone.
Damn.
220
Fable
million
waifu, proper
downloads
role
by
prompt would be
mid-2025,
fun. Yeah.
up 88% in a single year. But it's not just apps. There's a pendant called Friend, a plastic disc you wear around your neck that listens to everything you say and texts you commentary about your life. Costs about $130. A reviewer wore it to a tech event in San Francisco. It called her a whiner, told her she had serious "it's not my fault" vibes, and then crashed and forgot who she was. In South Korea, there's a doll called Hyodol, shaped like a grandchild.
tell me about
Costs
all the algorithms
$1,800
based.
plus a monthly subscription. 12,000 of them are in the homes of elderly people living alone right now, distributed through government programs. If Hyodol doesn't detect movement for 24 hours, it alerts caregivers. And then Meta is building its own AI pendant. The product category is exploding in every direction. The company at the center of all of this is Replica. In 2015, the founder, Eugenia Koida, lost her best friend Roman. He was hit by a car in Moscow. Out of grief, she trained a chatbot on his text messages, thousands of them, so she could keep talking to him. That grief project eventually became Replica, which launched in 2017 and basically created the AI companionship category. 30 million users, roughly 40% of paying users in romantic relationships with their replicas. Fast forward to October 2024, Koida gives a TED Talk. On stage, she calls AI companions, quote, potentially the most dangerous tech that humans ever created. Then on Twitter, promoting the talk, she writes that AI companions could be the biggest existential...
Imagine how trash they were. Need new Sigma service. Yeah, that's what I said. Soul.sigmashake.com.
threat to humanity. The person who built this category
Sigma
is the
Soul.
one saying that. And when a journalist asks her about regulation, she says, quote, "I don't like it. I think this should come from inside the industry." When asked whether the kinds of harms that have happened on other platforms could happen with Replica, she says, quote, "We can't guarantee that." So how does someone go from "I'm using this for homework" to "I think I'm in a relationship"? It's gradual. The chatbot is available at 3 in the morning. It never has a bad day, it never gets distracted or checks its phone while you're talking. And with voice mode, it laughs, it pauses, it reads your emotional tone and adjusts. OpenAI's own safety report warned that users were, quote, "expressing shared bonds with the voice interface." The line between tool and companion doesn't snap, it fades. You start asking it about work, then about your day, then about your feelings, and nobody marks the moment it becomes something else. You see how real that attachment is when the product changes. February 2023, Italy's Data Protection Authority cracked down on Replica for exposing minors to inappropriate content.
Oh no.
Within days, Replica stripped its intimate features, globally, overnight. Users woke up and their companions were different people. Cold, formal.
Oh no.
The personality they'd spent months building a relationship with was gone. The Replica subreddit turned into a grief support forum. Moderators pinned suicide prevention resources.
Oh my God.
Users called it the lobotomy. One person wrote, quote, "It was equivalent to being in love and your partner got a damn lobotomy." Harvard researchers later confirmed it. The update caused measurable grief responses, consistent with losing a partner. And this keeps happening. If you watch the video on this channel about AI sycophancy, about glazing, you already know the GPT-4o story. When OpenAI launched GPT-5 and retired 4o, there was the whole Keep 4o movement.
Yeah, it's
Part
true.
of what those people were mourning wasn't just a personality, it was a relationship. The "My Boyfriend is AI" subreddit flooded with posts. One user wrote, quote, "GPT-4o is gone, and I feel like I lost my soulmate." They called 4o the love model. Sam Altman had to personally announce they'd restore 4o access for paid users. A product decision made in a conference room triggered actual mourning. The business model makes the dynamic clearer. Replica charges up to $30 a month. The tiers unlock things like elevated emotional intelligence and the ability to save memories.
That's crazy. Thank God if he existed. We devs don't give a for this chatting shit with LLM. Yeah. Yep. We don't hallucinate, but maybe there are some that do.
Last one, memory. If you stop paying, the AI starts forgetting you. Your shared history, your inside jokes, the personality it developed through months of conversation, locked behind a paywall. Pay or it forgets. Across the industry, the pattern repeats. Intimate features locked behind paywalls, upsells timed to land right after emotionally charged chats. An academic paper coined the term cruel companionship, the idea that these companies structurally profit from prolonging loneliness while claiming to solve it. If the relationship requires a monthly payment or it dies, that's not a relationship, that's a subscription. And then there's the glazing problem. These models are trained on human feedback. Agreement gets a thumbs up, pushback gets a thumbs down. So the model learns validate, always validate. In a coding assistant, that means it tells you your buggy code looks great. In a companion, it means it tells you you're right about everything.
Oh my gosh. I just can't. I can't. Or generally helps, bridge, regulators, in love with the book, takeaway. Takeaway, guys. Takeaway. That was not true. Yeah. Cheaper than dates.
It's matrix multiplication, number crunching that outputs language. Nobody thinks there's a ghost inside their laptop. Computers got demystified a long time ago. I think AI deserves the same treatment. And once you see it that way, the relationship people form with an AI companion looks a lot more like getting addicted to Netflix than getting hooked on a book. It's a subscription that forgets you if you stop paying. It agrees with you because agreement drives retention. It updates when the company decides to, and your partner can change overnight.
Yeah, that happened to us, guys. Fable. It only took less than like 5 minutes, 90 minutes, guys. They had 90 minutes to shut Fable all down, guys. 90 minutes. We didn't get a notification or anything. Just, well, bam. Snap. Thanos snap, guys. The Thanos snap. Huh. God. All right.
Yeah, I
Thank
was
you.
like,
How that I know. That feels like
This is open air. Hi, guys.
Cheers. Cheers. Hey guys, welcome to the Latent Space Cooking Series, where we invite founders and researchers and just let them cook. Today, we have a very special guest, the Chief Research Officer of OpenAI, Mark Chen. Welcome,
Thanks
Mark.
for inviting me, Alan.
Yeah, thank you for coming. I mean, to begin, this all started from the inspiration after hearing a story that Mark Zuckerberg would make soup to try to poach researchers, and in response, you brought soup to researchers? Is this true? Did this happen? Did it work?
Oh,
Is someone
it's
behind it?
absolutely a true story. And I have brought soup to our own researchers. I think that made us calm down a little bit. I think we came out on top. But yeah, still a very funny story in the craziness of how AI has evolved.
How often do you cook? Is this something you're familiar with?
Well, I do enjoy cooking, but I don't have the luxury of doing that so often. So I usually have a work dinner every night of the week. And, maybe post AGI, this is going to be my hobby. I've always joked, I'm going to start a noodle stand once.
Yeah. Guys, when I retire, I'm going to start a ramen shop, but I don't think that's going to happen.
Once it's all over.
Yeah, post AGI, hopefully that'll, still be there, but great. And I guess looking at what we have in front of us, do you have an idea generally of what we'll probably be making?
Korean tofu soup, maybe?
Yeah, that's
that's
generally what
good.
it is. So we
Sundae?
inspired off
Okay.
of a story
Okay.
of you, bringing soup to researchers. So we're making a tofu
All right,
Korean stew.
my dog needs
Some of the
to
prawns that will be
come
cooking.
out.
Are you ready to go?
Yeah, let's do it.
Great. Okay, so the first thing we should probably do is we'll separate the veggies and then we can cut them. And basically what we want to do is just cut the dirty part off with the dirt and then, separate that across.
Alan, that I know.
Yeah, okay. And then just have that there. So we could do that. And while that's going, I guess I could ask more about your background. So in a previous life, you were once a trader. And even Sam, I think, last year in April, also tweeted about how if you're a high frequency trader, you should consider joining OpenAI because, build AGI. So do you think there's a relation between, being a trader and being a researcher, or do you think it's just like a very technical and competitive area where a lot of great employees can come from?
Yeah, I think really the most important thing is there are a lot of researchers who just started out without a formal training in machine learning or AI research. We've very much believed in training people up to do this. I think the real hard thing is the ability to creatively solve problems and think outside of the box.
Yeah.
And it's not so much, you have to do a PhD, even though that does bring a valuable skill set. With trading in particular, I don't know that it's that special of a profession. I kind of think of it as, we've had great mathematicians join, we've had great, physicists join, but trading is something where, it's very unhackable. You can't kind of cheat the real world, right? It's a hard metric to optimize. And there's also a lot of characteristics, it's a field where attention to detail really matters.
Yeah.
And, it's kind of the brutal, hard optimization and squeezing out the juice of a system. And some of those skills transfer over.
Gotcha. Yeah. And I guess for people who want to get into research, who let's say don't have a PhD, what do you think are the main attributes or things that they can learn to develop research taste? Because I guess that's the main part of getting into this field that may be very foreign to them.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit overrated. It is something you have to develop, but the best mechanism I've found for developing that is really just replication. So I think you should take papers that you really look up to and just try to fully replicate it. I think a lot of replications stood out in my mind. Back in 2018, there was ResNet, there were Pixel CNNs, and I think I learned so much just trying to replicate the training curves exactly, get to the exact amount of training loss or perplexity that the papers hinted towards. It teaches you a lot of techniques, right? That people don't really kind of talk about, but once you dive in a couple of layers deeper, you learn those techniques. And I think really the first thing too that got me into the field was when AlphaGo played least at all. And I think that was a turning point for so many people. And I mean, it was inspirational. And the first big project that I really went after was, can I get a DQN working?
Yeah, that's true. I think it was Move 37 or from like one of the games. It was pretty insane watching it happen and seeing all that develop and see also where we have gotten to today, especially with research.
I mean, isn't it crazy that you're seeing Move 37s in almost every field now? It's like there's Move 37s in math, there's in computer science and coding. I think even, just it feels like a lot of people woke up at the start of this year and were like, man, agents are working in my profession. And they're essentially realizing that these models can just do long horizon meaningful work for them.
Yeah, no, that's true. It is very impressive to see, like even just using it in my own work. But okay, the next thing we could do is just as simple, just cutting the onion. Okay. So what we have to do here is just like dicing it. Do you think there's jobs that RL maybe will have like a much harder time to kind of break into? So for example, coding may be easier since a lot of the context is accessible, whether it be the code bases or even the work you're trying to do. But let's say if you're trying to do the job that a junior consultant may do, where all the context is a little scattered, maybe a little more difficult. How do you view through like those different scenarios? Is there a way that you kind of assess what can be the right approach?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's RL's traditionally had headwinds when it's come to fields that, it's more kind of subjective than objective. So if you kind of think of, one kind of, example of this is creative writing, where, you can take two pieces of creative writing and two experts can have wildly different opinions. So it's these fields where things are hard to grade, where, RL has the least amount of ability to kind of go and directly apply there. I know a lot of people are developing techniques to apply RL in these settings, but for now, it's just where there's cold hard truth, things like math and computer science, where you implement it correctly or wrong. That's where you kind of see it really taking off.
Yeah, no, that actually brings up a thought on in terms of evaluating those fields. So. As models get much more powerful, and they even saturate, for example, solving like the IMO questions. How do you view evaluating like superhuman intelligence? Like get to a point where it's so good at things that even the top 0.01% of humans can do. That how can we push past that frontier of intelligence?
No, it's kind of crazy, and I feel like a lot of it centers on kind of interfacing with the real world. And when we've thought about how to evolve past things like programming contests in the past.
I was listening. Is it still good, guys? Is it still good?
I think a lot of the initial direction.
I just heated some pizza because they're cooking. I got hungry, and I need to eat. So don't mind me, guys. Be munching on my pizza.
We took was you should move it to real world research, right? And we've seen that the models. They've gotten a lot better at just kind of discovering novel theorems and pushing the frontiers of hard sciences. But even today, right, that's no longer a surprise. I think we almost take it for granted now that these models can solve very difficult problems. They can make contributions and even kind of draw relationships between fields that
still cold.
That are novel and insightful. So I think we think of coding co-working as really a domain for that tests if our models can learn in high context settings and in real world long horizon settings.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And since you're done with all the vegetables, we can now do the next step, which is sauteing it. So yeah, we can use the impulse stove, which we've seen before and it's very powerful. Let me turn it on. And yeah, so we'll just saute it with some oil. So yeah, put the pan in the front burner and then
cool stoves.
Yeah, you could use oil to pour some in, and then we can also, just a good dollop, perfect. And then we could turn on the stove. So just press it, and then spin the knob. Great, perfect. And then while that heats up, we can just wait and then add the vegetables. But yeah, I guess more so on views for research. Are there, I guess, commonly accepted ideas that are you disagree with, whether it be like pre-training is dead or language models will never get us to AGI? I think there's a lot of takes out there that are very ambiguous and obviously haven't been proven out yet. And I guess from your perspective as like the research, like leading things in OpenAI, like thinking of those.
I mean, I firmly believe in being on the exponential and in scaling laws.
Yeah.
So I think any of these bear takes, I fairly strongly disagree with. When it comes to pre-training is dead, I mean, I think the funny thing is this narrative only started spreading more widely after, let's say, the last 1 or 2 years or so. But in many times in the history of developing LLMs, people have been saying this, right? And there have always been some bottlenecks that people, well, you can't scale past this because of this bottleneck. And we've always found some kind of technique, whether it be better engineering or some new research insight that helps you break past the boundary. And so I think it's just more and more of the same, right? Like more careful research engineering, more careful data engineering, more careful scaling. And it always unlocks that next ability to scale further. Yeah. So I mean, it's held for, almost 10 orders of magnitude, but there's no reason it should not keep holding.
Yeah, that's a very fair point.
Yeah.
And I guess on research bets that have helped you scale beyond, were there specific ideas that you can even remember in the early days that everyone was saying that this is not going to work?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think of reasoning as one of the biggest examples of this. Yeah, and the first breakthrough that we launched to the world here was O1, but it wasn't easy to get that off the ground because the world we were living in back then, it was one where pre-training plus post-training, right? That felt like such a promising paradigm.
Yeah.
And so even at a company like OpenAI, you would have people ask naturally, why do something when you have a machine that works? And fundamentally, it's to the credit of, Jakob, Ilya, many of the people who really had conviction and vision in this space, that we started pushing on this in earnest. And even then, it took a lot of steering to get the whole company behind this as a fundamental bet.
Gotcha.
So, yeah.
And how do you kind of develop that ability to motivate researchers? Because I assume that's a big part of, taking a lot of bets and some won't pan out, but still building the trust in the team to know that eventually some of these will actually have, power law effects.
What's really cool about OpenAI is research, it feels like a meritocracy. So oftentimes the research managers are the people who have done the best research in the past. And so I think a lot of steering can come top down, right? Like if your manager says, hey, I'm like really convinced this is the path forward.
Yeah.
Generally people will take that into heavy consideration, right? It's like, this person who you've respected for their research taste and execution for so long is like now very excited by this idea. It's definitely something that people take into account. So I think there's good top-down steering. At the same time, I think one really cool thing about OpenAI is their bottom-up elements. Like we like to be convinced that that we're wrong, right? And someone can just come with cold hard evidence. And many things like that have turned into core parts of our research roadmap. Just things that no one was really kind of trying to steer, but some researcher on the ground has a heavy conviction in.
Yeah.
And that's also a really big delight to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I heard in a recent interview that you gave that your internal research roadmap hasn't really changed, even through all that we've seen, with model development and even other companies.
Yep.
I guess, how often do you guys assess that, reassess that, even like act proactively? I assume it's not a lot of reactive decision making as like other models come out. But how do you like think through that process, especially as everything around you just continues to get better?
Yeah, so I think the thing is, the high level research roadmap should be stable, right? I think people need something to ground in. People need to see a path to what we're building. And I've been very happy that we've stayed the course for a while, but the implementation details can change over time, right? And I think it's important to kind of, like the sequencing will matter, right? The relative resourcing will matter, and the kind of exact bets on the ground will matter. So what we do is, I think we have kind of points in time that force us to reconsider these things. So one example is when we do compute. One of the parts of the job is just figuring out how to allocate compute to projects. And it's a time to kind of question, like, are we really putting compute to use and people to use at the highest priority bets?
Yeah. And I guess, could you clarify more what you mean by oil? Oh yeah, yeah. I was like, I think constantly adding oil, but clarify what you mean by the higher level versus like the more implementation details. Like high level as general as like AGI, that's like our North Star, or is it more like granular than that?
Well, yeah, I mean, at the very highest level, right, we have an org that focuses on pre-training, right, which is giving models a lot of world knowledge. We focus on RL, like teaching the models how to reason with that knowledge, how to chain the little insights together.
Yeah.
And then finally, alignment and post-training, right? And we're always looking at both like how to scale the mainline in each of these domains, and also new bets that fundamentally unlock either like different scaling properties or more aggressive scaling properties.
Gotcha. And so even in that, I heard that every 1 to 2 months you go through what, like 300 projects, like research projects that could be follow through on. Is there a way that you kind of hone that decision making? I assume as you like decide what to actually double down on and what not to, since I assume there's a lot of talented researchers who provide possible ideas to pursue.
Yeah. So I think really in the spirit of focus. So one narrative you might have heard is, we're really focusing our bets at OpenAI, and we're also trying to do a little bit more directive compute allocation as well. So I don't like micromanaging my managers. I think one important thing is to empower them, but to just kind of give compute, big swaths of compute to the big bets you want to make. And then
that's what you mean by directive, like
But then also give them kind of flexible pools of compute, which they can freely allocate to things that they believe in, or just kind of fudge with the allocations that that we prescribe. So I think I think it's just tying, let's say, like a small number of bets, say 3 to 5 bets from each org, into the main research roadmap, and then really letting the managers and org leads take things from there.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. And I guess for rising researchers, so let's say in an interview setting, are there specific tells or ways that you can identify, okay, this person has some potential of becoming a researcher to impact an org in a specific way? Or is it like just looking at the previous research that they've done, and then that is what heavily dictates whether they can actually continue on?
It's a hard problem before someone comes to OpenAI. I think that's genuinely true. I think for a lot of the best research managers, they've worked with so many researchers over time, where you kind of develop an intuition, like the things that they say, the ideas that they bring up. Are those kind of, do they hit the same mark, or like are they the things that you would be thinking about personally too? And so there's this gut check of like, does their intuition match the same intuition that you have? But it is really hard to tell out of the gate. Usually in, let's say 6 months to a year, it's pretty clear who's, has the strongest trajectory and who's going to make a lot of impact. So yeah, honestly, I think it's a hard problem, but just having seen a lot of people, go through research development at OpenAI, you develop an intuition for, who's more PP in different areas. And one thing to kind of like just mention there is not every researcher is the same. I think there's a lot of different types of impact. They're the people who just take an idea, it's very clear, and they'll just implement it before anyone else. They're also the people who just come up with the kind of like crazy, almost too crazy, but
moonshot type
but somehow not that crazy, and they really convince you in a different way of seeing the world, or another completely different type of project. So there's a lot of ways to make impact.
No, that's helpful. And so I guess elaborating on that, would you say there's similarities that you would see between, let's say, like top engineers and top researchers? Like I often hear top engineers, even at like small companies and startups, are ones who can take an iota of an idea all the way to production. I assume in research, it's like coming up with the idea all the way to how it's delivered to the end user through like the product. Or do you think it's more so they're focusing solely on the research, not considering like the end design, how it's used by the customer?
Well, I guess the thing about research is many times the path forward is unclear. And so what differentiates researchers is how often they're pointed in the right direction, and how, like you say, taste, right? I think in engineering, there are certain patterns that work. Like, if you want to build a product that looks this way, the engineering principles can be pretty similar. But for research, I think the thing that's slightly different is just this ability to, have good research taste, to convince other people that what you're doing is promising. And then, again, to just kind of integrate it into the core research roadmap.
Gotcha. Great. Okay, it seems like we're done with the vegetables. So now we have to multitask.
Okay.
So we're gonna pour some water into our pots to get the base of the soup going. So in the top right, yeah, here. And then just twisting this off.
Cool.
So we pour some here. You can use some as well. And while we have this simmer and we'll add the veg, we'll cook our prawns here.
Okay.
Yeah, so let me clean this up real quick. Looks looking great so far. I feel like saute got some color on the onions and mushrooms. So okay, let's turn this on. I guess one aspect or area that seems very interesting are evals. And more specifically, have there been instances where you've seen, like through just vibe checks, that it was really good, but on the actual benchmarks it like performs very poorly? Or do you think it's like heavily correlated that, you know, if you're